Hey everybody, welcome to the Be Weird broadcast. Thanks so much for checking out the stream and being oh so patient. Sorry for that loading time, takes a little bit to set up. But welcome. Might not be the morning where you are, but good morning to you. And I hope you're feeling good. We're checking out the incredibly interesting news story, the trucker convoy, freedom convoy, whatever you want to call it, the Flu Trucks clan. We got all sorts of strong opinions about it, and we're going to kind of hold space and see if people can kind of tap into the issues, see what's going on, and yeah, maybe learn a little bit about this movement. That's right, Jenna. Go Truckers, heart. So I hope you've been doing good. I got a bunch of news stories lined up. And so we're going to kill that music, switch over. And yeah, I'm new to this, so I very much appreciate your support. And hopefully I keep you good and entertained. Let's see here. So we got ourselves some React content. And I got a bunch of stories lined up. Now, this is a press conference that is super interesting. Uh-oh, whoops. A press conference that's like super interesting to look at. So this appears to be an Ottawa press conference just Thursday, apparently. And we're going to hear directly from the organizers who have been very hard to get a hold of. So this should be extremely interesting. We've got volume.
I just have a problem with microphone, sorry.
Just check
thank you very much for being here today. We are here out of love for our families,
boosting the volume
our
now.
Communities, and our nation. These past 2 years, the COVID mandates have divided us. This protest began because of the federal government's restrictions on trucker freedoms. Our movement has grown in Canada and across the world because common people are tired of the mandates and restrictions in their own lives. Our movement has grown in Canada and across the world because common people are tired of the mandates and restrictions in their lives that now seem to be doing more harm than good. As of today, Sweden, Denmark, UK, Norway, Finland, Ireland, and Switzerland have removed all COVID mandates and restrictions.
I just want to do a quick fact check on that. Let's just start with the UK. COVID restrictions. Yep, UK lifts them January 19th. She said things like, I guess a lot of people are starting to, I mean, didn't we just remove ours as well? We just like open up a bit.
We are therefore calling on all levels of government in Canada to end all COVID mandates and restrictions.
All of them.
We will continue our protest until we see a clear plan for their elimination.
Okay.
Premier Scott Moe of Saskatchewan has taken leadership in Canada in ending restrictions and mandates in that province. Hopefully, these words will turn into long-lasting action.
Okay, all right.
So far, no one from the federal, provincial, or municipal
I'm from the UK, and it's yes. Thanks, Leon. Yeah.
government has spoken directly with us. Instead, they are using you, the media, to portray us as racists, misogynists, and even terrorists.
I don't know, man. I've been watching a lot of live streams, and we're going to dig in a little bit about that because I'm not so sure this is as peaceful as they're trying to make it sound. Ba, 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 ba.
As a woman with Métis heritage, a mother, and a grandmother, I am offended.
She's offended, everybody.
The reality is that members of this freedom movement are average, peace-loving, and law-abiding citizens from all walks of life who are fed up with being disrespected and bullied by our government.
We're all being bullied by our government. What's the point of it?
We continue to see additional Canadians coming to Ottawa every day for peaceful demonstrations.
Those horns.
We want to thank the hundreds of residents of Ottawa who have stepped forward to show their support, providing accommodations, food, and just plain friendship.
And they were able to just build a structure we're gonna like actually talking about food. I think I actually have that ready to go. This is from Rebel News, a right-wing media source. They have some. What? Go back. Oh my goodness. They're starting to clap down. Can I have a backup source. It's not as good. I cannot believe that got taken down. God bless the freedom truckers. All right, Red Pill News. Wow. Okay. Let's see if I think it was just go straight to Rebel. Oh, this is gonna poison my algorithms. Oh fuck. Okay, so they should have had that video. Canada. Oh, Convoy reports. Look at that. They know what's up. They're tapped in. They're tapped right in. Banner. Look. Oh, here. This is truckerlawyer.ca. Let's go. Oh, it just comes right back to Rebel News. What the fuck? That doesn't help me get a lawyer at all. It's just a Twitter feed. Okay, but hey, let's see if we can find some better sources, maybe. Okay, so we're gonna put a pause on that. The reason I came here is to try to find video of that statue, or the structure. Make it bigger. So yeah, they've got quite a building there, and the source that was disappeared from Twitter had a guy walking right up to it, and someone inside explaining. And when I reloaded, we lost the clip. And they're using it to store propane, to get fuel going, to start feeding people. They had tables originally, and now it's just a straight up building. Just like, oh, okay, I guess you can just do that now. You know, if you're homeless in a camp, no bueno. All right, okay, let's go back to our news story.
To members of our convoy, this love of
Thanks, Lacey Love.
community
How you
is
doing?
what Canada is all about. Let me assure the people of Ottawa
No
that
building
we
permit.
have no intent to stay one day longer than necessary. Our departure will be based on the Prime Minister doing what is right, ending all mandates and restrictions on our freedoms.
Prime Minister should follow the will of the people
We
who elected
also
him.
want to thank the thousands of people who have so generously donated to this protest to GoFundMe. Over the last 3 days, our accountants and lawyers have been working hard to deal with the legal details.
Legal details.
This morning, our lawyers sent GoFundMe all the details that they have asked for. I am confident that GoFundMe now has all the information needed to immediately lift the suspension they put on our campaign.
That aged like spoiled milk left outside. Oh my God. GoFundMe scuttles the campaign for trucker convoy, stops release of $10 million in donations. GoFundMe broke ties with convoys. Thanks for the shout out. Very classy, Red Pill News. I don't want to assume, but not shot. They do not have a permit. Yeah, that's just Twitter news. I'm pretty sure they don't have it. Rebel News seems up and running on UK Twitter so far. Cool. Thanks, Leon. I'll check that out in the background after we read this. GoFundMe broke ties with convoy protesters late on Friday, citing the promotion of violence and harassment. On the streets of Ottawa. The announcement scuttles one of the crowdfunding company's biggest fundraising campaigns and blocks a release of nearly $10 million in donations. Wait, so if GoFundMe doesn't release the funds, what'll happen to them? We'll get into that. It's complicated. From what I understand, just from reading Reddit comments and like digging around, it doesn't sound like everyone's getting refund. It sounds like they're going to direct it towards like charities or something. There's going to be like one of the things I need to blast on this for whoever's might have donated, that you got like 2 weeks to get your money back. It's like an opt-in refund. And if you don't opt in to get your refund, then they just donate it to a registered charity. Yeah, it's interesting. It's hard to find reliable sources on it though. So that's why I didn't like have it prepped for today's stream. Just some like rumors I've dug up on the internet. The decision deprives demonstrators in the country's capital of financing. Organizers had said they hoped the funds could keep protests in place for months in a bid to force government officials to retreat from vaccination mandates and other pandemic measures. Early on in the coverage, I remember mentioning that this was very much like a military occupation, with supply lines, with entrenchment, with pep rallies about holding the line and things like that. And this very much cutting off the flow of capital is like one of the quickest, fastest ways to sort of shut down an insurgency, to shut down like counter, like people who are like fomenting let's say a bit too harsh activism. Mary says they must request a fee refund. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can find that. Oh yeah, if anybody knows any leaders of Antifa, make sure to donate directly to the CEO of Antifa Incorporated. The organizers had said they wanted to use the millions of dollars in donations to provide fuel, food, and lodging for truckers and others who were setting up encampments and blocking city streets. Earlier this week, GoFundMe announced it had placed the $10 million in raised funds under review. On Friday, the California company released a statement saying it would end the campaign. Donors who apply for refunds within the next 2 weeks could get their money back, GoFundMe said, adding that any leftover will be given to charities. Okay, so there you go. There's your answer, loud tyrant youth. The company said in the statement, and here's the statement. Following a review of relevant facts and multiple discussions with local law enforcement and city officials, interesting, this fundraiser is now in violation of our terms of service, TOS, GoFundMe's statement said. It added that the protesters violated its clause prohibiting, quote, the promotion of violence and harassment. Yikes. That's a big yikes for me, dog. The crowdsourcing company said it was not wrong for donors to fund the initial travels of the trucker convoys to Ottawa. Okay. But circumstances had changed, just like my opinion. In the week since thousands descended on Parliament Hill for a mass rally last Saturday, like where I was last week on this issue compared to now is like such a radical change. Like before I was like mildly skeptical. Now I'm like, where did this money come from? What's actually going on here? like what's happening? This is a little unusual. It makes me think January 6th a little bit, but not the same either, also very different. Okay, so quote, organizers provided a clear distribution plan for the initial $1 million that was released earlier this week, and that's probably what we're going to get confirmed from this press conference. And confirmed funds would be used only for participants who travel to Ottawa to participate in a peaceful protest. Given how the situation has evolved, no further funds will be directly distributed to the Freedom Convoy organizers. Oh, fuck.
I am hoping to hear from GoFundMe soon so that we can get the money to the truckers and keep our protest for freedom moving forward. I will be providing regular updates. I want to thank all Canadians from the bottom of my heart for our quest to restore our freedoms. Thank you.
Restore our freedoms. I love that she calls it a quest. Like they're on like some sort of adventure. Salut. Des fois, il y a du français ici. Francophones are welcome. If most people are just anglophones, I'll try to translate as best I can. En Canada, on parle deux langues ici.
Nous sommes ici aujourd'hui par amour pour nos familles, nos enfants, nos petits-enfants, nos communautés et notre nation. Ces 2 dernières années, les mandats COVID-19 nous ont divisés.
These past 2 years, the mandates have divided us as a people.
Cette manifestation a commencé en raison des restrictions du gouvernement fédéral sur la liberté des camionneurs.
The reason this protest started was because of federal mandates restricting drivers, the freedom of drivers.
Notre mouvement s'est développé au Canada et dans le monde entier parce que les gens ordinaires en ont assez des mandats et des restrictions dans leur propre vie qui semblent maintenant faire plus de mal que de bien. À ce jour,
the mandates are doing more harm than bad, than good.
Le Danemark, le Royaume-Uni, la Norvège, la Finlande, l'Irlande et la Suisse ont supprimé tous les mandats et restrictions COVID-19.
So she's repeating the statement about like other European countries are lifting their mandates.
Nous demandons donc à tous les niveaux du gouvernement du Canada de mettre fin à tous les mandats
and the
et
mandates
restrictions du COVID. Nous
for
continuerons
COVID.
notre protestation jusqu'à ce que nous voyions un plan clair pour leur élimination. Le Premier ministre Scott Moe de
Okay.
la Saskatchewan a pris le
She's-
leadership
she's-
du Canada en mettant fin aux restrictions et aux mandats dans cette province.
She's repeating what
Espérons
that
que
she
ces
said.
paroles se transformeront en actions durables.
So we're just going to skip ahead real quick.
Le gouvernement fédéral, provincial ou municipal ne nous a parlé directement. Au lieu de cela, il vous
Let's see what this guy has to say.
Member of the Royal Canadian.
All right, here we go. How did GoFundMe decide it was funding a violence? Were there any arrests on that? That's probably the best question in chat so far right now. The only clue that we have is that one line about discussions with city officials after this week from following a review of relevant facts and multiple discussions with local law enforcement and city officials. And a lot of people are discussing how the Ottawa Police, Ottawa Police mention like the US for some reason. Let's see if I can just pull it up real quick. Okay, I'll try to do it in the background. But yeah, there's people making a lot of hay out of like the Ottawa Police like alluding to arrests that have been made, investigations that are ongoing, especially into the desecration of the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, which again, super gross. And so yeah, we're definitely expecting the police over this weekend to be like doing stuff, you know?
Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Beaufort. I am a recently resigned member of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police after 15 years of service.
This guy spoke on a few days ago at one of the rallies. I think one of the first days he was one of the main speakers. I remember catching, I think last Friday. Like I left the RCMP over this.
I resigned from the RCMP over the mandate.
There you go.
After publicly speaking opposing the mandates. I am currently working with the Adopt a Trucker Volunteer Coordination Center in support of the Freedom Convoy 2022. I have extensive experience in protective operations for large-scale events here in the National Capital Region. I've been involved in tactical planning for many of these large-scale events, so I'm keenly...
There's a tweet from Ottawa Mayor saying they were in contact with GoFundMe and asked them to stop the campaign. Okay, yeah, good call. Good call, Mary.
Familiar with what is happening right now in regards to the police presence down around Parliament Hill and the downtown core. So on that, I would like to just put people's minds at ease, the public that is watching, people that have concerns over what they're seeing in regards to the heavy police presence, all the different police services.
I found the source on that. Thanks for mentioning it, Mary. Here we go. New, I want to sincerely thank the team at GoFundMe for listening to the plea made by the city and the Ottawa Police to no longer provide funds to the convoy organizers. In light of the unlawful behavior that has transpired in the last few days, they have come to the right decision in support of our city and our residents. These protesters have been holding our city hostage for a week now, and I'm hopeful that limiting their access to funding and resources will restrict their ability to remain in Ottawa. I am imploring similar crowdfunding platforms to take the same position and not enable the group in its fundraising efforts, which would deal a blow to our efforts to put an end to this occupation. Wow. Wow.
Different units, the barricades, and some of the equipment that people have seen. I can assure you that that is all standard practice, and it's no reason for panic. Anytime we have a massive event such as this, such as Canada Day, downtown Ottawa, that's the norm. So
Super normal.
It's no.
Everything's fine.
We have been working closely with the Ottawa Police Service, the OPP, the RCMP, and the Parliamentary Protective Service.
Oh,
right
yeah?
From early last week.
Okay.
Liaising with them. Any information that we have received related to any public safety concern has been immediately forwarded to the respective police services.
Okay, so you're communicating with the cops?
The safety of the truckers, the Ottawa public, the police, and first responders is our paramount concern.
Is it?
And that includes our effort to ensure emergency vehicle access and routes at all times.
Okay, that should be
My
a given.
primary concern
Shouldn't have to mention that.
is
I don't know.
individuals or groups with potential to deliberately instigate conflict with the Freedom Convoy movement.
We're
In
peaceful.
order to discredit the Freedom Convoy 2022.
That makes a lot of sense. That makes sense. They're making us look
We've
bad.
seen circulating messaging in the media and social media about people associated to the Freedom Convoy 20.
The government is now showing their communist roots. Care to explain, Cal? What do you mean by communist? No more monies. Haha. Uh-oh. Spaghetti-o. Yeah, they, especially over this weekend, the pressure on the convoy, like they're going to experience real pressure. Financial pressure. Lacey Love is mentioning a class action lawsuit that just got dropped. So that's civilian pressure, $9.8 million because of the severity of the trunk horn, the truck horns, which apparently, according to road regulations, is like you should only be using it for a couple seconds at a time. And they just been going at it like ham. And then they're going to experience police pressure. There's going to start being arrests, people getting picked up off the street, come with me, sir, that kind of stuff. And people might scatter. You know, it might just absolutely suck the oxygen out of this movement over the weekend. We're going to see what their medal is, what their medal's worth.
22, being arrested and charged. I have it on very reliable information that people from the movement were not associated, and that offenses related to property damage and just an assault this morning committed by agitators were witnessed and reported by a trucker and one of our volunteer security personnel, which was reported to the police and handled by the Ottawa Police Service.
Okay, so crimes are being committed. People are criming. People do be criming.
What I have seen with my own eyes on the odd break that I get are truckers and supporters of the movement feeding the homeless for free right on Wellington.
Didn't you guys steal from the soup kitchen? That was the big story I remember, that a soup kitchen was being harassed and having their food stolen. That was a big story on Friday. That was a massive story. So maybe this is like damage control. You know, you guys are going out, cleaning up the Terry Fox statue, shoveling, you know, feeding the homeless because you know how bad that looked.
Filling their backpacks. Truckers taking a whole trailer full of food down to the homeless shelter.
To pay back what you guys stole.
Maintaining cleanliness of city streets, including
it's not your
picking up
job.
Discarded masks all over the ground that we've come to see.
Oh boy. Got him.
Centralized garbage collection. Shoveling snow.
Yeah, Lacey, can't wait to hear about the honking in downtown Toronto this Saturday. I'm gonna start searching for live footage pretty soon after this.
At the War Memorial and the Terry Fox statue, decorating those two locations and providing security for those two locations. I've even seen people have tents set up right by Terry Fox in order to protect that statue.
Protect it from
I
what?
expect that level of commitment to the city of Ottawa and respecting our traditions in this country is just getting started. Thank you for your time.
Okay.
With that, I'm prepared to answer a few questions with respect to the
Questions.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes.
The Prime Minister says he won't meet with this group, and even if he was willing to do that, he can't accede to most of the demands you're making about mandates that are enforced or put in place by provincial governments. People in this town are terrified, they're fed up, they're tired of the noise, blaring horns late at night and early morning, the harassment of people on the streets.
True.
They all want to know, when are you going to go home?
Wow.
As you just heard,
Good question. Cal, oh man, you are brainwashed by the news, lol. The food was donated, and then when the kitchen found out about the truckers' convoy smear by our government, they reported this food was stolen in fear. You know who are the most dishonest people in our society? It's not conservative political activists. It's the soup kitchen. You know, when I think about dishonest brokers, I don't think about Wall Street. I think about the soup kitchen. How much food are they really giving the homeless? You're showing what you don't know shit about what's going on. Well, Cal, we've been vibing off of only primary and secondhand sources for the past week. So you're welcome to go back through the footage, check for anything that was misquoted. But pretty much we've been keeping it pretty down to the line. A lot of right-wing media sources because they're the ones that are on the ground, like in the movement, inside the movement. Lots of speeches, lots of horns. So when I read a public statement from a soup kitchen saying that truckers came by, harassed us, and physically intimidated people, assaulted them, and then police are saying there's a bunch of crimes happening, I'm going to believe the soup kitchen. And for once in my life, I'm believing police. Oh, God. Oh, geez. Oh, no.
Sarah Leach has answered that question.
No,
She answered it twice in her statement.
He can't answer it.
We'll have an opportunity to review that. Is there a question relating to GoFundMe? Go ahead, sir.
With the GoFundMe, we've chatted with a number of drivers. I've heard reports of guys that are already where there's money being distributed to truckers regarding focusing on fuel. I've heard from a couple people. I've also heard from some truckers that they don't know how to access it. Just wondering if you can clarify for people wondering how the money will be disseminated.
Big soup kitchens taking over our cities, everybody. Do you know what happens to our city budgets? They've been embezzling through the soup kitchens for decades.
And has money already started reaching truckers who have made their way here?
Does this look mainstream, my guy, Cal? This is literally the trucker convoy. If you were inside the Freedom Truck Convoy, you would want to watch this because it's your people, right? What are you talking about? Does this guy look like a mainstream reporter? Look at the way he's holding this fucking camera phone. His question was, I heard a bunch of people say, what do you think? You know, like
The bulk of the monies continue to be held by GoFundMe. GoFundMe, because they were
Toronto Police have closed major downtown roads around some of the hospitals, so hopefully it will not affect patients and healthcare workers. Yeah, I remember that was it Ottawa or Toronto Police who said, like, if you're a healthcare worker, don't wear your scrubs, like, out of doors so that you can avoid harassment. So, not a good look.
bombarded with an orchestrated social media and other campaign to try and shut it down or take it, has exercised heightened due diligence, which we welcome. And I can tell you that on Monday, we took the steps to incorporate, on behalf of the Freedom Convoy organization,
Okay.
a not-for-profit Canada corporation. We've taken steps to establish the appropriate banking and other arrangements. And all of the funds that have not yet made it to that bank account are being held in trust for the benefit of the movement.
Sounds like
And-
that you just lost out on that $9 million.
We have an accountant involved, we have lawyers involved.
Lawyers?
All of the legal and accounting checkbox have occurred.
Ooh, hold the phone.
There's audit procedures and so on in place, which will
That's a ban, Eloise.
allow GoFundMe to flow the funds that so many have donated.
What's the part of
Once-
the American money
Once we reach the point.
There's no representation of the trucker convoy. These guys are just here to get the spotlight. Shout out to the true Canadians on the ground. That's an interesting point. You don't feel there's representation of the trucker convoy? I'm really curious about that opinion, because I agree with you pretty strongly on that. I'm like, especially as an outsider trying to look in, I'm trying to find what's the most reliable source that is speaking for people. I mean, people talking about lawyers, and Tamara Litch, we know, is one of the main organizers just because she's like receiving the money from the GoFundMe campaigns, as well as, I guess, BJ Dichter, which might be this fellow here. But also we've seen King, out on the media. The money was a scam to begin with and not run by an official organization. GoFundMe is an official organization, isn't it? 501c or whatever, like a not-for-profit based in California. It's definitely a real organization. What do you mean by that?
Where GoFundMe has released the funds, the corporate lawyer experts on the team, as well as the accountants, are currently refining the process for truckers and others.
Okay, Cal, now we're in agreement. Now you and I are strongly in agreement right here. Like, I don't want to be saying that. Like, it makes more sense for me for people within the movement to be saying that, because, like, yeah, there's definitely a very populist argument, a labor argument, like everyday people, especially truckers, have a pretty tough job. They don't necessarily get paid everything they're worth. But yeah, as Lacey mentions, like, most truckers are still kind of doing their job, and this is just sort of a minority of even just truckers, much less Canadians overall. And it does seem like if we agree that Tara and King are frauds, then maybe like a lot of people are just getting caught up in it. Yeah. What I'm saying is the people running the GoFundMe are well-known frauds in the movement. Okay. I mean, I don't know what you mean by fraud though. In that case, fraud is a very specific word meaning lies, right? And essentially GoFundMe is saying we're a private company, or no, wait. They have terms of service. I think they're still a charity, but they have terms of service, and you can't run a campaign that is associated with violence and intimidation. They're getting reports from the police and city officials for the movement that there is a strong allegations or confirmations, arrests of based off of like violence and intimidation. And so you breach terms of service, get fucked, you know? Stinky says, curious where you stand. Are you for mandates or against mandates? A lot of countries are lowering their mandates, not increasing. Yeah, I mean, mandates are difficult. Like for me, I think of it like a pressure kettle. If you don't have mandates, you have and there's no pressure in the kettle, and you're not tamping down on society, the virus just runs rampant, like we see in America. You just have insane death numbers. You just have people fleeing the hospitals en masse, the Great Resignation, et cetera, et cetera. When you use mandates, you put some pressure in that kettle, and it slows the spread of the virus, which like flatten the curve, as they say, and which helps the hospital system to deal with demand, because you can't just magically find new nurses, right? They're special professionals. They're specialized. It takes years to get there. So it's really hard to get new nurses. In my province, Quebec, the government launched billions of dollars to just try to find new nurses because we can't find them. Big labor shortage. And so you put that pressure on society with the mandates, mask mandates, business mandates, reducing business and traffic, because the fewer people moving about and milling about, the fewer opportunities the virus has to spread. Like this is epidemiology 101, and I know jack shit about epidemiology. And so the problem is that if you put too much pressure in the kettle, you get psh, like a steam whistle. Psh. And the horns of this movement are very much the steam whistle, very much so much pressure over so much time, years of this stuff. Some people just can't deal with that, and they're starting to find cultural reasons to get outlets for their mental anguish. That's kind of my read. All due respect, that's BS about the U.S., Nate Kuiper says. Nate, you can pull, I don't know where you're getting your news from, but isn't America number 1 or number 2 for death rates? Do you really want to go down that road? Like, that's a really easy L. Like, that's just a easy W for me. Let's see here. U.S. death rates for COVID. Worldometer. Let's see here. This shouldn't take too long. So right now we're sitting at 900, almost 1 million deaths. Wow. If we go to the world, looks like, okay, maybe we don't want to look at this. This is like really grim. But yeah, USA is number 1. USA. No, you can't force people to take a needle, Stephen. I agree with you, but you can like sort of coerce them and say certain parts of society that you have privileges to access, not necessarily rights, but privileges, can be tamped down. This is like just social contract, etc. We'll get off this real quick. Basically what I'm saying is there's a diverse group out there, and to blanket them all as racist or anything would just be foolish. Yeah, I agree with you, Cal. We should always try not to paint with a broad brush. People within the movement have to really figure out, though, why these white supremacists are showing up, these frauds are showing up within their cultural movement, because both things can be true. You can have a lot of honest truckers who are like reasonably upset with mandates, the pressure's going off in the steam kettle, and lots of people who are just like crazy, just like unmoored from reality. Some people are just like seriously misinformed.
Who have been involved.
Daily cases have been going down. Okay.
Now to be reimbursed, and we will be communicating that to them so that they can make claims.
What's the first?
Lacey says, I want the freedom to go to the grocery store without worrying about catching someone's virus. Yeah, exactly. There's like there's competing interests here, right? Like some people don't have the freedom to go to the grocery store because they're just so worried about catching the virus compared to like worried about going to the grocery store because you're going to run afoul of a mask mandate. So very different things. Mary says, you're exactly right. Mandates are related to hospital capacity. Yeah, absolutely. Communities can't allow hospitals to burst at the seams with highly contagious disease. Yeah. I don't know what more needs to be said on that one. Nate, reporting COVID for gunshot and car accident victims is right. Whoa, are gunshots contagious? I didn't realize car accidents were contagious. That's really odd. I've never heard of someone catching car accident. Numbers are inflated, but I'm not going to go back and forth with you. Your facts aren't true facts. All right, well, if you have a better source than what I pulled, by all means, drop it in the chat. We'll check it out. But saying fake news is one of the most beta things I've ever heard in my life. Everyone who says fake news and your facts aren't real facts is basically admitting they don't know how to do research. And it's incredibly embarrassing to say that in a public forum. But I mean, I'm not embarrassed.
American money in there, or foreign money.
Soy boys thinking they will die of the virus, keep living in that fantasy. Well, as the saying goes, what doesn't kill you mutates and tries again. Stinky asks, what do you think of Brian Packford, maybe? Suing the government because of the COVID mandates. He is the person who made the charter. I'll look into that. I don't really understand the question, though.
What do you have to say to this
So-
guy? To this guy we saw him today?
Thank you very much for coming.
I have a question about the funding, sir. Mr. Wilson, another question about the funding. This week,
Is that it?
are you still accepting donations to
And I know the bank account part of the foreign money is in there.
Please, you're still accepting donations to your personal account?
Wow. They didn't answer any questions, did they? Wait, how many questions did he answer?
Be reimbursed, and we will be
He answered like 3 questions. Okay, why is this still going?
Of course, we just saw Daniel, a retired RCMP member who was on the detail for Trudeau
Oh, yeah.
himself. He was
Here's a source for that claim about like the last surviving signatory. Okay. Ooh, he signed it. Do you think that people who once had good opinions can now have bad opinions? Do you think that's possible? Do you think it's possible for people just to, especially at the age of 79, to maybe not have the sharpest legal opinion? Cal says you should be embarrassed about your regurgitation of propaganda. You start to sound pathetic when you only know one side of things. Cal, most of the sources, such as manzilnews.pk, is clearly right wing. So, what's going on here, buddy? How am I doing the propaganda if I'm mostly watching right wing sources? Like, for instance, this incredible part that lefties absolutely missed because it's you would only find it on right-wing sources. Come on, look at this. Look at it. It's so good. It's so good. It's so fucking good. I don't know if this like actually happened recently or someone's like, but apparently the Amish are coming out to help get a trucker out of the ditch. I'm inclined to believe it. It's probably TOS as well. Oh my god. It's so good. Come on. It's so good. So there's your propaganda, Cal. Hey now. Hey Kist. Hey Kist61. How's it going? You having fun? You having a good day? So, look at Jordan Peterson and Brian Peckford discuss Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Anyone who thinks Jordan Peterson is worth listening to is yeah, that's a yikes. That's another yikes for me, dog. I'm sorry. I'm pretty hard. I used to be really into Dr. Peterson, like in the early years, and now I'm very strongly against him. He has said some shit. Okay, he has said some very strange things, and when I tried to read his books, I don't know if you got this feeling, Stinky. If you've read anything from Jordan Peterson, like 12. Any of his books. I can't remember the 12, rules for life or whatever. I just feel like I'm too dumb for it. I'm too pepeggy. Like I feel like he's purposely talking over my head. And I like go to university and read this dumb academic shit all the time where people are like trying to fit as many syllables as they can into a sentence. That's the feel I got with Dr. Peterson. Like he wasn't trying to talk to me, he was trying to talk over my head. And so I would finish a section and be like, I don't want to reread that like 3 times to like understand your point. That means you wrote it bad. You're not communicating clearly. So yeah, that's kind of where I fall on Dr. Peterson. He's like, he's a weird one, man. I don't know. So there's some discussion. We already checked that. We read this. This was scrubbed from the internet. We checked over that. This is Rebel. Ooh, here we go. February 5th. So this is last night. Look at them protesting, everybody. At 1 a.m. This is totally normal and okay. Yeah, at 1 a.m. Oh, maybe it wasn't 1 a.m. Actually, this is posted 12:46 a.m. I mean, I don't know, man. That's extremely annoying. Man allegedly clips and runs over Winnipeg Freedom Convoy protesters.
We're breaking stuff, but look at what's going on. This is ridiculous.
What's going on?
Clips 3 people with his vehicle and decides that he's gonna hit another guy full on, lands on the guy's hood and rolls off. Now this don't make sense.
No, it doesn't.
I don't have a problem with the vax people. I'll tell you that right now. Some of you vax people, you're getting real violent just because you watch the news and you listen to Justin Trudeau.
Oh.
Fuck Trudeau. This is some bullshit right here.
Hey, man, at least that guy says fuck Trudeau, and he doesn't hide it, man. I appreciate that, you know? Like, I don't... all this, like, let's go Brandon stuff. Like, come on. Be an adult. You can swear. Most hospitals run close to 90% capacity anyways. It's business. Yeah, Daniel, I'm pretty sure having... what is it? Like, that system... what is it? Oh, God, it's like a... specific name for it, like right to order or something like that. Oh God, I wish I could remember. But the way that hospital systems, especially if you're citing America, that's not a good sign. That's a very bad sign, right? Like you don't want your hospitals running at 90% capacity. That's capitalism coming in and saying efficiency instead of like just good sense, you know? When you have something at 90% capacity, it's more fragile. We have a lot of fragile systems, a lot of fragile public infrastructure. And the reason it's fragile is for it to be lean and mean and able to move quickly, right? Able to adapt to the marketplace, able to buy and sell particular medications, etc. And so like what you lose is a system that can actually adapt to really large changes, like a sudden pandemic. That's when you start to see like serious problems emerge. So I don't know if I totally believe this guy. This guy's just kind of saying it. Anything on this, and there's 0 comments. So this sounds like bullshit. I don't know. Sounds like he's just saying a thing, and he's the only one saying it. I don't know, man. Okay, we were watching the fallout from this interview, and then I'll pull up some new shit.
And on detail for Trudeau has resigned over these mandates, and there is no basis at all to think that there is anyone being harmed on the streets. Personally, me and my friends walking down the streets laughing. I've seen dance parties. I've seen a lot of signs that had hearts on them. I've seen a lot of things that say love, but I have not seen any danger down here, no harassment.
No harassment, everybody. No danger. 0 danger. So let's see what other people are saying about that. Here's a thread for people saying there are good people on both sides of the anti-vax convoy. So I'm gonna just throw it out there. Wait. I got a question. Oh, happy Saturday. Yo, Preach. How's it going, my man? How you doing? Yo, happy to see you in the chat. Are you not streaming today? Yo, we're covering the Freedom Convoy truck. Yeah, brother. We got a bunch of people more right-leaning in the YouTube chat and some people who are left-leaning in the Twitch chat, and we're trying to make them play nice together. That's kind of the fun of the stream. Anti XYZ terms. Okay, I can try to do that. I think that's a really good idea. Anti-vax, for instance, is like a pretty inflammatory term for some people who might just have reasonable disagreements. Absolutely, I agree with you. Thanks for that. Yeah, exactly. Okay, yeah, cool. I'll try to scrub it from my lexicon. I think it's always better to talk in terms of pro, like you're pro this or pro that, because movements that, I mean, sometimes people organize just around hatred, and it does make sense to say anti, but I'll try to scrub that out. Thanks for that, Preach. We're going to check into a thread from Dan Newman about allegations of like violence and white supremacy. So this is, I don't know if this is like, if people can handle this. We might want to skip this one, but I've listened to this a few times. This is Pat King. And he essentially brings up the Great Replacement theory, which is a common and popular racist theory, essentially. It's Anglo-Saxon replacement. You'll find it in like white supremacist circles and stuff. Yes, some people aren't anti-vaccine. That's the media's way to separate us. Yeah, for sure, Preach. Like, we got to watch out for... I think there was something that was said that was brilliant. That was like, they're trying to get you to fight a culture war to get you to ignore a class war. And to me... That's the through line, like I want to be able to sympathize with truckers who are like part of the labor class, who are not like feeling representative or not getting their day's worth. But I'm also very keenly aware of where most truckers fall on this issue. Like 90% of them are like totally cool going across the border, having their vaccinations, that sort of stuff. And the more we learn about like the money behind this movement, and even some people in the chat who are very sympathetic being like, yo, this guy's a fraud and Tamara Litch are frauds. And like that really raises, really like gets my eyebrow raised. Like, what's going on there? Daniel says there are no swastikas except one provocateur who was run off. So many lies about protests. Again, Daniel, we covered this before. I don't know what you would pay to like ruin your reputation. Mary, if you have a source on that, please drop it in the chat. I'll look for it in the background. While I do that, we'll keep finishing off this interview.
The truckers have agreed to not play their horns from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. at night to 8 a.m. in the morning. This morning, I didn't even get one horn sound till about 9, and I was kind of upset about it because I like the shofar going off. This is
some people don't though. The argument, the strongest argument against horns all day, all night is for pets, like young kids. Like you're causing damage. Like our ears aren't designed to have, there's nothing in nature that can produce that amount of noise for that long. Everything in nature that makes noise makes it not through a mechanical force, but through generally a biological one, right? Like you're thinking like chimps and birds and stuff, they gotta like use lungs and push it out like an organ. There's nothing in nature. Our ears aren't designed to handle this level of sonic abuse.
Nobody's going anywhere until this is done. People are staying. In fact, more people are now coming to Ottawa. And
Meta is coming fast. Oh, that's an interesting take. I was just wondering how half-empty hospitals could work out. Do they hire nurses temporarily when they need them? I don't know how to answer that, Nick. Sorry. I lived really close to downtown Denis. Okay. Was it awful and annoying, or was it super chill? Trucker movement isn't just Canada. It's all over the world. That's true, Stinky. I've been seeing like, Mary, drop a live stream in the chat and we'll check it out. Where the protest is happening. I saw a video of someone burning a flag on Parliament. One lady stood up and said no, but not many did. Preach. Humans will need to stand and be heard before technology tries to make us obsolete. It's a tough one because from what I understand, when technology is pitted against labor, labor always loses. I've had this put to me and I'm still uncomfortable with it. Red Pill News. Most people who work in factories wear safety equipment, right? You have to have a helmet and you usually have to have something to block the noise because, like I said, our ears aren't designed for that.
we appreciate that the Marriott actually is extending our stays here. We appreciate that we're getting good service, and we thank everybody for supporting us and for being here. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, we got a live source on Quebec City. This is a tiny streamer. He's got 3 views going right now. Holy cow. Okay, let's. Are we live? Oh, we were just a few seconds behind. I see. So what are we looking at here, everybody? Do you think this is an old recording and this is the new stuff, maybe? Because look how bright that is. That looks like morning. What do you think? Do you know the GoFundMe cancel thing isn't just Canada? Canberra had the same thing, and when, sorry, chat's moving quick, and they were canceled. They're saying they're bad people too. Stinky, the GoFundMe was responding to like requests from city officials. What do you expect them to do? Not where I work, lol. OSHA would not approve. OSHA wouldn't approve of you wearing earphones? Preach says, have you noticed there are barely any clerks in big box shops? Most have been automated out of work. Same is happening to factories and soon to come to hospitals. Absolutely, Preach. It's like how when you call for service and they put you on hold, and now suddenly like you're spending your time to get help from a service you already pay for. It's same thing with like shrinkflation. It's all these ways that corporations are figuring out ways to essentially crush labor and remove access to like social mobility. They want to increasingly put labor onto the client. You can think of tips as a system like this, even though many people, survive off tips. It's a way of like getting the customer to subsidize the wages of the worker. Instead of paying people a living wage, you just get the people who come to the business to pay for their wage. Yeah. The truckers tried to intervene when the lady burned the flag, but police held them back, saying it was her right just to smear the protesters who won't disrespect the flag. Yeah, you're allowed to burn the flag. It's I'm pretty sure it's protected speech. It's not considered hate speech. So it's not patriotic, that's for sure. And it sort of counters the message of like, yo, patriotism, rah, 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 right? But I guess they are trying to overthrow the government. Yo, live streamers finding each other. Look at this. Mais c'est difficile de l'entendre. Trop de vent. Too much wind. Okay, now we got hundreds watching. Truckers have also locked out major media. I mean, that's part of the reason we're trying to stick close to the ground, Preach. Look for trucker news on Rumble, not YouTube. They are filtering the actual news from the front line. We were on Rumble. We've been pulling, or we were on Rebel, Rebel News. Okay, I'll have to check out Rumble in a sec. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense that truckers would be hostile to major media. I watched the video and police did not want to intervene. Probably fear of a riot. Yeah, for sure. Do you think they'll overthrow the government? Man, they can't even meet with the government. The big news is that the conservatives lost their leader. I mean, anyone who's physically on the ground live reporting, I consider on the ground. And we're finding actually right-leaning folk. I think that's just another way of selecting for the same thing. I'll check it out in the background, Preach, but I don't know. This is literally a person walking around. Oh wait, that's a better clip. What's going on over there? Okay, it's fading through a bunch of ones. So this is the live one, and it looks like we're getting footage from previous. There's fireworks going off in the background. Truckers aren't trying to overthrow the government. Yeah, I believe so. There's a couple. There's some rhetoric towards that. Absolutely. What do you think? All the fuck Trudeau, and one of their major demands is that Trudeau steps down. That's what I thought. I could be wrong, but from what I've been seeing, yeah, that's for sure. They're like, well, that's why they're staying. That's why they're trying to occupy. That's why meeting with Trudeau is such an important part for the movement. Maybe I'm wrong. People who don't live in Canada aren't seeing what's happening to our shelves, even while the trucks are operating. Well, Lacey's from Canada, and she's not from like a major city. Our major ports are still shut. Oh, that's interesting. Let's see here. First, we want to check out Rumble. See what's up. live from America. Okay, maybe we got something here. Let's see. We're back in F. That's a solid F. What do you think of Pierre Poilievre? I haven't done any research to form an opinion, Stinky. All I know is that he's probably going to be the next leader of the Conservative Party after the interim one steps down. I haven't formed an opinion. I have zero. I don't know yet. Trucks are no longer carrying food and necessities. They're all being sent to Amazon outlets because Bezos seemingly is the only one who can still ship across the world. I mean, there was that story that went around the news of, oh my goodness, like some town that was like deconstructing a bridge so that Bezos could like get his yacht through it or something. Like, yeah, we got a problem, man. I think it was put best by AOC when she said every billionaire is a policy failure. Anytime a society like allows billionaires to exist, they failed somehow. You know what I mean? Yeah, they want the government to resign 5 months after an election, Mary says. If you like to read the group's memorandum, they're 100% trying to overthrow the government. Okay, so Mary and Frank seem to agree that overthrowing the government is like a card on the table. Preach, they're slowly putting mom and pops out of business in favor of drone-capable corporations. Yeah, that comes back to technology versus labor. We're seeing corporations sort of excavate like our middle class, and the cities are often very complicit. They're the ones who allow massive like how do you say, like what do you call it? The condos, like all the condominiums, like real estate is a major thing that's going on. My generation's shut out from buying homes. There's like a really serious problem emerging over time, and Amazon's absolutely at the heart of it. It's part of the reason, actually, I made affiliate the other day. Thanks to all this lovely support and this interesting conversation on an interesting topic. I really do want to appreciate the love. I don't think I'm going to take affiliate though. I think I'm gonna not take affiliate. It's gonna mean it means I won't be able to get subscriptions. I won't be able to run ads, but that's good for you. No ads for you. Better content. But it does mean I got to figure out another way to sort of like make this make sense. It's a lot of work. So I'm trying to figure that out. Yes, Denis Bourgon, je vis en Montréal présentement. C'est pour cette raison que j'ai un chandail comme ça. I live in Montreal. Every politician wears the same suit. We need to unite as people, regardless of beliefs or politics, and take back humanity before it's too late. I kind of disagree with you on that, Preach. I think there are different quality of politicians. There's just straight up some politicians who are exactly what you want in a politician. Someone who is fighting for the people. I would really recommend Senator Whitehouse. If you want someone who is getting close to figuring out the dark money that's poisoning American politics, strongly recommend Senator Whitehouse's comments during the Amy Coney Barrett hearings. When she was going up for the Supreme Court, he spent his entire 30 minutes just laying out documents describing the way that money is filtered through like American not-for-profits essentially and super PACs in order to influence the decision of who gets to be a Supreme Court justice. Absolutely like wild to watch. And so there's an example of a politician who's very much like rah, you know, for the working person. They do exist. They're few and far between, but they do exist. Yeah. Yes, français, style. Ouais, j'ai fait un peu d'effort. C'est un stream bilingue. Là. Il y a quelques francophones sur Twitch, mais c'est vraiment un espace anglophone. There's a lot of anglophones here, man. Everyone like the stream. This guy's doing a great job. Yeah. Like and subscribe and all that jazz. Yeah, so like essentially Twitch like takes so much of your money. Like if you guys would subscribe to me, if you wanted to support your streamer through Twitch, they're going to take 50% of that. So I don't want none of that. I want to figure out a way where like you feel you're supporting me directly and not like paying Twitch. I've learned as a Canadian, we need to start paying more attention to what's happening on our side of the border and less distracted by American politics. We don't actually fully understand since we don't live it. I actually super strongly disagree with you on that one, Preach, and I'm going to explain why. if you saw the January 6th attempted coup d'etat fail, and you watched it live, you're like, wow, that was very scary, okay? Right now, the GOP put out a statement saying that was legitimate political discourse. So we got a serious problem when the major party, sorry, I actually can't talk while we got these horns going. The GOP declares the January 6th legitimate political discourse. Now, this is coming from the New York Times. You might not like them, but essentially the RNC voted to censure two of the representatives who were part of the committee investigating the January 6th attack. And recently, Trump said that, he's going to pardon everybody who was part of it if he's reelected. And Mike Pence came out saying, I never had the legal power to overturn the election. So we're having Trump admit he wanted to overthrow the election. We're having the vice president of the Republicans say, I never had that legal authority. And we're starting to see book burnings in Tennessee. I kid you not. People are burning books in Tennessee. I cannot stress this enough, how serious this gets when a country no longer is able to do the whole politics space where people disagree, like on this platform, and we just talk about it. We don't like actually attack one another. But when they stop doing that thing and they start burning books, I don't care who you are, but this is the wrong. Where is it? That's from Nashville Press. We got a problem. Okay. So that's why I'm paying attention to American politics, because this is serious. This is extremely dangerous. Counter-protester burns a Bible. What's happening? We have to pay attention to that, because this is not going away. It's not like we can't just ignore this and pretend it doesn't affect Canada, even though Canada is a very different country. Where in Tennessee? And they also voted to ban Mouse, which, if you have ever read Mouse, is one of the most incredible books about the Holocaust. It's incredibly important. Let's see here. Tennessee ended, took photos. Why doesn't it say where? McKinn County. So yeah, that's... Freya says the U.S. is assigned to come for Canada in the EU. Yeah, if there's a rightward drift, and as a journalist, I've learned to not report on things I don't see. You watched it live on TV. We weren't there. I mean, preach. What are you gonna say, man? Like, are you gonna if you think Rumble is a source and we can go watch something on that, why can't I go here and watch? Oh, thanks. Yo, what is that? Yo, thanks. Oh, subscription. Thanks, Mary. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, man. There's people burning books. We just saw that picture together. It's super clear what's happening. I don't know where you want to go. You do know Canada is the testing ground for North America. I kind of think of it the other way. I feel like America is the testing ground. Yeah, absolutely. Algorithms are absolutely the key. The outrage culture, that's sort of like I'm trying to be inviting to both sides of the aisle, but maintain a chill space. Use outrage algorithms to bring people in, but then keep things very peaceful and friendly and, back and forth, even if we have very different ideas. Who owns YouTube? I mean, the reality is that whoever owns something often has a very, there's a big difference in the types of decisions they make. But yeah, Alphabet is quite the, what do they stopped their motto, don't be evil or whatever. But I think what I'm trying to get across is that just because I watch a news source doesn't mean I agree, right? We can watch someone make an allegation to his phone and say maybe he's lying. We can go watch something on mainstream media or on Rumble, and we should be able to determine for ourselves how true we think that stuff is. And because I'm the guy at the microphone, I'm just going to give my opinion because people find opinions entertaining, essentially. They control the Google algo, which is heavily filtered. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, preach. The Google algorithms are shrouded in mystery, and they change on the regular. As somebody who used to do search engine optimization for a living, it's a big black box. Rumble isn't the end all be all. I'm just pointing out that it's not as filtered yet. Yeah, no, I'm gonna see if I can find some good sources. I know that oh gosh, what's his name? Is on it doing his thing. Russell Brand. He's all over Rumble covering it live as well. So we might check that out as well. He had a couple videos come out recently that I came across. I think we watched that a few days ago. So I had been on Rumble. Actually, now that I think about it, just once though. It's kind of new for me, I guess. And so, yeah, we can go check that out after, see if he has another thing to say. And it looks like this is starting to pick up. We're seeing Quebec flags. Seems pretty chill. It's the Wild West. It will be filtered as well soon enough. I mean, Preach, what do you think? I mean, people have an influence on the algorithm as well, right? Like we all go about searching things, ideas catch fire in our minds. How much influence do you think like just mass popular appeal has? Like the words freedom convoy, for instance. I mean, do you think that's going to disappear? I think that's going to hang around for weeks now. Like I don't think those things are gonna just like disappear, get scrubbed from the internet. Although we did see that one Rebel News thing get disappeared, so I don't know. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Truck yeah, brother. All right, let's see here. Comment longtemps tu penses ça va durer? Je sais pas, Denis. Je pense au moins une autre semaine parce que on a des autres comme manifs qui ont venu à Québec City, au Québec, je m'excuse, puis aussi Toronto. Alors, on va voir comme un recommencement, même si les villes sont préparées, comme ils sachent qu'est-ce que va venir. There's still going to be like a life cycle. Is what I'm trying to say. Cet hiver, les États-Unis s'en vient aussi à Ottawa. I'm going to check into that, Denis. Je pense qu'il y avait juste un pièce dans le Washington Post qui a dit qu'il y a beaucoup de monnaie qui est venue de l'Europe puis aussi les États-Unis. So yeah, apparently, according to the Washington Post, there's a lot of money that came into the GoFundMe from like Europe and United States. Preach says, you don't control what you don't own. True. Absolutely true. YouTube has been impacted by politics and censorship. As poets, the one thing we should not encourage is censorship of free speech. I agree with you, but I don't believe that private organizations censor speech in the same way that governments do. We have laws that prevent the government from censoring speech, but a private corporation absolutely can censor your speech. The problem is that our private corporations have so much power over what is public domain. And that's why you're seeing sites like Rumble or Rebel News try to break away from these corporations that have essentially dominated the marketplace. So I strongly agree with you, Preach. One of the things I've seen Twitch streamers do is they are cloning a sort of a private site that they use to stream off of. And so I'll probably do the same. Once I get big enough on YouTube and Twitch, bye-bye, see you later. I'm just going to like build a site and then you can come to beweird.tv or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, or whatever I call it. And that way, you're on an independent media source. And this is very much the model that democracynow.org, which is one of the longest running independent news organizations. If you don't know Democracy Now!, go check them out. If you care about free speech, they've been doing it since like before I was born. Stinky says the way it's going, BlackRock, gas prices, you will own nothing and be happy. And a bunch of other things. I feel we're going to be dead by 2050. Yeah, Stinky, a lot of things are seriously going wrong. I think the curse goes like, may you live in interesting times. Oh, Daniel, oh, you're sweet. Oh, cutie. Oh, cutie. I mean, Canadians keep it pretty chill. Even like if Preach and I are disagree, man, there's like so much love in the fam that like we can handle a bit of disagreement, and not feel like anything's been how do you say, like, jeopardized. So that's something that keeps us sane. And personally, I think it's just because cold weather, it's hard to have really heated arguments in colder weather. I think just straight up, it makes us more chill. Preach says, every major corporation has politicians invested in them one way or the other, like how Canada owns Air Canada through their Shell Corp. That's how politics impact private organizations. Each one teach one. Ooh, that's a nice statement. I only know 3 Canadians. Please, I'm crying. I'm dead. Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, Preach. When our corporations get too big and they start to have huge amounts of influence on our politics, you start to see the two smushed together. And that's like one of the worst possible situations. Daniel, the Canadian government is as corrupt as ours. I strongly disagree on that. Republicans have lost the plot. You know what's a sign of corruption? When your political party can't even put out policies. Please explain to me what the GOP policies are. Do they have any? Do they actually have policies? Now, to me, if you have a political party with zero policy, that is the height of corruption. Now, I can go to Canada and see the Liberals are corrupt as motherfuckers, but they at least have policies. They at least have organizing principles. So and if you look at like objective sources, like people who are apolitical, like World Democracy Index, stuff like that, you're not going to find that's true. Just look at our healthcare system. Freya says, you probably know more Canadians than you think, but you've just assumed they are Americans. We're just like hiding among the Canadians, spreading our goose jokes. So give this guy a follow, Boiler. He's been working hard. Yeah, Freya comes from I think Denim Streams, and yeah, you two would be good friends. Doing nothing and blocking everything is their agenda. Yeah, the Republicans have decided upon obstructionism, and that was like a decade ago. And at this point, they're fracturing. It's just like the Canadian Conservatives. It's actually incredible to watch. Oh my God! Now that I think about it, it's simultaneous. Holy shit! At the same time that Conservatives in Canada are fracturing between the Erin O'Toole moderates, who are saying we are not okay with all this harassment and abuse in our city centers, and the other side of it, like the interim leader, who is like, we are A-okay with the truckers' rallies. This is very much like a normie radical split that is mirrored in America, where you're seeing Mitt Romney and Liz Cheney say the January 6th was an attack on our capital and almost threatened our democracy, and the radical wing of the GOP saying, no, this is totally normal, cool political discourse, everybody, even though people died. It's actually, now that I think about it, it's happening at the same time. Wow. Have you listened to the alternative media only press conference with the truckers? Not sure it's on YouTube. If you can find it for me, Preach, I'll toss it on up. Sure, man. Yeah. But just don't expect me to have opinions that might agree with yours. We might interpret the same source differently, wildly differently. But I love primary sources. I love anything on the ground, especially from people like within the movement, talking to like their own people. This is usually when you find amazing admissions, when you get like really good evidence, when you sort of like understand maybe what is driving people's behavior, and sometimes like there's fresh ideas. Okay, cool, yeah. Appreciate that, Preach. And yeah, if you guys don't know, Preach is another streamer you should absolutely go check out on Twitch. He does like motivation and reggaeton and hip hop and like all this amazing content, and he is like crushing it. So by all means, please go check out twitch.tv/forever preach. Let's see if my shout out works. Damn, it doesn't. Okay, my code is broken. Il y a du monde. Il y avait aussi une question que j'ai pas répondu. Okay, let's go see this. Pa 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 pa. Da 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 da. Do 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 do. En direct, en live. C'est vrai? En live, wouhou. Ah, c'est pour ce son. Ok. Je comprends. Let's try this again. Damn. Yes, sir. Okay, I clearly don't know how Twitch works. Damn, dude, the only people that died was protesters. A cop murdered Ashley Babbitt in Playview. It's all in videos. Yeah, we watched that. When Ashley Babbitt was being the vanguard to a violent insurrection, and they were about to breach the Senate, or no, I think it was the House of Congress, with members of Congress cowering in fear. I'm pretty sure the government should have a way to defend itself, because otherwise you're just going to have people overthrowing the government as soon as they get them and a couple of Joes together to go murder some cops. Loud Tyrant News says, I've seen about the same number of tractors around in Nova Scotia this week. However, it seemed to be more bobtailing, but that could have been storm related. False flag. Yeah, man, Daniel. We all watched it live, and all those people wearing MAGA caps were secretly agents saboteurs. That's again, I think I said this before, but once you start saying fake news and false flag, you gotta come with a whole lot more. Greg's Google, she was unarmed. She was. It's not about whether she was armed. It's about her breaching a place where representatives were, in front of a crowd who had just, if you've seen any of the videos, had just shown a whole lot of violence. Like I think moments before Ashley Babbitt tried to climb through that window, there's this really intense video of the cops standing in front of it trying to like create a line, and people punching the windows to the left and right of their heads. Now, that's pretty violent. I don't know, my guy. It seems pretty scary. So yeah, you're not going to find any sympathy from me for the January 6th. Those people try to overthrow the government. If you only listen to what they say about it, and you only listen to what January 6th rioters say, you can come to that conclusion. If you only listen to what Trump says, you can come to that conclusion, because they literally say it out loud. They just pulled up a source. It's kind of like out in the open. So I just don't buy it. You know what I mean? But yeah, look at this. Looks like there's people making it. This is proper. There's quite a few people. Okay, so there was a question in French about the influence of America, and I was also really interested in that. Yeah, so this was the story, and yeah, I think we talked about it really briefly. The important point is that the quotes are coming from the Ottawa Police. Ottawa Police said Wednesday that a significant element from the United States has been involved in the participation, funding, and organization of a self-described freedom convoy that has for several days jammed streets in the capital to protest public health measures and Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Quote, they have converged in our city and there are plans for more to come. We watched this live just yesterday. Ottawa Police Chief Peter slowly. We're just kind of digging into his public comments a bit closer, just reading them instead of listening. He said that the participants, who also include locals and other Canadians, are, quote, putting our city and our residents, our partners and our officers at great risk. We are trying to be responsible, lawful, ethical, and measured. The longer this goes on, the more I am convinced that there may not be a police solution in this demonstration. So that was the comments that made a lot of hay, and we still have absolutely no clear information what the hell he means by a significant element from the United States. That might just be stuff that's under investigation, so we can't talk about it, but sorry I can't answer your question better about that. It is violent to break a window, but it's not lethal force. The cop never ordered her to the ground or tried to effect an arrest. He just killed her. We've watched different videos. We've clearly watched different videos. Whoa, Daniel, chill the fuck out. Chill out. But why was she going through the window? Those were not Trump supporters in the hallway smashing the window. She was either coaxed or with them. Again, Daniel, Greg, so you guys watch different videos than me. We can go over the January 6th stuff, but it honestly is probably TOS. People die in it, right? So I don't know. I might get TOS just for showing January 6th stuff. I mean, you're living in a fantasy world if you think that the January 6th was like done by left wingers. I mean, you literally have to not believe your own eyes. You have to do a whole extra step to be like, no. Actually, secretly, everyone was this whole other person with a different identity, character, and then they all somehow decided without anyone finding out. What do you mean there's only one video? Of Ashley? No, that's what I'm trying to say. We watched the same video, but we watched different videos. We watched the same thing, but we came with very different conclusions. And I'm flabbergasted why you think that people should be able to enter into House of Congress while they're trying to proceed with an election. I don't understand why you think it's okay for a mob to enter into a legislative procedure en masse. I don't know why you think that's okay and what is allowed to stop that. All it takes to defeat these people are some loud noises. They have no right taking our freedoms away piecemeal. Well, Savato, in a democracy, you know, there's something called the will of the majority, and whoever's elected into office is supposed to lead the entire country. And sometimes not everybody is okay with that. Especially with the last election, Canada has polarized massively, and it's not a good thing. And I don't think like lib cucks are defeated in this moment, Savato. I think we're all just kind of waiting for this to die out. If the truckers force their way into Parliament, yeah, you would see an escalation of force. If that's why we're not seeing like really intense police action, is because, you know, by and large, truckers are, you know, they're not crazy bad. There's some harassment and there's some violence that has been alleged, but on the whole, we've seen dancing and just like chilling about, right? It's nothing like the January 6th where like they went there. You know, Trump said, we're going to the Capitol. It's very, very different. Tyranny of the majority. Proper job. Would you prefer tyranny of the majority or tyranny of the minority? What's worse? I think tyranny of the majority is better than tyranny of the minority. That's kind of where I fall on that. Also, democracies tend not to be tyrannies. You can say that maybe our representatives don't represent us. Preach has done a good job of pointing that out, and I would agree with him in a lot of ways. But, I mean, it's very different from a tyranny. If unarmed truckers entered Parliament, is it okay for cops to shoot them dead? If there was a big mob of them and they were going there without lawful access, and cops' jobs is to de-escalate. If they can't de-escalate, they escalate in order to control monopoly of violence. So yeah, like, I don't know what you want from me there, Griggs. Getting a little salty? Canada has no leader, and that's the issue here. I'm pretty sure we have a leader called Prime Minister Trudeau. A lot of people don't like him. Lefties, righties, fuck Trudeau, etc. You know, unfortunately, here's my beef. I'm so disappointed that the Conservatives aren't doing their job as opposition leader. It is their job to be kicking Trudeau's ass right now, okay? It is the job of the Conservatives to turn Trudeau into a whipping boy so that we can kick his ass out of office, okay? He's been in there too long. Nobody really likes him anymore. It's all getting a little too tenuous, let's say. Now, I can say that as a lefty, as someone who I actually voted NDP, but I would vote Liberal if it was faced with a Conservative, because as we see, the Conservatives aren't able to keep a party together. They've had three leaders while Trudeau's been in office. That does not sound like leadership to me. And that's a problem. I need my democracy to be just talking. Left side, right side, just like this chat. We got a problem when we stop talking. And if the Conservatives can't come to the table with arguments, or at least leadership, then I feel trapped with Trudeau. I don't want fucking Trudeau as my leader. What the fuck? The majority is not already right, proper job, but it's worse when the minority has the power and they're wrong. Sabato says, I agree with you there. Seldom do our politicians get held accountable for literally anything. Yes, that is absolutely true. The only way we can hold politicians accountable currently is like through voting. And the biggest disgrace in my mind for Canadian politics was that Trudeau did not change the first past the post. I feel that failure leads directly to what we're seeing right now. The inability for people to actually hold their politicians accountable has led to a whole bunch of distaste and frustration, and it has radicalized the population where people no longer feel their representatives are doing their job. And c'est pas bon là, c'est vraiment pas bon. Is it okay for cops to shoot and kill unarmed questions? Well, Greg's, if you ask hyper simplistic questions removed from all context in order to score a win, I'm not going to answer the dumb question. Not all questions are equal, and I don't have to answer questions. You can say it's simple, but it's actually just we call them leading questions. We call them questions where the answer's been built in, right? Your assumptions are screaming loud and clear about what the right answer is in that situation, even though we just got into a big disagreement about January 6th. So I don't play this game where like you try to beat me over the head with civility. It just doesn't work in this chat, sorry. Yeah, Jake Foster did it for me. Anyways, there's your answer, Greg's Google. Jake has an answer in the chat for you. Imagine, like, this must be so painful. Imagine how many hours truckers have spent on the road just staring at tail lights. Awful. Oh my God. Like, this feels like they've imprisoned themselves in their own movement. You know what I mean? Like, that's something I find that's super interesting, is like how imprisoned they are by their own movement. When they're traveling to get to this spot, they're stuck in their cab. And then when they get here, there's no real output. There's no way for them to actually actualize on what they've gathered to do because their demands are unclear and their leadership is not present. So I'm particularly interested in that. But geez, I mean, I think I think the part I'm struggling with is that some people are like super chill. There's lots of chill conservatives in our country, and some of them are out there tonight, you know, with their kids, like, yeah, rah, 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 this is our time. And it's going to fizzle out, and they're just going to get more pissed. They're just going to feel like they're being even less represented. So, you know, I just don't know where this goes at this point. What are they hoping to accomplish? Get rid of the mandates? If they got rid of the mandates, wouldn't the average Canadian be super pissed? Like if the majority of Canadians are pro-mandate, and then a minority of Canadians go to the government, sort of circumvent the whole democracy thing, and just protest really hard, really loudly, and they get their way, wouldn't the majority of Canadians feel super pissed? Like, isn't that fair to say? Like, wouldn't they be like, yo, what about our will? What about our freedoms? Didn't we make a choice there? Didn't we, what about our point? You know, I think that's the part I find so frustrating about this is like how much time I'm spending like trying to understand and empathize with these people, but they're not doing the same. Like I don't find conservatives trying to empathize with lefties. It's an incredibly rare scenario. Usually I find rightoids like calling me soy boy or whatever. Like it's just insults and stuff. So and the ones who don't do that, who don't just shout insults, they're usually not very clear on the issues either. Just like kind of like, I don't know, I just agree with it, you know? So it's kind of that's kind of the thing I'm stuck on right now. I personally wouldn't be too pleased about it. Daniel says, anyone who breaks in deserves what he gets. January 6th was led by agents provocateurs in the thousands, apparently. Just thousands of agents provocateurs. Although many of those have gone to jail right now. Just make you aware, Daniel, like hundreds of people have been arrested at this point. Some Antifa, some were government agents. This is true. Some FBI agents were in the crowd, although I don't know of any evidence that they like did what they did. It seems like a way simpler reading that their president said, we're going to the Capitol, and then a bunch of people walked to the Capitol. Like, you don't need to do a bunch of mental gymnastics to understand the situation. Seems extremely simple, extremely clear. Oh, look at that. Someone put Justin Trudeau sucks ass in their fucking... It's amazing. How does a cop know you were unarmed? Oh, that's a really good point, Greggs. Actually, that is a good point. I guess you don't. Yeah, that's a really good point, Mary. Oh, Mary made that point. Yeah. I mean, how could the cop who is facing a dozen people, one of them's getting through, how is he supposed to know what that person's intent is and what weapons they have on them? Do you think he's going to pat them down? He's going to do a little arrest situation and there's like more people coming through the hole in the barricade? Like, what does this take, my guy? Like they put a barricade up. You don't put barricades up because you feel safe and you're about to like pat people down and check for weapons. Like, excuse me, sir. I need to check you for weapons. Hey, c'est insane, là. Look at that. C'est difficile à les entendre, mais... Daniel says, I watched Capitol Police open a door not allowed for visitors and start inviting people in. It was a setup. I saw that same clip. Very hard to interpret that. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. For me, I read it as some of the people who were tasked with the defense of the Capitol were sympathetic. They were just like MAGA chuds, and they were just like, yeah, come on, you can come in. But we don't know yet. We're kind of waiting on the January 6th commission to finish its job. And they're already putting out incredible statements. Like, we found out because of the January 6th commission that Fox News hosts were in on this, that they were texting Mark Meadows the day of January 6th, like, you know, get Trump to stop this. Like, I don't know what you want to, what to make of that. That was a low energy night. This is over. Okay, six pack American. I like that. It's really cute. Some reporters just kind of like bumping fists. Ba, 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 da. Sorry, just gotta fix my sound. I'm actually gonna go get some water, so hydration check. If you're thirsty, go get yourself a drink. I'll be back in like 30 seconds.
Yes, sir. Freedom, un Québec libre. Ah ouais, on partage, share the vidéo. C'est pas faux pour la parole.
In all fairness, I lifted you guys some music. Daniel says Pelosi calls that sort of setup a wrap-up smear. A wrap-up smear. Oh, sounds delicious. Hashtag BLM. Black Lives Matter, Dave Oscar. Trans rights is human rights. The DC convoy is a lure. It's a trap. Six-pack American. What are you quoting there when you say, quote, it's a trap in all caps? I'm curious. Greg School says, yes, a cop affects an arrest. They don't shoot first and then find out if you were armed. Again, Greg's, you're just stripping it of all the context and trying to make us pretend like we're talking about the same thing. People, there's a mob. Do I have to pull the video? Do I literally have to pull the video? Don't make me pull the video. I'm pretty sure it's TOS. If that's the standard, then they can shoot anyone first whenever they feel threatened. Hey, actually, there's a story about a black man who was just killed in his bed by police while sleeping. So, maybe that's why BLM popped off, as a movement. Last night was a dumbass bust. Such a disappointment. Yo, Six-pack, what are you talking about? What was the bust? Like, did Ottawa fizzle out? Don't tell me Ottawa fizzled out. Daniel says, if he saw her as threatening when he could see 2 empty hands, then he should not be a cop. Okay, Daniel, you go submit your complaint to the Capitol Police. I'm sure they will take your interpretation extremely seriously and will absolutely change and reverse their decision to acquit that police officer of all charges. Make sure you include your name, right, and how you know what you know. They tend to like authority. Break into my house through a window, see what happens. Six-pack American. Sounds about right. That's pretty on message for an American. Generally, if someone has a key to your house and they open it up on a no-knock warrant and you're asleep, I don't care how many guns you have, you're done. You can't win that fight. I'm sorry. You're asleep. They're not. They got the drop. It's the element of surprise. You can have a similar loadout. You can have this vest on, everything. But if you're asleep and it's a no-knock raid at 2 a.m, I don't know, man. Yeah, Dave, I'm pretty much in line with you on that. There's an extremely dangerous police problem right now. I think today we'll have more people than last weekend. We're watching right now in Quebec City. Quebec. And, it's looking pretty beefy. I see people, but the question is how much of this city they're able to paralyze. Because that's very much where the fight is, entrenching against the city. Okay, so we got a source from Preach. Thanks so much for that. And he has sorry, I didn't see this. I was checking my email, but you ended up whispering it. So let me just swap posts here. Okay, Trucker Convoy, Secessio Plebis, Reborn, Damani Bryant Felder. Rumble, if a white person had posted this on Facebook, it would have undoubtedly been censored and shut down. Thank God this patriotic black freedom fighter had both the knowledge and the courage to post it. That said, it is only a matter of time before the Facebook fascists censor it. Facebook just lost a quarter of their stock. Facebook's dying, if not dead. So in the spirit of keeping it alive for posterity, I have converted it into an MP4 so it can be shared on other alternative social media outlets like this one. Alternative media, woo! The Canadian Freedom Convoy 2022 is a modern remix of an ancient tactic, a tactic that didn't just last for a day. It lasted until the demands of the people were met. Original Facebook source. Join us on the Canadian Freedom Convoy 2022 on... Wait, did you get censored? Nope, you did not get censored. It's still up. On MeWe to stay abreast of tomorrow's developments, simply click on the link below to sign up. Fair use notice may contain copyright. Well, guys, I don't know if I will show as much as I can. It's 13 minutes. Bruh. Okay, good. Okay, let's go.
The Canadian Trucker Convoy is a modern version of an ancient concept.
Okay.
An ancient concept that was proven to be incredibly effective back in the day. And I want to share with you what I mean by that. And then at the end of this video, I'm going to encourage you to actually join me, no matter where you are in the world, by joining in this effort and following after the lead of the Canadian truckers.
Okay.
Now let's begin. The message by this video is succession plebis.
Trucks are leaving, low energy, six-pack American. Interesting. Sending out love from fun Lego math teach at home. Okay. Daniel says the truckers are a small minority. This is most Canadians wanting freedom. Truckers were the spark of hope starting it. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean by like populist, right? Like it's a popular movement. This is why it's like taking off on social media and stuff like that.
And successio plebis, I should say. That's a Latin phrase. And successio plebis is actually a very interesting term when you understand what it actually means. Now, it comes from two different words. Successio, many people are aware of the word secession. The Latin word successio is the root word of our modern word secession here in America.
Okay.
And that word we know has to do with withdrawal. The other word, plebis, has to do with plebeians. In order to better understand what we're watching and what we're seeing take place right now in Canada, we have to unpack and go back in time. So we're going to do that.
Do we?
Is actually a concept that means secession of the plebeians.
Sure.
Now, back in ancient Rome, there were two different groups of people. There were the plebeians.
Also, men will literally study ancient Rome instead of going to therapy.
And there were the patricians. The plebeians were known as the commoners, and the patricians were the ruling elite of the time. What's very interesting is that the plebeians
Sorry, but it's true.
by the patricians, and they were suffering under the rule of the patricians. So what did the
Not that this guy needs therapy. That doesn't necessarily apply. This guy seems pretty based and level-headed, but that's just that's the meme.
plebeians do? Did they choose to rise up with violent anarchy and overthrow the patricians, or did they choose a different path? Successio plebis.
Right.
That phrase indicates that the plebeians came up with an idea, and they realized that the patricians relied on the plebeians for everything. They realized that the
Yeah. Hashtag 2020. Why 2020, Dave Oscar? But yeah, it is Black History Month. We got to do. I want to try to get. I don't know what I'm doing for it, to be totally honest. I feel kind of stun locked. We love a self-aware man. Greg's, in America, most states, if a person forces their way into a home, they can be legally shot. Second Amendment rights are a very different thing than laws of government using lethal force on citizens. Greg's, if you care about Second Amendment, you should be up in arms about what just happened. Let's just pull it. No knock raid. Body camera shows officer shooting. I actually want to name him Amir Locke during a no-knock warrant. Attorneys say he wasn't the target. So yeah.
plebeians, they were the ones who were in all sorts of trades that were supporting the ruling class.
Yeah, Antifa are actually babies. If you really look into it, you'll find that Antifa is a secret organization run exclusively by children 5 and under. The oldest one is usually about 4 to 5 years old, and they're the leader until they age out. And then the babies elect a new Antifa leader, usually a 4-year-old, of course, because, they're more mature at that age, more developed. And so, yeah, absolutely. You're going to see over the weekend Antifa run like literal babies because if you know, Antifa is a baby organization run by babies.
So what did the plebeians do? They simply laid down their tools, and there was a mass emigration from the town.
Cool.
They essentially let the patricians fend for themselves.
Hell yeah, brother.
It's a very powerful notion, and the trucker convoy we're seeing right now is a remixed version of the exact same concept.
Truck, yeah.
If you look back at ancient Rome,
See, I would agree with him. He's saying right now that the trucker convoy is a populist movement, a populist labor movement. That's how I would describe it in my words. But unfortunately, the vast majority of that labor class are not on board. So already we're running into a problem with his argument. He's right, because we've definitely heard speeches talking about labor rights, but from what I've heard, it's like 90-10 split. 10% on labor rights, 90% on culture war stuff. I agree, a no-knock warrant is an unconstitutional use of lethal force by police. Strong agree with you, Gregs. It's extremely ridiculous that they exist. How about calling it like it is, illegal government tyranny? Biebsarelli.
history, the successio plebis actually took place not once, but 5 separate times. In recorded history, it's
Okay.
reported as having happened in 4.
Police told me that today the government is planning a false flag. They're getting ready for a group of agents provocateurs to create disturbance in the peaceful protest to then blame the truckers. Yes, police are some of the most reliable sources. The people who are trained to literally lie to people in order to charge them with crimes. That's where we should get our news from. Even when I hear from the police chief, I'm gonna meet it with some skepticism and some like an eyebrow raised. A chatter in the comment mentioning something a policeman told him. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't sound too legit. I don't know.
94 BC, in 449 BC, in 445 BC, in 342 BC, and in 287 BC.
Okay.
Put those numbers up for yourself. And what I want you to realize is that sometimes a singular effort in and of itself is not enough. But here is where the trucker convoy very closely mirrors the successio plebis of old.
Okay.
The truckers who are approaching Ottawa right now,
Yep.
they are planning to surround the city of Ottawa, which is the capital of the
Now, wait, when he says the people approaching, what's the date on this? Okay, we're already really dated on this. I hate to say it, but things have changed since January 29th. If I had watched this January 29th, I'm pretty sure I would agree with this guy 1,000%. But a week later,
entire nation of Canada. And they're planning to block access to the city, and they're planning to stay there until their demands are met. We all can learn something from these truckers who are going to...
the problem I have with the convoy are the organizers' ideas. Supporting the convoy means you want the government to meet with the organizers and have the organizers represent you. I'm sorry, Jake, that's just kind of how like things work, right? Like how would it work differently? Right? Like how would that work differently? What's the other model? How else is this supposed to function? I don't understand what the replacement is. Is Trudeau supposed to meet with all, like everyone? Like you need representatives. There's not enough time in the day to meet with 1,000 people. You meet with one who represents 1,000. It's like a math thing. Trudeau is doing what he's told by people who have blackmail videos. He is a puppet. Woo! Sheesh. Oh, that's a new one. If I've ever heard one. They will have to tell him to stop the mandates. Okay, well, time will tell, Daniel.
stand there and more or less lay siege to an entire city. Now, I know many of you have heard that Trudeau recently came out and said that he tested as if he had been exposed to someone, so he's conveniently choosing to spend the next 5 days.
He ended up catching COVID. If you're going to start saying that he didn't catch COVID, come on, guys. Like, what's happening here? Like, are we just forcefully pretending? Are we just like... I don't think he's saying that, but the people who are, like, ooh, boy.
In self-isolation, which is very telling when you understand that the truckers are due to arrive in Ottawa on January 29th.
It's called a coincidence.
And if you've seen the video, I know many of you out there have, you've seen the thousands upon thousands of truckers who are driving right now. There are truckers...
That's how it's supposed to work. That is why I don't agree to support it. Okay, fair enough, Jake.
from America who are driving up and joining forces. I'm incredibly proud of Canada right now, regardless of what their ruler, Justin Trudeau, has to say. He's come out and he's panned this event as a fringe number of individuals, and he's called them the fringe minority. The media, of course, has done what they've done, and they've chosen to slap them with the label of anti-vax, which just kind of goes to show that that label holds no weight anymore. It's almost like if you call someone or something racist over and over again, if you call everything racist, everything becomes racist.
No, some people are straight up racist, and we have to point them out. Like, we have to... Like, racism is a thing, and we have to fight it at all opportunities. And someone who's a racist yesterday might not be a racist today, but, you know, you still have to call them that thing both days. And so, yes, you will have a repetition of people who continue a behavior of racism. And so, yes, you will hear this word over and over again, especially if, like, you're seeing book burnings down south and, you know, modern day lynchings, like Ahmaud Arbery, who's... you know, people are going to jail over that.
Nothing is racist. Think about that. But they are...
Hasn't he also tested positive before, back when his wife had it? I'm not too sure about that. I thought he just got it once and recently. Sixpack says the convoy has been infiltrated and every vehicle has been cataloged. After the choking and leaving of the truckers, the after arrests and fines will happen. I agree with you on the last part. Like, arrests are already happening and fines are going to be coming down pretty hard over the weekend. But I don't know about being infiltrated. Like, how do you know that's true? Like, what information led you to that conclusion? I'm desperate to know.
This event, and the media is not showing you the information. This convoy has broken the world record for the longest convoy for the Guinness Book of World Records. This is setting records left and right, and it is a groundswell of justifiable outrage by many Canadians and many other people as well.
Sure.
We've chosen to join forces and actually prove
Absolutely.
to the powers that be that we
Absolutely.
have individuals who are keeping them going. There has to be a duopoly of sorts.
Okay.
There has to be a ruling class. There has to be
Oh, thanks, Preach. I didn't realize that. My bad. Thanks. It's on Max, but I'll fix it.
What was very interesting is that the ruling class relies on those commoners more than they'd like to admit. They realize the beauty of the indefinite nature of their Canadian trucker convoy.
Oh, video's sped up on purpose. I'm sorry. I can't. I don't know, man. I'll slow it down a bit, but I always speed up videos. We'll drop it down to 1.25, but like there's only so much time in the day to cover content.
I want to draw parallels
But thanks for
between
the
that and
volume.
what we saw happen on January 6th. January 6th was a seminal moment in American history where individuals who were justifiably incensed with the chicanery that went around our election here in America.
What chicanery? Stop. Stop right there. Just stop. Just stop. Anyone who lives in the world, excuse me for the loud noises, I hate this so much. It is insane to me that people are still trying to pretend like there was anything fucky about the previous American election. There's been like 60 court battles and they've all failed. Like, come on, guy. You can only believe this if you ignore the entire justice system go. Yeah, sorry, Breach. I'm a React Andy. I don't know. Pause, champ. Pausers. Pause, champ. Oh, God, no.
Went to Washington, D.C. to make our voices heard. But it was simply a moment in time. And even in that moment in time, there were individuals who had infiltrated the ranks and who chose to represent our entire group in a negative light. Many people who are aware of the events of that day know that is the case. I want to talk to the truckers who are out there right now, though, those who are still rolling onwards towards Ottawa.
Well, this is
I want you
right?
to go and be as peaceful as you possibly can.
Yeah, like I think I understand this guy's point. Let's see if we can recover. I find him pretty based. I disagree strongly on the January 6th stuff. Like that's you're never gonna really move me on that just because of how much I've covered, like looked into it. But everything else absolutely was totally true. Populist movement. Oh God, I'm getting bots in the chat. Okay, I'll go deal with that. 1 sec. Let's bring this back up, and we're gonna go see if there's anything happening in Toronto.
En direct de Québec, en live.
True.
Yeah, en live.
Okay, but preach. When I go affiliate, I lose my control over my brand. You know what I mean? Once that happens, like I don't know, man. I want to keep my brand, control over my brand, as much as possible. That's how the big corporations get ya. And that's a perma ban. Out of all. Salut. Ciao. Oh, you're DMing me. I didn't see any of that, my guy. Also, thought about you. I think you should turn it on at least to add an emote and mods. It's really true. Right. I didn't realize there was controls for it. Okay. Yeah, thanks for your 2 cents, Preach. I really appreciate that. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, you know what I mean? You need mods? Yeah, for sure. Don't be a brand, be a person. Well, I've given up, right? Essentially, like I'm like, okay, fuck. I mean, this is year 3 of the pandemic. You know, I might as well figure out how to use the internet to have some fun or whatever. And unfortunately, the reality is that, like, I mean, you got a brand. Come on, my guy. Like, you got a brand. Why can't I have a brand? And nowadays, like, that's just kind of how you get some exposure, or, like, get to talk with people or whatever. Yeah. Brands try to be people. People try to be brands. Yeah, it's like a really fucked up change in our culture. Like, everyone's got their own personal brand and shit. I don't know. It's awful. I hate it. But, like, I'm trying to play the game, essentially. Mic volume's low. God, sorry, guys. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I am Preach, that's it, lol. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I mean, I used to be known as MCC, but, like, it's just not a good... Just like, it just doesn't mean anything, right? You know, it's just like, I wanted to have somebody know me by something that I at least had thought about, that had some sort of, like, something going on. And I don't know, I don't think I'm at your level where I can be called, like, Preach or something, you know? I'm more of a listener. Than a talker. Thanks for the follow, Twin750. Sorry I didn't catch that when it popped up. Law enforcement lets things happen to collect the intel, decompile during investigation, and take action. Yeah, absolutely. It was supposed to be 2 weeks to flatten the curve. Now they're doing much more harm than good. Well, Daniel, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, it's an infectious disease. Like, everyone wants to be hopeful and imagine a world where, like, this isn't happening. But, like, I don't know. You just kind of have to... Like, if the whole world's responding to it, it's probably pretty real, man. But I've been watching this show called Station 11, and if you want a show to help you process what we're all going through, that might be it. It's a very intense show, and it's been giving me all sorts of feelings, especially in relation to, like, the whole lockdown and pandemic and all this stuff we're going through. So if you want some art to help you, like, get rid of that stuff, that's a really good show, Station 11. Yeah. So it looks like people are starting to gather. I'm gonna see if I can find what's going on in the... Okay, this live source on Rumble. Oh, that's from January 29th. We also have Russell Brand. If anybody's interested in that, from yesterday, so that's nice and fresh.
Yeah.
We got a Steven Crowder spot. But I'm not finding live stuff on Rumble, unfortunately. Oh God, people are discussing constitutional law in my chat. Oh God, I don't know anything about constitutional law. So I have to say, there's a lot less horns. It's a lot quieter. Is that just me? Yeah, I do just. Oops. I think there's also a counter demonstration.
Yeah.
Oh God. Yeah, we Montreal. This is Montreal, you think? No way. This is Quebec City. Yo, if they're in Montreal, I'm gonna go down to the streets. I just don't know how well my data plan will hold up. This is Quebec City, right? Yeah, of course, honking is driving people's crazy.
Québec libre.
Do you think it would be cool if, like, I just blared a horn in your living room
Ouais, on partage,
for
cher.
hours on
Yo.
end? Like, I mean, come on. Like, what are you talking about? This is common, decent sense. Even, like, people within the movement are struggling with the noise. Like... I see you guys have made some friends. It's good to see people making friends in the chat. So yeah, I'm looking around for other stuff not from possibility. Maybe something like Saga. Dinesh D'Souza. Oh, I don't know. Dinesh D'Souza. He's a bit sussy. Democrats were stuffing the drop boxes in all the swing states. Yeah? How come you need to go to Dinesh D'Souza and not a court to present that evidence? If someone is got evidence and their evidence is a YouTube video or like just a video online and it's like not in a court system, yeah, don't believe that source. That person's full of shit. US 2 Toronto says, I believe Ottawa is trying to pass a motion to acknowledge horn honking is illegal and a form of terrorism. That's quite the take. I know that Toronto is going to be way less sympathetic. It's the business capital of our country. They're going to clap down hard. Like Ottawa, they do protest. It's like, all right, okay, that's kind of like that's your jam, you know? You go for it. But Toronto, it's not gonna fly. Mail-in voting was ruled unconstitutional. That's really interesting because I thought mail-in voting was in some states like the default.
4-day weekend.
Whoa, Trudy, man.
Truck yeah.
Truck yeah, brother. Let's go. I got a donation. Holy shit, $5. Thanks so much. Hope you're enjoying the live stream. Truck yeah, brother, sister. That was the voting law, not the election. Oh boy, oh no, Americans are fighting about voting laws. What do I do about this? Toronto is not going to sit silent. Absolutely not. US 2 Toronto. Like Quebec City, I see also being pretty welcoming and inviting. Maybe a bit less so than Ottawa. But Toronto is gonna clap down hard. If the G20 protests were any sign, like, yeah, Toronto's coming for them. Exactly, the basis of the victory, which was called out, and the judge said they had no standing, they just overruled. And that's not effery? 6-pound bass fisherman, do you know what standing is? Everything passes the the test. Everything. No court ever, like, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's just common in all court systems. You have to have standing in order to bring the case. You have to say that you have been harmed in some way in order to bring the case, unless it's like some sort of class action lawsuit. Toronto will clamp down after 20 minutes. I don't know, Six-Pack. I think maybe it will go right till like 5 o'clock. Like, they'll get like one protest day. Like, here you go. We're showing we can have protests in our city, I guess. And then, boom, you're just gonna like bring in the riot police. And if they don't, like, I'll have a serious problem. Like, I'll be like, what's going on? You know, the commercial capital of Canada can't even control its market. Like, what is this? Sorry, wrong window. There's also apparently a counter protest. I don't recommend people go out to counter protests. I actually don't recommend you go counter protest. Quote, we want to keep our streets open so that sick people can safely get the help they want and to reassure them that healthcare workers stand with them. The healthcare group statement says, our singular message is that access to healthcare should never be compromised. Seems pretty based. Seems pretty all right. Courts refuse to hear any of the evidence. Yes, Daniel. That should tell you something. That should tell you something. If you're having court after court after court after court after court, you either have to believe that somehow all these courts are in league with another and they're like typing emails to each other and like, oh yeah, so this is what our plan is, or the simpler explanation, the people had shit legal arguments. Like, what do you want? People don't have to listen to your bullshit, especially in court. That's a good counterpoint. What I'm saying is they said they had no standing because the election had not been lost yet. It's a slimy catch-22, and how do my voting rights being diluted qualify? They had no standing because the election had not been lost yet. I need a source on that. Citation needed on that. That doesn't sound correct to me. That doesn't make any sense to me. You need to give me something on that because I don't take you at your word on that one. It sounds like you just misinterpreted or there's something else going on. Yeah, absolutely, US2 tomorrow. Hospital staff were not to wear scrubs to work because of the ongoing harassment. That is honestly shocking. Affidavits are low a barrier for evidence, plus most that Trump's team had was hearsay. Yeah, hearsay will get tossed out of court like 9 times out of 10. You need to admit into court like evidence that the court can verify, essentially. Coast Guard classifies any boat less than 50 as small boat. No idea what you're talking about there, Daniel. That's fair, bud. Let me try to dig it up. Yeah, cool. Thanks, 6-pound bass. We'll check it out. A great alternative to counter-protesting now is to join a future protest you agree with. Yeah, absolutely, Jake. I actually think that's a really interesting point. Like, when people go out and protest, they're trying to spread an idea. And how that idea mutates and spreads or catches fire or whatever is what we want out of protest, are like new, good ideas that push the conversation forward. I'm really hoping that happens here, but I have my doubts. A lot of pissed off healthcare workers ready for a return of the anti-maskers. Okay. We're also trying to scrub the chat of the word anti. So I don't know how to say that. For the return of people who don't, I don't know how to say that. The people who are pro... What are they pro? Pro-freedom? Pro-bodily autonomy, maybe? Mary Lake, we have lots of protests in Toronto. The problem will be the honking. Many wealthy, high-powered people live in the area. Exactly. People who would donate to Doug Ford, who is up for election in 2022. Doug Ford was kind of like A-okay with the protest, though, wasn't he? Like, he was really quiet for a long time, and then he's like... Yeah, protesters, come on down. I find that super interesting. Sorry, my nose is super itchy.
Yes, it is live.
A tie?
Live in Quebec City.
Here in Quebec City. Some you see? Voila. Okay, I'm still looking for Toronto live streams. If you come across them, drop them in the chat. Is that some harmony?
Il est 8h15 le soir.
We always have some harmony. Nem Dance asks where are the Nazi flags. Thankfully, we haven't seen. Oh, actually, that was some scary stuff going on there. This is Australia. So yeah, we're seeing this movement take off around the world. So anyone who's saying it's a populist movement, I think they're correct. Look at all these people kind of coming out. It doesn't look like really deep crowds. Like this isn't a lot of people, right? It's like maybe 200 people. And that's something completely different. That's an old clip. What the fuck? That was from weeks ago. What the fuck? That didn't belong in that. I call bullshit. State Supreme Courts are hearing cases. The U.S. Supreme Court has rejected election cases for no standing because it's not a federal case. Every state legislates their own election laws. Oh, thanks.
Yes, sir, un vrai Québécois.
Now he wants truckers in Ottawa to go home.
Viens de la Beauce.
Toronto protest starts around noon. Okay, thanks for that, Mary. This is like a Tea Party type of small movement. Not quite what I stated, but I'll look for another source. Sorry about that. 6 pound bass. Yes, sir. Okay. So I think we might take a break from this live stream. We're gonna put up Russell Brand from the other day. I think we can go find him just by, yeah, here we go. He's going to talk about like the media smear. So this will be interesting to listen to, especially since we're like on very independent like sources. And we'll hear what he has to say. It's going to give me a chance to go pee and get some water. So hydration check. And then I'll be back in like about 2, 3, maybe 5 minutes. Doesn't matter if you want to wear a mask and take shot or not. This is about mandates and lockdowns. Doesn't matter if you want to wear a mask and take the shot or not, but yeah, I mean, it kind of does. Yo, thanks for joining US2. I very much appreciate you hanging out. I'm kind of new to this scene, hoping to create like a positive, comfy space, even if I disagree with people actively. And we disagree, it's okay. We'll figure it out. They're blocking most live streams for Ottawa, correct. 6 pound bass fisherman. Yesterday, one of the interesting parts, VidStorm went down, and VidStorm had some on-the-ground reporters, and he was saying he was getting pushed out. So it does seem like the police kicked out all the reporters, anyone who has media access before like police action, and that's why I'm struggling to find any Ottawa streams from today. I'm seeing stuff from like yesterday, but nothing from today. So let's check out Russell Brand real quick, and then we'll go find some more live streams.
The Canadian Freedom Truckers have kept on trucking for freedom. Why does the legacy media want to convey them so negatively and smear them? Hello there, you 4.8 million awakening wonders. Glory be unto thee as we continue to stride away from the deception and treachery and into the mighty light of what's right and who we truly are. Now, this Canadian Freedom Convoy, people don't like talking about it, do they? And they also like misrepresenting it. Even I talked about it. I've done a video this week. If you watched it, I'll throw to it at the end, you know. And when it was talked about on Twitter, people just took the YouTube short and used that and right wing, anti-vax, all that kind of stuff. You know how this stuff goes now, right? So for the record, obviously if this trucker convoy were to descend into violence, antipathy, hatred and loathing, I wouldn't support that. But what I do agree with is the right of people in a democracy to have a voice, the right of people to protest, to have an opinion, to communicate peacefully. The Freedom Convoy, which began as a working-class uprising against Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's federal vaccine mandates and other COVID-19 policies, has become something of a clarion call for populism across the Western Hemisphere. Populism, by the way, I don't think is necessarily a bad thing. Always you hear right-wing populism. Me, I'd be into populism in terms of the representation of the views of the population. The people's views, requirements and opinions are heard and even instantiated at the level of government, washing aside corporate interests and entrenched deep state policy in order that we could live in a democracy. That's a kind of populism. From the massive convoy in Ottawa to the border blockade in southern Alberta, the Freedom Convoy is now spawning parallel movements in Australia, the Netherlands and potentially elsewhere. I've not read about that, I've not heard about that, I've not seen that anywhere of you. We actually are a news channel. I can't get any news. Where's the news? Nothing's happening. There's nothing to see. And the corporate media's slanted coverage of the movement is making it obvious to the public who it can trust and who it cannot. News organisations that promise not to allow democracy to die in darkness have instead become the very penumbra obscuring the truth. Despite drawing tens of thousands of supporters to Canada's capital of Ottawa, the grassroots protest has scarcely received fair coverage in the mainstream press. Sometimes I feel like the professional class of media journalists don't like ordinary working people. I think they don't like them. I think they think they're disgusting and just want an excuse to go, ugh, they're right wing. I really do, because that's how they talk about them all the time. The legacy media in Canada and the United States have opted to fall in line with Prime Minister Trudeau's dubbing of the convoy and its supporters as a fringe minority, packed with racists, homophobes and would-be January the 6th style insurrectionists and conspiracy theorists opposed to medical science. One of the things I've worked out as a result of my conversations on Under the Skin and as a result of our continuing news reporting on our channel here is that there are certain issues that if you continue to promote them around social justice issues, around which I am actually extremely sympathetic because I really believe in people's right to be whoever they are, and I'm appalled by racism and prejudice and hatred. It's just something that I cannot abide. By highlighting these issues and amplifying these issues, you are able to cause discord and distrust and malevolence when in fact, whether you're in a minority ethnically or sexually, or a majority sexually or ethnically, your interest will be determined by economics to a huge degree. And as long as you are at odds with one another on that basis, then you are not going to be able to radically reorganise society in a way that is meaningful. I've noticed it again and again, and it's time that we took responsibility for stopping it by being very loving and accepting and tolerant to one another and of one another, regardless of identity and identification. Gay, trans, bi, black, white, working class, middle class, wherever we are. Open-heartedness towards one another. It's the only antidote. The Washington Post called it a toxic movement that needed to be confronted. Canada's Globe and Mail dubbed it dangerous, reminding Canadians of the 6th of Jan 2021 riot in the United States. The Times described the convoy as a group of anti-vax truckers. In the face of these claims, organisers of the Freedom Convoy confirmed in a weekend press conference that they were fully vaccinated. You're anti-vax? Well, we're actually fully vaccinated. Yeah, but you don't like it though, do you? No, I'm very grateful for it. Yeah, but deep down, no, I'm pro-vax.
What'd I miss?
But do you listen to Joe Rogan? Oh yeah, no, he's good, that guy. Anti-vaxxer! For the truckers, it's not about vaccines, it's about having the freedom to choose. Wow, what a noble stand. As long as it remains peaceful, that sounds like a really heroic and necessary thing.
Thank you for your contribution to the conversation, Jana.
To do. That the organisers felt the need to hold a press conference for only trustworthy media speaks volumes about the death of public trust in the legacy media. How do you feel?
Wait, what is muckrack? Founded in 2009? Wait, what? What the hell is this? How is this a source? This looks like software as a service, SaaS, like an analytics used by giant corporations around the world. It's a weird, I don't understand that source. Maybe
about it. Let us know in the comments below. What media sources do you like? Do you use? Who?
Media sources, let's go. CNN.
Do you trust? What do you want to see us do more of? Is there anyone we can turn to, ally with? What do you think? The media has floated accusations that the convoy was instigated by foreign agents. Oh, bloody hell, man. This is like propaganda from the Second World War. It's bloody foreigners that have started this. Foreign.
Yeah, I mean, it's not crazy to think that. I mean, you can't have it both ways, right? You can't say this is a populist movement that's going global and also say in the same breath, like, oh, money coming from outside the country. Oh, it's a smear. Like, what? No, you just said before. You just said before. Wait, didn't you just say?
Truckers coming over here anti.
Is it globalist or not?
Our vax. Canadian state broadcaster CBC Television went so far as to suggest that Russian actors could be continuing to fuel things as this protest grows.
You don't have to ask the CBC. Just like people who research this stuff, counterintelligence and that stuff, like there's very different sources for this stuff. You shouldn't be going to CBC to be learning about Russian actors. Like that is a bad source. But CBC isn't necessarily wrong. I mean, Russia has been sowing dissent. I mean, the whole Wexit movement, Wexit. You go down that rabbit hole and you try to understand who funded Wexit, you will come to some pretty interesting stuff.
There is concern that
Be Weird News, yeah.
Russian actors could be continuing to fuel things as this protest grows, but perhaps even instigating it from the outset.
Russia has been behind several separatist movements, including Calexit and Texit. I think was my favorite one. And Cal Exit, the Californian Exit, Texas Exit, and what was the other one? I think one in Spain as well. They're just trying to sow dissent. If Russia is well known for having one of the best like intelligence operations. Putin was, of course, like the leader of the KGB before he became prime minister. He is a spy. He used to be like the head spy. And so Russia has a really advanced method of using spy networks. It's just kind of like a known quantity when you get up to like that. When you start reading news from like military sources and stuff like that.
Oh God, where have we heard this before? It's like the Russians did it. Like, aren't we over?
If your only argument against something is just Catalonia, thank you very much, 6-pound bass fisherman. That's exactly correct. Trying to tap into the movement that was already pre-existing in Catalonia. I believe there's already like tensions. But this I find really weak. Like if your only response to a claim is, that's a crazy claim. Like, okay, but like, why is it a crazy claim? You gotta kind of substantiate your performative surprise and shock. Like he's being very performative, but he's not exactly explaining himself. Obelisks. Oh God, not the obelisks.
That kind of phase of our development, the condemnation of like foreigners and stuff and mad Russian hoax gear. Isn't it time to accept that some people want their voice to be democratically heard and are willing to protest in order to get it?
Absolutely.
Widely shared footage of
vast majority, just to be super clear, that's probably the vast, like 80% of truckers are probably just like the average Canadian being like, truck yeah, brother. Like, let's go take down, Justin Trudeau, fuck the liberal elite. Like almost certainly. Like, I'm not trying to like pretend that this isn't a populist movement. Yeah.
Massive protest in Ottawa over the weekend runs contrary to the forced narrative. The thousands of Canadians who took to the street, including the truck drivers, came from every background, race and creed, with many voicing a mixture of sadness, anger and despair at Trudeau for vilifying them. People want to be included in the running and governance of their country. They want the right to be free. These are what would be called human rights, resourced from religious and spiritual traditions, but also deeply felt by all of us, wherever we're from, however we identify. We have more in common than we have that separates us, and certainly more than we have to oppose each other around.
Outrageous claims require evidence to back those claims up. Absolutely. Jay David's absolutely correct. Outrageous claims require outrageous evidence. And this is part of why I'm not like taking a super strong. In order for me to present that outrageous evidence, we would have to spend a lot of time on it. We can go down that road. I can spend that time and provide to you the outrageous amount of evidence to substantiate the claim about like Russian interference. But it will take ungodly amounts of time. We will have to go through lots of stuff, okay? You can go do that. If you're really interested, but it's kind of not the point and purpose of today's show. Russia, they new bad guy. You're right about that, Daniel. Like Russia is also used as like a convenient scapegoat, especially for like the American Empire to sort of like get away with really fucked up shit, YouTuber Johnny Stride said he was going to cover protests in Toronto. He has a couple of videos from last night. I'll check it out, Mary. Thanks so much.
In one instance, Freedom Convoy protesters confronted a fully masked individual holding a Confederate flag in Ottawa, which should have put to bed any claims that the truckers and their supporters intended to promote hatred and racial division.
Why is he showing up, though?
A Washington Post cartoonist depicted the convoy as a host of trucks with the word...
I don't know. This is crazy to me. We watched hours. And I saw more than what I saw. The Gadsden flag over and over again. I saw Confederate flags. I saw Trump flags. Like, don't tell me I didn't see what I saw. Go check the live streams. There's hours of footage. You go scrub through it. They were in the minority. They weren't common. They were kind of just here and there. but they did exist. This wasn't like a one-person thing. Come off it. Like, come on. This is like the January 6th thing. Like, they're all agile saboteurs. Like, come on.
Fascism on each and every one of them, prompting criticism from Elon Musk, who wrote, if Canadian
I know you did, Daniel. I'm just memeing.
government is suppressing peaceful protests, that's where fascism lies, and cartoonist is just a shill. Yeah, like, it's really mad that the tool that's being used is you're a fascist, but actually that is the fascistic thing. Accusations of politicization.
Wait, go back? I feel like this guy's misunderstanding fascism.
It's really mad that the tool that's being used is Musk, who wrote, if Canadian government is suppressing peaceful protests, that's where fascism lies, and cartoonist is just a shill. Yeah.
How is a critical opinion in a cartoon fascism? I think I'm just misunderstanding this.
Like, it's really mad that the tool that's being used is you're a fascist, but actually that is the fascistic thing. Accusations of politicisation don't hold any water. Organisers of the Freedom Convoy have rejected...
Okay, this is, again, insane. How can you say that? Tamara Lich was like a leader of a party, the Maverick Party. She was a political actor. She was a politician. She's the one controlling the money. How? Come on, guy. That's it. What? How can you say that?
Support from political parties in Canada, even those vocal in their support of the movement. On Sunday, organisers refused to accept an endorsement from People's Party of Canada leader Maxime Bernier, stating that it was vital.
I don't know, man. Something's fucky about that. Lich was literally a political operative like just a few years ago.
All for the movement to keep politicians out.
What?
Wow, what a state we're in, where politicians necessarily need to be excluded because they...
What's wrong with the Gadsden flag? 6-pound bass fisherman. Help me if I understand correctly. It's a relic from the Confederate era, a secessionist government that fought a war in order to preserve the legacy of slavery. I could be wrong on that, though. Let's see. And why didn't he feel the wrath of the protesters for carrying such a flag? Good question, Mark. No talk about all the suicides caused by all the business lost by lockdowns. That's the first Oh, I mean, no, that's a real serious issue, Daniel. You'll find that, like, for instance, the government in Quebec has opened up the province and gotten lots of pushback, lots of criticism. And his argument has been like, no, like, we need to do this because the mental health of kids is a serious thing. And, you know, it's being jeopardized and they need to socialize. So I don't know. The suicide thing is absolutely a very important stuff. Sorry to talk about a heavy subject, everyone. Lauterbach, maybe don't try to invite. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Or incite. Yeah. We don't want to be encouraging violence, even even so. I thought Gadsden flag was from 1776, I believe. I'll go educate myself in the background. Give me a sec.
Would taint the purity of the movement. Now, to once again state, should it become a violent protest, I would never advocate violence of any kind.
Okay, well, the police called it violent. So where are you today, Russell Brand? Okay, if you're going to say I'm peace-loving and no violence, and that's not okay, and then the police say we're getting lots of reports of harassment and violence, and you're hearing health organizations say don't wear scrubs or else you'll get harassed, your opinion should change. We should expect your opinion, like mine, to change, right? Like a week ago, I would be where you are. But now that I've seen what I've seen and we've read what we've read and we've heard what we've heard, our opinions change. We were like, whoa, wait a minute. Maybe this isn't so peaceful after all, you know? I don't know, like if I see a picture of someone's window smashed in and they got a pride flag hanging, it doesn't take a lot to connect those dots.
But at the moment, there is zero evidence to suggest that this is anything other than people wanting to have a voice around freedom. And the idea that that can be perjured in such a way, that can be negatively regarded, smeared, slandered, in order really to just stop people having a voice, shows you what's really happening. One of the things I've...
Yeah, I understand that people fly the Confederate flag, that fly the Gadsden flag, and that it represents like conservative values writ large. That's because the true origins have been whitewashed. When you lose a war over slavery, what ended up happening was an attempt at reconstruction that ultimately failed with the assassination of Lincoln. And when that happened, you ended up seeing the emergence of Jim Crow and sort of a new legal framework in which the legacy of slavery continued on. And during that period, a huge whitewashing of the war, of the U.S. Civil War, was done in order to pretend like it wasn't about slavery and like that it was about states' rights or whatever the argument was. Have healthcare workers been harassed? Yes, Jay David. There was a report of an ambulance someone driving an ambulance. The people were throwing rocks at it. So that's part of where there's the concern. So yeah, black people might fly the Confederate flag in the South because it's like, you know, Southern pride. They might just be misguided and not understand the true origins of these flags, which are essentially in support of the Confederate regime.
Learned on this channel is to
heritage not hate, brother. You know, I've heard the line. Yeah,
almost extract the subject from the story and think of the principle behind it. Then you can see whether or not you really agree.
CBC is Canada's CNN. CBC is not owned like a private corporation, although it's increasingly being privatized, which is bad. CBC is more similar to the BBC in Britain, which is like a publicly owned broadcaster. So you're just kind of wrong on sort of the basics there, Matt. But thanks for your comment. Didn't Abe Lincoln say he'd deport all the Afros to their homeland? Wait, the man is wild. Also, counterpoint, 4 states had slavery along the South, Delaware, 6-pound bass. I'm not a historian. Go argue with historians. Historians say that this was a war fought over slavery between the North and the South. Go jump into their circles and go argue with them. Enjoy.
Because if you're saying, I don't...
Yeah, Gaston flag predates the Civil War, like 1776, which would be like the founding of America. But I believe that it became a symbol during, like a massively popular symbol during the designed it during the American Revolution. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I understand like its origins, but that's pretty old, man. That's like hundreds of years ago. So generally what we tend to see is it popping up in like right-wing movements and even far-right movements. And I think that's what people are noticing. It's the same way that like the OK symbol, like it's just a normalized symbol, has also been used a lot by white supremacists in order to sort of like secretly signal to one another and also just to piss off libs and get us to say this spiel. So we have to be aware that symbols can change over time. You know, just like the swastika, it used to be a symbol of peace and love and can I remember all 4? Oh my God, what are all 4 of them? Loving kindness. I can't remember all of it. But anyways, it ends up mutating and changing. And this is what happens to symbols. It's the same way with the Tread on Me symbol. You don't see like lefties flying it because reasons, you know, you see it in far-right protests.
Want protest, then what happens when you do want protest? You're sort of signing away, co-signing for a life that extracts your right to oppose power. That
I'd like to see evidence of healthcare workers being harassed. The fact of the matter is, Jay David, people tend not to record their harassment. It's extraordinarily rare that somebody's going to have the wherewithal to pull out their phone while they're driving and getting rocks thrown at them as they're driving an ambulance. What do you think their focus is on that? In that moment, recording evidence to convince you, or do you think they're focused on getting the fuck out of there while rocks are being thrown at them? Most people don't like worry too much about what type of evidence they're producing and convincing people down the line. So sometimes we don't always get really good evidence, and we have to sort of accept just sort of what comes down and then assess it at that level. Christopher Massel, no, unfortunately, all I have is the allegation. So it might not be true. And I'll see if I can pull up that allegation.
that's what's actually...
Some historians say that, and I'll lay off. Wait, what? I meant the iron to skin is wearing masks. Some historians say that. I know most, if not all. I don't think there's a single historian who says that the Civil War wasn't about slavery. Oh boy, okay. States' rights, then, for what right they were fighting for? Oh, right, the right to own slaves. Yeah, that's usually how that falls out. Jimbo Retro says, the gouvernement pay actors to make things look bad for us. I'm Canadien. I know what we are and what we do. Truck, yeah, brother.
happening. And if you can't oppose power, then power's going to do whatever's convenient for it whenever it wants to. If you remove the mechanic, and part of that mechanic is the ability of people to come together to oppose it. So don't fixate or obsess about...
See, he's saying remove the mechanic, but I'm pretty sure these people have had over a week to get their message heard. They have occupied a city in order to get a message across. Canadians have listened. We've formed our opinions. At this point, our opinions will only harden, right? So there's like that little moment in time when our opinions can go either way, but you've had your chance to do freedom of assembly, to redress the government, to demand change. If you haven't changed opinions, that's your problem. That's not our problem. That's not the state cracking down. That's the people not agreeing with you.
The last thing we want to do is have this whole idea of unity amongst Canadians from across the political spectrum and the cultural spectrum, to have that be detonated by politicisation.
Also, I just want to point out his source, Muckrack, doesn't make any sense. I haven't been able to I have to like pay in order to get to this source. Like that's insane to me.
Said Benjamin Ditcher, per the Western Standard. The decision to reject official political support speaks volumes about the movement's embrace of populist tenets and a rejection of the establishment in all its forms. Crucially, the legacy media's failure to fairly cover the protest has only given the public even more reason to distrust the establishment. This adherence to the narrative, no matter how flimsy, will be its undoing.
The word fairly is doing a huge amount of work in this sentence. So much bias in that word fairly. If you had just taken out that word, this would be I could read this normally. But once you put that word fairly in there, I know where your opinion is. You just accidentally admitted bias. Oops.
Well, I hope so, because clearly we can't rely on the mainstream legacy media anymore. It's pretty clear who they work for, and in a sense, their business model necessitates it. If you
don't call the protest violent if there's no evidence. The news has been slandering this protest from the beginning. Well, here we have a news report from just some city, just city news. So this isn't exactly mainstream media. You know how you know that? Because there's no video. It's text, which means someone heard it and reported on it, which is literally what journalism is. No paramedics were hurt following an incident on Parliament Hill where rocks were thrown at an Ottawa ambulance vehicle during the third day of the Freedom Convoy protest, quote, allegedly. Darrell Wilton, president of the Ottawa Paramedic Association, confirmed the news to City News on Monday, January 31st, adding that one of their paramedics had also been subjected to anti-Asian racial slurs during the same incident as he checked on the status of the vehicle. So when you say the mainstream media is lying, you're specifically calling Darrell Wilton, the president of the Ottawa Paramedic Association, a liar. Just want to make it really super clear what you're saying when you say fake news. Most journalists go out and just talk to people, record what they say, and then put it on a platform so that other people can hear what other people had to say. That's literally the basic point of journalism. It's incredibly important for a democracy. So when people say, I don't believe your thing, or, fake news, sometimes you're literally calling a specific individual a liar. And most people aren't comfortable doing that face à face, like in the room. They do it through the internet because they got nothing. They got no balls, zero cojones to actually call someone, especially the president of the Ottawa Paramedic Association, a liar to their face. And so they hide behind their keyboard and go, lying, fake news, mainstream media. And sometimes I find it just incredibly facile. Like you're not trying, you're not putting sweat into your critical media consumption while accusing others of being libtards or whatever, just going with the flow. Well, if going with the flow is me just taking Darrell Wilton at his word, then I'm going to take him at his word because I'm not comfortable calling him a liar. So that's how it kind of falls. So let's go back to live stream.
Québec libre.
Yeah, allegedly. You just read that. Yes, J. David. Yes, allegedly. I'm not saying it actually happened. We need the court system to figure out whether that happened, right? This is just a news story. It's just someone with some amount of credible authority saying that this happened. Now, I'm not going to call him a liar, but I do expect police to investigate or someone to try to do an investigation, figure out who did it, right? And then that goes to the court system, and then the court system verifies what the police did. And that's the whole process. And you can go around calling journalists liar, but then you run out of journalists is kind of the point I'm trying to get across. not forming an opinion is an incredibly important skill to develop, and you have to maintain that distance and not just like glom onto an opinion because it feels good. So there's lots of allegations currently, and the police are saying they are going to start arresting people. If you take those two pieces together, it sounds like there's violence happening. Doesn't take a lot to really put it together. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. We won't actually know if it's true for another couple years after the court system has done its job, its due diligence of verifying whether the police were right when they said that crimes were being committed. And that's, you know, how it's supposed to work. I'm not saying that's how it does, but that's generally how it's supposed to work. But if we're getting stuck on the first step on just like what evidence is, what is reality, we got far bigger problems on our hands. Especially when I'm showing you guys live streams from like on the ground. Like this is a dude walking around. You know it's a lot. You know it's like real evidence when it's boring as fuck. Daniel, what motivates you to think that those hate crimes were fake? I want to understand that. Who fakes a hate crime? I cannot actually imagine an individual faking a hate crime. It seems insane to me. It's like faking a bank robbery. I faked robbing the bank to own the libs. Like, people don't do that kind of stuff. It's extremely dangerous for their careers, their livelihoods, all those things, right? So there's kind of a smell test. It just smells like bullshit, you know? The hate crimes were fake. Like, oh, yeah, okay, yeah, sure. The guys just slid a slur by accident in order to own the libs. Like, well, okay, all right, okay, buddy. I personally know someone who's openly gay who lives a few minutes from the Capitol who has to blend in to not get harassed every time he leaves his apartment. It's not all of them, but many are. Yeah, that sounds pretty legit there, Jake Foster. I mean, like I said, I saw a picture of a window smashed in, and it had a pride flag, a trans flag in it. So I don't need to think really hard to figure out what happened there. Sorry, Jason, I don't really know the story of Smollett, to be honest. That was actually one of the stories I skipped. I was just like, I just don't care. I just do not care. Just don't care. I'll find out one day, but I mean, it's so irrelevant. Like it had like a week in the news cycle, not even a few days. So I have no idea what it's about. In the U.S., Hashid just did. They do it for the benefit of the queers. Had one in NASCAR over a garage door knot. Yeah, I don't understand that. Hashid just did. Also, welcome to the stream, Jimbo Retro. Okay, so we got some raw footage here. We'll let that play in the background as I try to find something on Toronto. We got some stuff from Toronto the night before, so we kind of have a good read on what's going on in Quebec. People are filtering in. This was from last night. It looks completely dead. Let's scrub through. I see a tractor there.
And these would be a bunch of tractors belonging to Ontario farmers. And they're here to show their support for the Freedom Convoy that's rolling into town tomorrow.
Yeah, sorry guys, I don't know what you're talking about. It's inside baseball.
I think that's supposed to start around 12 noon.
This is about Canada politics, all right? This is Canadian news, all right? Well, maybe you should care because it's a perfect example. Why don't you just describe it to me using words and explain to me why I should care? Because I currently don't. I currently don't care. There's only so much time in the day to absorb all the information.
It was really quite a sight. Apparently there were a lot more of them earlier in the day.
Looks like they're getting kind of blocked off. Seems unlikely, but has been proven time and again in the USA. What's been proven again?
And to prepare for the large convoy rolling in, I believe the police have closed University Avenue north of Queen Street.
Yeah, I bet the police are just going to control this by closing off
the
roads.
north end of Queen's Park, which is just up ahead.
This is a much more chill.
That would be the Provincial Legislative Assembly.
Way more chill. Barely any horns. Not even a lot of people. It's a US thing, not a Canadian thing. The BLX are way different, far north. BLX? Do you mean BLM, maybe?
But it looks like a lot of the tractors have already cleared out.
People are just generally more chill in Canada. I don't know. I've had a lot of American friends. Smollett was convicted for faking a racist hate crime. Okay, so what's that mean? What's that supposed to prove? Someone did a bad thing once. Okay. All right.
I think tomorrow
Okay.
I'll try to make a video.
What's your point? I'm sorry.
And maybe do a live stream in the area.
Toronto Police removed these tractors last night. Told them to come back at noon. Yeah, I'm trying to hold out into noon to see if we can get to sort of get stuff like direct. Just Google fake hate crimes. Daniel, I think that's your problem. I think anyone who's Googling fake hate crimes, yeah, I think you've given up on assessing whether something's true or not. You're just looking to tap the vein. You're just looking to find a source that agrees with what you say. You're not acting immature at all, lol. Oh, cool. Thanks for that, David. I tend to think I'm pretty mature, at least for my age. Oh no, the guy saying Turdo. Yeah, that's maybe that's the one that's last night was street hockey and big party. Yeah, hell yeah. That's pretty awesome. That's pretty based and cool. It's hard to be angry at people like partying
This here should be
and
Wellesley
doing hockey
Street.
and stuff.
It looks like the police have blocked this one off too.
Yeah, okay. Wow, it is like literally dead quiet. It's like nothing's happening. It is like absolutely
I wonder if they're suspicious of me.
suspicious of the one reporter on the ground. He sees nothing. War campaign. Thank you, Torture Your Souls.
This is pretty serious here. I've got it all blocked off. I think that's a TV crew straight ahead.
War campaign looks like he's just
Sure, the police
another
are used
talking
to
head.
people rolling through here and snapping pictures.
But he does have
Speaking
some
of which, I
live
think
raw.
that's a pretty good one.
February 4th.
Straight ahead, if I can one-hand my camera.
Okay, that's yesterday. Yeah, this Toronto stuff is boring.
All right.
Ottawa yesterday. Let's see if we can figure out. Here we go, finally.
Let's take a look over here. I want to see this. This they built this. Okay, this presswood shelter, and then they were trying to spin it like it was some kind of weapons depot cache.
What?
Yeah, I'm serious, dude.
Are we gonna check if there's any weapons in there?
Yeah, we'll take a look, man. Let's take a look for.
Let's get through the more fake news.
Right?
More fake news, better. Here we go. This is the scene.
We have El Canuck in the chat says.
Here's a
Can we do a wellness check on Bob? Yeah, bang it, Bob.
Yeah, we need to, man. Hey, we got SoCal Hill, brother, the fuzz.
That means people fabricate hate crimes. Are you that clueless? No, what, David? Just because something happens once doesn't mean it happens constantly. You know the difference between a single piece of evidence and a pattern, right? It's like a massive difference between those two things. You need to show me lots of examples, or like a study showing all the examples, or some sort of chart, something like combining all the information into a trend, some sort of pattern, so that I can agree with you. Otherwise, it's just like some guy did a thing. Okay, all right, whatever. Block it off so they can't get in. Then news comes in and shows now no one there, Thirsty Ghost. I mean, it's more like the cities saw what happened in Ottawa and then blocked off vital routes in order to preserve the integrity of the downtown core. If you do business in Toronto, I think you would want your government to do that, is to preserve your ability to go around about your business, especially when like faith in humanity restored. Really? Oh, really? Is that from me or the chat? I think your problem is that you make no effort to see things from the other side. I don't know, Christopher. I've been working pretty hard here, mostly right-wing sources. Here in Quebec, people who aren't double vaxxed are only allowed to enter grocery stores and pharmacies. Yeah, I think the best description of this to help me understand it, Chris, is that like you're losing out on privileges but not rights. Like, you have the right to feed yourself, to go about your business, to walk around and all this stuff, but you don't have the privilege to go get fancy food at a restaurant. You don't have the privilege to go to a gym that sells you a product or a service or whatever. You lose out on privileges because by exercising those privileges, you're removing rights from other people. And that's generally how it plays, right? Like, the right to not be infected by an infectious disease trumps the privilege to go to a restaurant. I think that's kind of like the clearest way to describe what's happening legally, but I'm not a lawyer, so I'm kind of dumb. I think you have cognitive dissonance, but I learned a lot from Pol. I don't see eye to eye. I appreciate you. Yeah, thanks, Daniel. Help me with my cognitive dissonance. Hey, City of Van, welcome to the stream. Pimp Tool was a communist once too. We'll save Be Weird. You're funny. Pimp Tool doesn't have I don't know, man. Don't compare me with Pim Tool. That guy is not very intelligent. I don't know, man. I wish I had a better word than intelligent. He's just kind of, I don't know. This is a weapons depot, lol. It's feeding
Burgers for TP, do
it. People come down who are the weapons. Yeah, Michael, they are feeding. I don't think these are not homeless people. Do these look like homeless? These look like truckers. Okay, let's be real here about what we're seeing. These do not look like homeless people. Okay, these all of their clothing looks in impeccable condition. These are not homeless folk, okay? And just to be super clear, it is illegal to just like erect random buildings. We have zoning laws, man. What are you talking about? People are losing privileges, not rights. Yeah, I don't know if I'm totally correct on that, Mark Lauterbach, but it's a way to think about it, at least, that starts to help things make more sense about why mandates are really popular, or why like so many governments have gone around this, and why so many people are fighting about it. Jay David, just by having this conversation, we're influencing third-party listeners. Yeah, absolutely. Like, you're always trying to convince the people listening, not the person you're engaging with, usually. Yeah, Autowalks has been amazing. Torture Your Souls. We watched a lot of it early days, but it kind of shut down.
Alors, vous restez ici pour beaucoup de mois ou quelque chose, ou? Ouais. All right. He's saying they're building a kitchen. They're building a kitchen. So look at that. They got the whole framing, the trusses inside. I remember when I built extension to my house, and then we had the trusses delivered to us right there inside, but we did the rest ourselves. Those were all, you know, I remember putting up the walls. My father was the brains. I was just, you know, I could screw in a screw with the drill, but, you know, I can use everything, but I'm not a real trucking man. You know what I mean? I got soft fingers, soft hands. Let me see here. We got, I mean, this is fucking beautiful. Very quick. So it's going to be a kitchen. What do you think, Pat? A kitchen right here, man, in the middle of this. Are they taking over the park? What's happening? Oh, look, check it out, man. They're cleaning the snow. What do you think, Pat?
Yeah, so this is a kitchen and not a terrorist gun.
Well, let's take a look behind what they got over here, right?
Yeah, let's make sure. Let's, you know, we're here to
I got sent an interesting link. Let's see this. BIPOC Voices at the Freedom Convoy.
Who's in this movement, that it's not. I wanted to show that it's not just the characterization by the media of who's in this movement, that it's not just far-right extremists, or it's not just one group, that it represents the concerns and interests of
They
a real...
put wheels on it, so it's not permanent. Big brain move. That's so funny, City of Van. Oh my God. Dude, they're feeding anyone that goes there, and they have been filling homeless people's backpacks with food. That's not their job, Michael. What the hell are you talking about? Why do you want that to happen? You, like, what? We're supposed to do that through, like, systems, you know? You don't just, I mean, feed the homeless. That's awesome. But, like, do you really think that's what they're there to do? Do you really think that's what it's about? Or do you think maybe they're just trying to recover from all the theft of soup kitchens? Because that was pretty damning news. And, yeah, you can't just have random shit like that pop up in a city. It causes all sorts of problems. But, you know, feed the homeless. That's great. That's awesome. I just, like, I think if you're buying what they're selling, man, like, woof.
A diverse group of Canadians.
I am not Caucasian. I am Inuk, 100% Inuk.
And also, we just saw live footage, and it did not look like they were filling homeless people's backpacks with food. Michael, do you have evidence for that? Because we're watching the live streams.
Freedom! Freedom! Yes. What is Justin Trudeau doing? This is not right. We stand up for our people in Nunavut and all over Canada and the whole entire world and our children.
I wanted to come down here and experience this for myself. I've heard about it from friends who were here yesterday, and I wanted to come down here and be with everyone and just,
Fuck this, homeless encampments get taken down in 2 seconds. That's true, Fairy. Go live in your stupid loud truck. They are not feeding the homeless, they are hurting them. They literally have no concept of the world outside of their own narrow perspective. Yeah, you go get them, Fairy. Yeah, I mean, I think the reason why Fairy's so upset is because, like, literally just, like, a few weeks ago, if not, like, a month ago, there was a homeless encampment that the city police of Toronto just, like, swept away. And people were very pissed about that. Oh, yeah, thanks for the subscription, Simon. Appreciate it. So, yeah, I think that's why Fairy's a little upset, and I get that. Animals, throw snow on her. CDC says shots don't stop infections or transmission, only reduces hospitalization. They aren't a true vaccine by definition. Daniel, I don't think you're an epidemiologist, and you should not be reading things from the CDC trying to, like, find ways that it's wrong. Like, you're not an epidemiologist. Just accept what the experts say. Have some humility, for the love of God. The building was temporarily filled, storing propane and fuel, which is a legit danger. Absolutely, Jake Foster. That's the main reason it was called out as dangerous. Oh, okay. I thought those two things were separate. I thought the propane was, like, way off in another spot, and then there was, like, the how do you say? You're nowhere near as smart as you think you are. Okay, Chris. Have a good one. I'll see you later. Enjoy your day. Michael says they are so bad, they have been cleaning up after themselves. They sent a trailer load of food to that soup kitchen to make up for 2 idiots that did that. It doesn't matter, man. Like, it's so like something's deeply wrong with you that you are trying to represent a movement and then going off and doing really shitty stuff like that. So I don't care what the damage control is. Nobody cares what you do after you desecrate the tomb of the unknown soldier. You already fucked up. Right? Oh, I glued the vase back together. Like, no one cares. You broke the vase, like, and you did it for a dumb reason. So, you can bet the homeless are not going hungry during this whole event, despite where you stand, probably more often than they would at a soup kitchen. You know what's super true is when homeless people go to where the loudest place of the city is, so that they can get some sleep. They love that. Yes, Michael, I'm a sheep that wants to be ruled. I love Big Daddy Trudeau. Dom me, Daddy. It wasn't swept away, US2 Toronto. I thought that there was a big police action and they cleared out the homeless encampment, but correct me if I'm wrong on that, please. Yuri says, regardless of where you stand, it's amazing to see this many people around the road come together. Yeah, actually. I'm honestly originally hoped that this would be a real, like, populist movement for, like, the labor class, and I'm hoping that's still the story, that over time that this is less about, like, conservatives and, like, conservative topics, which from what I understand are really hard to understand and super, like, navel gazing stuff, like real inside baseball stuff, and it turns into, like, a populist movement. That's my hope. US2 Toronto says every effort was made to house the homeless for 6 months. They chose to stay in the encampment. Okay, all right. Sorry, encampments and convoy, different topics for another day. Yeah, we might have to check into that. I just remember that in left-wing media, people were super pissed about that, and they sort of, like, compare the police response to homeless folk to this truck rally. And generally, homeless folk don't have trucks that can blare horns. So I think even just at that level of noise level, they're going to be quieter.
Experience what we're all feeling right now, this sense of togetherness and pride and joy. I also wanted to come down here just to show my support to the truckers and to thank them for taking a stand for what we all want, for what we all believe in, for what we were all too afraid to stand up and fight for.
Facts don't care about your feelings.
I have lived racism
Classic.
from other races than white people. So that is not true. I'm not a misogynist. I'm not a racist. I have no problem with white people. I have no problem with other races, whatever. It is a vocabulary that has been spread in many countries. They use the same vocabulary in France, the same vocabulary in the United States. This is a concerted effort to use the same vocabulary globally so that people get brainwashed, divide themselves, and insult their friend, their neighbor. It's organized for that.
Yeah, that's why we're trying to make sure that even though we might disagree and stuff, like make sure we're criticizing arguments and not people. You know, we want to try to keep this space wholesome, even if like we're on wildly different ends of the spectrum. Trudeau should mandate dietary restriction on people that are over acceptable weight. That's a conservative talking point, actually, Matt Reensbury. If you check out the Hippy Dippy recruitment rumble, you would have heard libertarians and conservatives saying that when you give government assistance, like SNAP benefits to people, they shouldn't be allowed to spend that on hot food or on fast food. And that is an example of the government trying to restrict, what is acceptable for them to eat. And that was coming from the conservatives. Like, I was on that panel and I was a lefty arguing against it. So yeah, man, like let's try to stay in our lane. You know what I mean? Yes, Yuri, honk.
And people have to see beyond the trap. It's really important. We're a very compliant society. We're also very polite, and so we will agree. But the problem is now it is the time to fight, and it is the time to get a little harder on things.
Sure, but what are you fighting for?
So what brought me here is that I do not recognize my country. Things have changed enormously. In the last 6 years, Trudeau has changed the face of this.
Well, if the opposition could actually keep a leader, I think someone put it best, which was like, Trudeau has seen the backs of 3 conservative leaders. O'Toole lasted 18 months. I cannot communicate how fractured the conservatives are in Canada. If this is their rallying cry and their leader just stepped down, it shows that the moderate part of conservatives are arguing with the more you can say progressive or radical or however you want to say it, but they're not the normies, you know, like PPC, Maxime Bernier, and all that. So that might be why we need to check out Pierre Poilievre, and it's also why there's like some polls saying that Dr. Peterson was like number 2 as like possible new leader, which I don't think he wants to be, but
country. So
what do you think? Do you think Dr. Peterson should be the new leader of the Conservative Party in Canada?
That's what brought me here, because I'm not as free as when I was young.
I mean, every time I click on a story, it's negative. So I just feel like it's very disappointing that we can't trust our mainstream.
No, I mean, people can criticize you.
Media, we can't trust our journalists to at least report the truth. Yes, there are a few bad apples, but overall.
Yes, there's bad apples, and they've done some really bad things, like insanely bad things. Like, let's be real here. We can't just hand wave this away as, oh, it's no big deal. Like, come on, they pissed on the tomb of the unknown soldier. Like, it's insane to me. I have to argue with conservatives on this. Like, that's the part I find so strange, is that, like, if you care about your country, you should be up in arms, right? Like, you should be more pissed than me.
Oh, I mean, it's all peaceful. It's all positive. It's so like friendly and.
One thing I think people tend to forget is that like you can be super friendly amongst your own people, right? And then be really hostile to people who are outside it. Like this woman seems really quite friendly and chill, but like absolutely people can have in-group and out-group bias. Like what are you talking about? And that can be fall along political lines. So you could go along among your people and like, wow, everyone's so nice and friendly. And then the nurse who might not agree in her scrubs is getting all sorts of hate. Both those things can be true, right?
Happy and joyous. I haven't seen this many happy faces in 2 years. So it's amazing to see. The atmosphere is just amazing. It's positive. The energy's great. The vibe's great. I mean, I'm glad I made the trek down here.
Lord Tyrant U says they took chainsaws to the places homeless had set up in my province. Oh, damn. We're going to need to start taking out PhDs and common sense. Yeah, no, I don't know, Ferry, if that's gonna happen. Did O'Toole step down or get booted? He got booted. Honk for NDP. I think my favorite sign was honk if you like the mask mandates. Genius. Even the homeless rebel against deprivation of rights and freedoms. That is why they prefer the camps over proper shelter. I mean, the homeless issue is a really tough one. It's a really tough one. I don't know, man. I think we just should have more affordable shelter for people. Seems like we can do it. Beebs O'Reilly had a really good point, which is the one I just read. Just as stupid as forced medical treatment. I don't know anybody who's getting forced medical treatment. Matt, what are you talking about?
You know what was the vibe over there in Ottawa today?
We listened to that live. One race, and it's the human race. Ooh, one race. Man, what a good, like, protest song. That guy was awesome. Actually, let's go.
I'm glad I made the trek down here.
You know what was the vibe over there in Ottawa today? It's like freedom over fear, love over hate, freedom over fear, love over hate, unity, freedom, unity, freedom. This is the vibe was there, man.
Yeah, brother.
And make your slogans and do it. Go all the way in. And
go hard. Go all in.
If I'm gonna sleep tonight. If I'm sleeping, in my dreams, I'm gonna be in the.
When also, I just want to point out that, like, one of the things that was really shocking was there was a ceremony that was denounced by the Anishinaabe who governed that territory. Pat King was part of a ceremony that was not sanctioned. So it's not the clearest picture. There's absolutely lots of BIPOC voices. I've seen, like, some Indigenous folk taking the mic and, like, having speeches and stuff. But I've also seen other Indigenous folk apoplectic, fucking pissed that a peace pipe ceremony was done on their territory without even asking them. Like that, like, even I know better than that. Like, come on, like. All people want to be free. That's actually, like, in some countries, that's respected. Like, if you try to run away from police or you escape from prison, you won't get charged for that specifically. But if you hurt someone to get out of prison, then you'll get charged for that. This guy's just upset that the cause they were marching for isn't his cause du jour. You got me, Zoivod. I'm extremely upset and triggered right now. I'm currently melting. Let's go back to the live raw footage from Ottawa yesterday, and then we'll check in.
We're right on the cusp.
So they got propane tanks, some more propane tanks. How you doing, brother? I mean, yeah, you got propane and a little bit of fuel, and that's about it. But it looks good to me. I read today in the paper. How you doing, brother? You all right?
How about you?
I'm very well, thank you, sir. I read today in the paper there was a lady. She was saying they had, you know how they show in the news tweets these days?
Yeah.
Right? They make it out like a tweet is news.
Yeah.
Okay. So then when I saw this one lady was crying about this very building.
I saw the tweet, I think.
Oh, you saw the tweet?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, what was it?
I was on the tweet.
You were on the tweet thread?
But
you're in the picture?
Yeah. I helped a little bit yesterday, but she was saying, like, what are they doing, you know, with propane tanks or whatever. She was hinting like they were doing bombs or something.
Exactly,
like
right?
It's a kitchen soup for everybody that comes. You know these guys right over there?
Yes, sir.
They're serving soup, coffee, and hot chocolate. This is their building. They're gonna put this stuff in there so you don't have the wind and everything, and they can serve people through the window.
Oh, through the other side, they got a window door open.
It's a big ass window. Yeah, you can see inside.
It's not a weapons depot? Can you prove to me that it's not a weapons depot, though, right? Because I got people in the chat, they're saying to me, love you, truckers, says Don Gunter. Hell, brother. We got Sylph of the Wild Woods. News idiots equals munitions bunker.
The only thing I can prove right now, because it's fucking empty, right? It's not finished.
Well, show it to me because I don't know.
Now that I think about it, I have something to promote everybody. Now that if you're kind of wondering who I am or like what my deal is, all that kind of jazz, there was a bio that was just done on me about my work in poetry, and yeah, I guess I could mention that. There was my first interview, everybody. Can you believe it? Holy jeez. Golly. Look at that. He should be live again soon. Okay, we'll try to find that live stream. But yeah, check out what I've been up to. I've been organizing slam poetry in Montreal for like half a decade now, and not what you came for, but maybe it's why you stay. And yeah, that's how Preach knows me. He knows me through the poetry circuit, and he's more in the music. And yeah, so like if you're just kind of curious, check it out.
It is, you know what I mean? I can't just take your word for it. We're the media here now, brother. Yeah. May I go? Yeah. Thank you, sir. All right, let me take a look if there's any munitions in here.
No munitions. Looks like a wooden box.
I'm not seeing any, but then again, they may be invisible,
Yeah.
right? If you've got
But if you come back tomorrow,
Okay.
come back tomorrow and get in, you'll see there's gonna be all that stuff that's right here. It's gonna be in there. And that's the whole story.
So all this outdoor kitchen is just going to be moved. That's really it? That's it?
Yeah.
I thought I was...
Are you pro or anti-convoy or just neutral? Stephen, I was pro-convoy at the beginning, and now I'm anti-convoy. My opinion changed over time. Viva is going live. Okay, I'll go figure out what that means. Yeah, I mean, originally I thought this might be like a labor rights movement, and then it didn't turn out to be that after I listened to the speeches and listened to what they had to say. And then I found out about some really shocking stuff that some bad actors did within the movement. And since then, I've just been pretty hard against it. I've just spent a long amount of time listening to right-wing sources and not being impressed. We watched, like I said, Pat King do a ceremony that I wasn't even comfortable putting on stream. I come from communities and knowing what I know about Indigenous folk, it was super not cool. I think I showed 5 minutes of it, and that was too much. Just trying to figure out what was happening, and we did some digging, and sure enough, the Anishinaabe were strongly against it and published a public letter. So that's part of what changed my opinion.
A couple more shelves so people can put, bread or whatever, like snuff cups and...
But hold on a second here,
Slam
sir.
Jam in Toronto?
Shelves?
Just
ask them.
Somebody else, ask them, what is this for? And you'll see if I'm right or not, right?
All right, that's beautiful, man.
I know that Tips is
Thank
really
you, sir.
popular.
Really appreciate it.
Tonight it's poetry slam in Toronto. Another good scene.
I will.
Truckers are building this structure to store propane and start serving food to people who come.
All right, I will come back
Maybe
tomorrow.
it won't be finished tomorrow, though.
No, in a couple days. I'll keep coming
Jake.
back, right?
Yeah. When you want to understand a protest movement, you go to the speeches and you try to figure out what they have to say. And the speeches were hilariously bad. At one point, just these are some people I know from my Instagram, and now Tyler, and Tyler plays I Spy with my little eye with the crowd for 3 minutes, and then it was just kind of awkward. And then he passes the mic, and I'm like, guys, you are occupying the Capitol. What is the point of this? And that was when my opinion really started to change, and it's only hardened ever since. I'm really sorry to the right wingers who are sympathetic to this movement. I wish I could be right there with you, but only if we're talking about labor rights at this point.
Keep reporting.
I
You deleted your comment on the Indigenous. I don't know what happened there, but I don't know, just reword it, I guess.
Thank you, sir. Wow. Okay, so
yeah, I'm definitely pro-vaccine mandate. It is generally acceptable to me to say, hey, you lose out on privileges in order to protect the rights of others. People's right to get healthcare trumps your privilege to go to a restaurant. I think is the most extreme way to put it. Trudeau picking and from Pizza Bonk. Trudeau picking and choosing. Truckers are bad because of a few incidents. What does that mean for politicians, the military? Not sure what you're trying to get across there. I think it's more the bad apples that were there were really bad apples, and everybody's just kind of shocked at how bad they were. One race I liked, We Are the World Better, or 8-year-old, We Are All the Same. Nkosi Johnson. I mean, if you really look into it, biologists are pretty unanimous in saying that race is not really a thing. When you get down to it, when you get down to genes and stuff, the really nitty gritty, yeah, you just have a bunch of humans and and then we have it's hard to say morphological differences or whatever, differences based on region and adaptation over time, rather than actually specialization, differences of species. That one lady tried selling her book on stage. That was cringe AF. Oh, there was so much selling. Oh, there was so much check out my this or check out my that. And I'm just God damn it. Oh God, you gotta promote yourself, I guess. Everyone's got a brand. What mandates do you most disagree with? That's a great question. And I love this question. Here's one that I was super pissed at. The lockdown in Quebec. The health minister was against it, which blows my fucking mind. Academics were against it, and this was also extremely gross. Gross. The tax. Oh my God, that was so disgusting. Like, yo, what a way to alienate the very people we're trying to reach towards. Like, Preach was in here and he correctly schooled me, and he's like, yo, don't call people anti-vaxxers. Like, that's divisive. And he's absolutely correct. A lot of people don't get the vaccination for very justifiable reasons. There's also like a really long history of like the medical community being pretty like rude and bad towards people of color, like in marginalized communities, in America and in Canada. And this was a really, this was so gross to me. It's the height of like, you know, like of coercion. It was a step too far. Like, we want to coerce you to try to encourage you to get vaccinated because it's going to protect you and it's going to protect others. But like, this was too much for me. Even as a lefty, I'm like, what the fuck?
All right, so see you guys in the dream, all right?
We already watched that.
Good night.
Good night. More harm than good. Academic signed letter condemning Quebec curfew. The curfew doesn't seem to have worked as well or at all. Like, the idea of just shutting down everything on Sundays just forces all that business to the Saturdays and Mondays. It doesn't really fix anything. So I don't know. I always thought it was really stupid. And a lot of people who work at night, like work night shift, oh, now they got to deal with cops too. Like, what the fuck? Like, how is this helping? I want to understand how this helps. I get the argument, like, don't go to church. Or like don't be in rooms, lots of people in a room. So that's churches, that's restaurants, that's bars, that's like people where lots of people get together and they spread the virus. That makes sense to me. But like full on, no one can go anywhere, do anything. I don't know what the evidence is. Like, I don't know what evidence there is to support that works. So to answer your question, sorry, it took a while there, Thirsty Ghost, but those are the ones I most strongly disagree with, and I think are just kind of doing more harm than good. Non-vaccinated should pay for healthcare if they get sick with COVID. I don't agree with you, Pizza Bonk. I think that's the lefty in me, just thinking like everyone deserves healthcare. Healthcare workers should be agnostic. They should not know anything about who you are. That being said, that opinion's mostly coming from healthcare workers. Like, I do see that being pretty popular amongst the medical community, being like, "Yo, yeah, loud tyrant youth, yeah, it's pretty wild, absolutely." Also, discussion of not letting them purchase alcohol. That I actually really agreed with. The Vice, in order to go to buy cannabis or to buy alcohol, which is controlled by the public government, you have to provide. Vaccinate your
not necessarily a terrorist bunker.
And to me, I think that's almost legit. It might not be, because some people get alcohol withdrawal and you might not be helping. Tax and curfew help throw people over the edge to create this. You're right, does more harm. Yeah, Ferry. I had a metaphor that I came up with that I think that I really like. I'll just keep sticking with it. And it's like a kettle, a pressure kettle, and the curfew and the tax at the end of 2 years was adding a lot of pressure to a kettle that already had too much pressure in it. And the kettle is society, and the pressure are the mandates. And the people inside it eventually just got pissed off, and now it's starting to give off steam, starting to like psh, psh, and you're starting to see protests like this. And it's not good for our society, right? Like, people are fighting, right? Like, the opinions are polarizing, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, Nova Scotia didn't end up with a curfew. It sounded pretty intense. You aren't going to convince anybody to get the vaccine that hasn't already got it. Well, from what I understand, we still got to try. We still have to try, because it protects everyone who can't get it for medical reasons. Like, we're trying to protect those people, right? I mean, Daniel, it was not a legal substance like just a few years ago, so I don't know how far you're going to run with that unjust argument. Like, it's the society regards it as a vice, even if I don't agree with that. But again, like, this is the society's trying to impose certain rules that protect people who can't get vaccinated. And if the reason you're not getting vaccinated isn't a medical reason, like, then, and you just like to get high, then, like me, like, you just smoke weed because you enjoy it, then, yeah, I don't know what the argument is there. Like, what, people have a right to get high? Like, what do you? I mean, maybe, but then you're a real lefty. You're like a real lefty.
038 says,
and actually, you might not disagree. Like, people kind of do have a right to get high. I don't know, man. I'm starting to disagree with myself in the present moment.
Doing what they need to do to preserve their rights. Maybe even take back some rights from Trudeau and his
let's look for some stuff today.
Hey, brother, how you doing? Beautiful ladies. How are you, sir?
Good, how are you,
Don't
sir?
tread on me. I like it. Yes, sir.
There's
Yes,
the Gadsden
sir.
flag. There it is.
All right.
See? You just watch raw footage and you come across conservative flags that don't belong in my country. Why is a flag about the Revolutionary War in America in my country? What is going on there, my guy?
Hail the Canadian trucker, says the fuzz. Hail, brother.
Freedom Convoy Canada 2022. You are live with war campaigns.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you from California, says J.G. Mopar. Stand Marshal, we stand with you, Curtis. Reasonable, rational, free people together. Hello, brother.
Truck, yeah, brother. Yes, sir.
Trudeau, stop your narrative. Your honesty will make us free.
Honesty spelled wrong.
It's simple.
Right?
Just be honest.
Just be honest.
Oh, Vidstorm's back
Just
up.
be honest. It's simple. Just be honest.
Yo, Vidstorm's back up. Oh, fuck yeah. Let's go.
One of the roads are blocked off.
This is Ottawa Live.
And the other ones are one ways facing the other direction, so can't go down those.
Let's try to orient ourselves.
But yeah, check this out. But yeah, everyone's just lined up here, just outside these blockades. It's really awesome. And there are a lot.
Oh, we got some comments in the chat. Sorry, I just missed it. My mom is a retired registered nurse and said a giant part of their medical training is about ethics and how a health official cannot discriminate against people, even if they do self-harm or worse, even others. That's Jake Foster, the Hippocratic Oath, probably. I said CBD, not THC. Yeah, Daniel, that's why I would strongly agree with you on the CBD part. Like, that sounds like a medication. Are you kidding me, dude? The fake vaccine is killing people. No vax ever. Okay, John Smith, you can live in your cave away from modern medical science that has saved hundreds of thousands of lives, if not millions. Indian farmer protests versus our protests. Ooh, that's an interesting thing. Justin sided with their farmers, told their government to find a way out of it, level playing food. That's an interesting take, Pizza. That's an interesting take. I mean, but the Indian farmer protests were about labor rights, right? About the labor rights of farmers? I don't know much about it, to be honest. I disagree with the occupation of Ottawa. However, my son can't attend online university because he is not vaccinated. Wait. That's because the universities are calling all the students in, which is crazy to me. Like, I don't know why, if I can do class online, but generally, like, you do learn better in person than online. Most teachers haven't adapted very well to, like, online models or hybrid models, especially. It's just a lot of work and there's not a lot of training on it. It's like a new method of teaching that most people don't have, like, the technical skills. You have to be, like, really adept with computer technology. So I think that's why they're trying to get students to come back in, and that might be why you're getting this really incoherent logic, Stephen, about like your unvaccinated son getting in trouble when he's trying to attend online. But I could just be super wrong on that. It might be a totally online university, you know. Ferry says, lol, I think people have a right to buy alcohol and weed, even if unvaxxed. Okay, sure. Yeah, okay. What will they do at home all day when they can't go anywhere without a vax passport? Oh, okay, now you're just dunking on them, Ferry. Oh my God. You woke up today and chose violence. People need to remember it's Indian farmers that started this, not for vaccine mandates, just for fairness and to be heard. Yeah, in India, absolutely. Did you cover the protester getting run over, 6-pound bass? We did. As far as I'm aware, it's just a single allegation from a single live streamer who provided absolutely zero evidence other than his word. So we can believe him, but he's not an authority figure. He didn't provide any evidence beside his own word. So I need more to form an opinion at this point. I'm just skeptical. Gadsden flag represents opposition to tyranny. Yeah, that would make the most sense why it's being flown. But unfortunately, it's an American symbol. So any Canadian is just kind of like, what the fuck, brah? Like, go get a Canadian symbol that means that, okay? Occupation of Ottawa. I see people moving freely in and out. No one blockade from going anywhere. The fact of the matter, Griggs, is that we're like in it. We're on the ground, so we don't have like a zoomed out view. There's some drone footage we can check out that will show that like the streets are being blocked and stuff like that. But definitely, hopefully the police have come through and sort of forced freedom of movement because people deserve to be free. Loud Tyrant asks, hasn't the whole argument with considering liquor stores essential that restricting access would put more strain on hospitals? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's how I follow it, right? Like, you might only have like 1 in 1,000 people who has like serious alcohol withdrawal, but then they're going to the hospital. So you're like, I mean, but if you get 4 times of the population to vaccinate, because that's a strong enough incentive, then maybe it balances out in the end. Mary says 4.1 billion people around the world have been vaxxed. There would be bodies on the street around the world if the shot were unsafe. Yeah, generally once a vaccination is available to the public, it's low risk, high reward. It's like the third trial.
For a change, eh?
Kevin K has a Toronto stream running. Let's go check it out.
The Canadian flag's flying proud today. It is windy and very cold. It's supposed to be going down to minus 20 plus today. I think minus 23, 25, something like that. We're sleeping in the truck. It's going to be a little bit intense. Yes, guys. Yes, I love it. I love it. Right on. Freedom, brother. Yes. Yes. Oh, look at these beautiful people here. Bringing coffee and donuts. Thank you guys so much. That's
Hard
amazing.
to get the full sensation through a camera lens.
Yes, brother.
That's true. Freedom seems like a virus nowadays. 420 was made legal. The government knew this was coming. Okay, I'm struggling to find it. US too. I'm gonna keep looking. I wonder why people are flying American flags unless they're trying to provoke Americans into doing the same blockades. No, it's because a lot of the culture that leads conservative thought comes from America. So that's why I pay attention to American. This is why I'm so able to repeat conservative statements so easily, so glibly, is because I've been watching conservative news for a very long time, like Tucker Carlson and Fox News and all that stuff. And very much like the media controls the message. There's very much you watch Tucker Carlson, you know what people are going to say next week, essentially. Justin Trudeau is called a douchebag on Fox News. That's amazing. It's a protest. By definition, they do create inconvenience. Yeah, absolutely. But no one is prevented from going anywhere. Inconvenient, yes. Denied access, no. Well, Greg's inconvenience is an elastic term, right? I don't think that this is exactly within the realms of being reasonable. Like, these people aren't being reasonable. The reason they're staying and being inconvenient is to bring down our government. It's extreme. It's extreme, okay? It's just out there. Like, why are you trying to take down the government? We just had an election. Go to your representatives, voice your displeasure, and get them to call a snap election. But what are you trying to do here?
They got all that, so we have to definitely get together, like just like we're doing right now, to push back, you know?
Okay, it looks like we got a live stream going from Toronto. Let's see what the quality's like. All right, Toronto, everybody. Okay, I gotta start closing stuff on my computer.
I hope you'll check out the rest of the streams and videos that we did in Ottawa to see the kind of things we were witnessing there. Much the same, but on a higher level. This is just a meetup point. We'll be heading downtown soon to meet up with the rest of the protests, the rest of the convoy.
Peace, love, freedom, brother.
But again, even in this small section of the parking lot, I haven't seen this many Canadian flags in one place with my own eyes. And it's just wonderful to see the Canadian
Unity
pride
over division? Fuck Trudeau. It's amazing, right? Talk about cognitive dissonance, am I right? Like, what is it? Do you want unity or do you want to tear down Trudeau? Like, which is it? Is it only unity if you're a conservative? Like, can I be part of this movement as a lefty? Or am I kicked out because I believe in mandates and vaccines? Like, am I not allowed? Like, I just don't trust the platitudes. People start talking in platitudes, like, they start thinking themselves as holy or something. Okay. So, we're at a parking lot in Toronto. Doesn't look like things are popping off. Looks extremely boring.
You could imagine with just this small amount of vehicles and people here that we're seeing right now, when they start piling together with 6 or whatever more meetup points and head downtown, it's going to be something to see.
Nail on the head in attempt to overthrow the government. Yeah, I need more to substantiate that. I know that there is like it's one thing for people to say they're trying to overthrow the government, it's another thing to actually try. So I'm not totally there yet, but that's kind of where I'm leaning of late. I agree there's a process for change of government. Was just commenting on using the term occupation versus protest. Yeah, I think that's a really... Yeah, and the way they've been talking about it, they talk like an occupying force, you know, like food lines, fuel lines, set up an encampment so that we can feed our people, and then people outside the movement are reporting like harassment and threats and stuff. Like that's a pretty, I don't know how that's a protest anymore, you know, especially once the police shut it down, but I don't know if they will. I'm just making a joke, but I actually agree with it. Yeah, you can meme in here, Ferry. That's cool. Alcohol is one of the worst drugs for withdrawal. True. Also, some people with substance dependencies don't have easy access to vaccination. True. Whether housing insecure or information resources, it would be very wrong to limit alcohol and weed to vaccinated only, in my opinion. I don't know if it's very wrong, but it's definitely probably wrong. I think that's why I want to scrub out of my language anti-vax. I think it's divisive or whatever, you know, it's just like people were, I think deliberating about vaccinations is the best way to put it. Like, you know, just kind of like figuring it out and see if they want it, this one in particular or not. Either fully join or you're not welcome. Unity, brother. Canada flag and a fuck Trudeau, LMO. I mean, actually, that can make sense. You know, you can be patriotic and fucking hate Trudeau. I'll fly, actually, I probably wouldn't fly a Canadian flag. I don't know, man. You're not a Canadian if you don't agree. Go truckers, Jetta Jen says. Truck, yeah, sister. Also, thanks so much for the support, everybody. I really appreciate having people come in here and like hanging out. And, you know, I know sometimes it can be hard to hear different opinions and all that jazz. But yeah, thanks so much for checking out the stream. Appreciate it. I should be doing a cooking show later tonight called Rich Food for Poor Folk. It's a specifically non-political space. After all this politics, it'll be nice to have just a chill vibe, just making some food. We'll make some Indian food, probably some dal, and yeah, it'll be a very different vibe. We're not leaving until Trudeau steps down. Sounds like an attempt to overthrow. Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, you're demanding the federal government step down, but you're not doing it through the legislature, through like a no confidence vote or calling an election. So yeah, I don't know, man. They're not marching up to the Capitol like January 6th. So that's why I feel very differently about this. You know, most Canadians have been pretty peaceful. But definitely their point and purpose is to take down the duly elected government. I mean, they're welcome to try. I'm not saying they're wrong to try. I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm just to be clear, like, it is your fucking right, not privilege. It is your right to go to the Capitol to redress your grievances and to demand a change in leadership. I'm not saying that's wrong. But if your argument fails and you don't have the popular support you think you do, and you're actually pissing off a bunch of people, in order to keep like respect and reputation, you have to end the protest. By not ending the protest, you lose credibility. People stop seeing you as peaceful because it doesn't sound like this is about arguments. It sounds like you just want to put your thumb in our eye. Yeah. It's a peaceful protest and they aren't leaving until mandates are gone, says Jenna Jen. I mean, Jenna, how would you feel if, let's say the Conservatives were in power and a small minority of people protesting racial injustice in the court systems, you know, went to the Capitol and took down the main government, and it was only like a couple thousand people. How would you feel if the Conservative government was forced to step down because a couple thousand people went to the Capitol? How would you feel about that? And it didn't happen right away. You know, most people weren't really on board, and it took weeks. How would you feel? Yeah, slam poetry, cooking. Oh, I'm trying not to make them lessons. I don't want to be like talking down or nothing. I'm just like, there's techniques and you'll learn stuff along the way, but only because I'm failing live. Hadn't even thought about the link between dependency and difficulty getting vaccinated. Yeah, it's a super good point. Really good point, Ferry. Reasonable would be Justin Trudeau speaking with them. He should speak with them and then see what happens. He has to make that move. If he doesn't, he's not for Canadians. At least talk, don't hide. Pizza. I would disagree with you on that one for this reason. Trudeau's making a guess. He's like making a calculate. He's calling the bluff. He's essentially saying, I don't think I'll suffer political damage by not meeting these people. I don't think they actually have the political power they think they do. And by not meeting with them, he's not lending legitimacy to the movement. And he's not giving them sort of like a larger platform to spread their message, which is, again, a message to tear down the government and replace them. So he has every incentive to ignore these people and to let the police do their job, essentially. I feel for the citizens of Ottawa. They deserve compensation, and I agree there would be better ways than blockade in the city. Yeah, Pizza. And it sounds like the citizens of Ottawa are about to clap back real hard. There is a $10 million class action lawsuit that dropped. This is news. Truck Convoy. $10 million class action lawsuit filed against Freedom Convoy. GoFundMe ends fundraising campaign. Protesters spotted in the suburbs. Kitchen erected in Confederation Park. Sounds about right. At a glance, a class action lawsuit on behalf of Centertown residents seeks $9.8 million for emotional, mental, and other distress and punitive damages. GoFundMe says no further funds will be directly distributed to the Freedom Convoy organizers. We covered that earlier this morning. The Ottawa Police Service says it's launching a, quote, surge and contain strategy with partners to tackle the protests. Leaders of the trucker protests say they won't leave until mask and mandates are ended. Numbers expected to rise Saturday. And you can hear Jenna Jen, for instance, in the chat. All we want are mandates gone. The people that are scared can keep on wearing masks, and being scared, that's fine. Jenna, unfortunately, the way this works is that viruses spread, and every person that catches that virus is an opportunity for that virus to mutate into something much worse. And that's why we've seen numerous viruses, Delta, then Omicron, etc., right? It's why there's been multiple waves, is because the virus has had the chance to incubate in enough people and mutate into something even worse or different, or just some sort of evolutionary process. And so that's why people need to wear masks. It like costs so little, and yet it seriously reduces the spread of this virus and therefore how much it mutates. As the saying goes, what doesn't kill you mutates and tries again. And we really don't want viruses to mutate in people. It's just a bad thing. Spreading fear in here. I don't know, man. I'm hoping to be a nice open space. If you disagree with what I said, explain why. Maybe I'm full of shit. But by all means, explain to the community what I got wrong. I'd love to hear it. Leaders of the trucker protests say they won't leave until mask and vaccine mandates are ended. Convoy protesters have been reported in the suburbs. That's news to me. I haven't seen any evidence of that, but it might be true. 5 more years of a mask. Ryan Reynolds for Prime Minister. No, man, it's going to be Dr. Peterson for Prime Minister. Let's go. Ontario Premier Doug Ford on Friday called the trucker protests in Ottawa unacceptable and called for it to end. So, wow, Doug Ford is calling the Ottawa one. We'll see what he does for Toronto. Ottawa area Liberal MPPs are urging Ford and Solicitor General Sylvia Jones to enact a piece of legislation that would allow policing costs during the ongoing anti-mandate protest to be recouped from organizers. Oh, wow. Okay. All right. That's pretty out there. Protesters have erected a 14 by 14 wooden shack between Confederation Park. We saw that in the footage just a bit ago. Farmer convoys arriving in Ottawa Saturday. Interesting. Okay. All right. City warns of continued traffic and service impacts Friday with numerous bus detours, urban, yada, yada, yada. Okay. Let's go back to the live stream. This was Ottawa. We were more focused on Toronto, which to me is just him walking around a parking lot at this point. You can fight without ever winning, but you can never win without a fight. Okay, Gregs? Absolutely. When we have rhetorical arguments, though, hopefully the one that's more sensible wins out in these fights. Now run and tell your mommy about that. Says these truckers will be gone soon enough. It's been 8 days since they've had sex. Okay, buddy. Okay, all right. Okay, all right. You can be more sophisticated than that. All right. I know feelings are running high, but let's try to be a bit more tasteful. I disagree. Spreading information. Fear is an individual's choice.
Given a thumbs up already. Please do. I will appreciate.
I mean, there's nothing that's more painfully obvious than someone being afraid of a mask. I mean, we're Canadians. We wear scarves every winter. What is the problem with a mask? I need this explained to me. It is absolutely unclear to me. What is the problem with masks? Vaccines? Okay, we can have a conversation there. There's something going on there. But masks? I don't know, man. Like, it's pretty much a no-brainer.
Just here for another 10 or 20 minutes, and then it's going to be time to roll out, time to head down to Queen's Park.
Nice. Okay, so we'll check back in about 10, 20 minutes then. Let's see what happened yesterday, because this was a bit more pumping. If we skip ahead to where there's protests happening. I basically haven't been sick since we started wearing masks. I used to get sick frequently in the winter. Yo, loud tyrant youth, same here. I mean, like, I'm waiting for me to catch Omicron, to be honest. I need to go get my booster to, up my body's immune system. But hey, InfoWars. That's totally normal and okay and good. But yeah, I definitely haven't gotten like the common cold or any of the flu bugs that have been going around like ever since I've been diligent about wearing a mask. Like, holy cow, what a difference. Like sick once a year, right? I haven't been sick in years. Now we're back in the thick of it, brother. We watching the real stuff. How interested? We got like 10 minutes. We could do an interview on Steven Crowder with someone from Ottawa. Does that sound interesting? More live stream for 10 minutes, or do we go check out that interview? If you're new to the stream, give me follow, likes, help me grow so that we can have lovely voices or reasons. I don't know. There's some reason behind growing, I'm sure, I guess. Chicken Trudeau. Oh, wait, that guy was funny. Pat King versus Justin Trudeau, the battle of the douchebags. Okay. I think Trudeau is very suave, okay? Like, for me, when I look at Trudeau, I see like someone like kind of slimy, right? Like someone who's really good at navigating political spaces and like maneuvering. And he's like really hard to pin down and actually like pin him to the wall. That's how I think of Trudeau. And I'm a lefty. Like I very much do not like Trudeau. Who has more COVID resistance, someone vaxxed or someone who caught COVID? That's a good question. I would think probably the person who caught the COVID. But the person who caught the COVID risks catching COVID. So I don't know what your point is. But look who raised Trudeau. Yeah, I mean, one of our political elites. I mean, we have dynasties in Canada. It's a problem here, too. Yo, Cuban flag. InfoWars, very normal and cool. Just a reminder that Alex Jones has to pay back tens of millions of dollars to the parents of the Sandy Hook shooting because he spread false information about them. So when you see an InfoWars flag, c'est pas bon, c'est pas bon. Actually, you know what? We got a little bit of a little bit of a musical interlude. You guys want a little bit of a? This is like one of my favorite songs. I actually listen to it kind of often, like almost every morning, and I sing along. Let me just pull that up. Yeah, oh my god, have you guys heard this song before? It's Alex Jones, but as an indie folk song.
Paradigm of absolute control. And that's why we're just out here doing simple things, pointing out that we're
gonna go
meant
get some water,
to be in
okay?
nature and be natural. And this is where we find the source that God made to transcend the New World Order. And that's why they want to try to keep us out of it.
I'm angry. I've had enough of these people. They're a bunch of Christian murderers, scum. They're on giant death factories, keeping babies alive and selling their body parts. What more do you need to know about these people? I go out and face these scum. They literally crawl out from under rocks. They have green-looking skin and they run around screaming, "We love Satan, we wanna eat babies." I have them on video. Hillary's in the creepy, weird, sick stuff, man. She sleeps in the same room with that creepy, weird woman whose mother wears a hood over her head. What the hell? That woman number one is ugly. Imagine how bad she smells, man. I'm told her and Obama just stink. Obama and Hillary both smell like sulfur. Literal vampire pot, then the goblins are hobbling round, coming after us. My spirit gets close to that evil and I feel it go. We're such self-centered crap. We don't even notice hell itself rising up against us. Millions of pointed people of the very worst type, and I'm so pissed. We're gonna stab your daughter at the mall. We're gonna stab your wife, your son. We're gonna stab you with a butcher knife, and then the police chief is gonna say, "We love our Somalis, we love our Muslims. Oh, they're so good, oh, they're so sweet."
I was watching Fox News as I worked out this morning.
Okay, back to the coverage. What did you guys think of that? Did you have a laugh? Okay, Beeb Zarelli. Oh boy. We're going back to the live footage to see if Toronto is starting to pick up. It's been almost 10 minutes. Looks like police are coming out. Don't seek a refund from GoFundMe directly from the site. Dispute the GFM charge directly with the credit card companies for failure to deliver
Get more
service, which will
support
cost
from
them
across the way because we've maxed out the
$25.
parking lot here.
Okay.
This area. I
That's a
mean,
good idea.
Yorkdale Shopping Center, where I am, is a massive, massive shopping center, and
Massive.
They just congregated in this one section. Very visible from the
Obama and Hillary just stink, man. What can I say?
highway as well. So we're getting a lot of honking from cars in support and trucks and everything else as they fly by on the highway.
Whose site? What do you mean, Mark?
Thank you, everybody, again for hanging out. Forgive me for not welcoming every individual person into the chat. We're obviously very busy today, and I really do appreciate every moment everybody's spending. 2,000 people watching right now, so thank you for that. I know we've got viewers from all over the world and of all ages, so thanks, everybody, for keeping the chat light.
Hey, chat, we're the 1%. We're the 1%. There's 20 of us, and we're watching a 2,000 stream.
Lots of messages
1%.
of different types.
It's like more like 30 of us, but between the two.
And hopefully you're enjoying the look around. This is just one of the many meetup spots before we head downtown.
These terrorists are a threat to Canadian democracy. The War Measures Act should be invoked. Wow. You think so? I don't know. Now, Ron, I'm pretty sure, like, the fact that Ottawa came out and did a press conference is because Trudeau doesn't want to invoke the War Measures Act. And so if the military, and I'm not comfortable with the military, like that's supposed to be foreign like wars and stuff or whatever, like peacekeeping. It should be a clear line between those two. You should bring in the RCMP, OPP, all the police forces essentially, right? Keep it a police action, keep it a domestic. And I think the reason for that is because you keep let's say people get arrested and they weren't part of the movement. Or let's say there's a conservative who gets arrested and like he did nothing wrong, let's say, and the police got it wrong. When you use the War Measures Act, I'm pretty sure there's going to be like a federal law that's being invoked. And so that person who got unfairly treated by the police won't have a way to redress it within like provincial court systems. And I think that's kind of what we want. We want it to trickle up through the courts rather than just jumping the provincial system, going straight to the federal one. So we're waiting for these people to sort of ship on out. Looks like they've all set up here, like in a parking lot by a mall, and then they're gonna like go to the city center, and hopefully we get sort of like that perspective. That could be interesting.
See people bringing lots of windshield washers. We've seen people bring a lot of different things for the truckers and other supporters.
That's good activism when people are like kind of supporting people on the front lines.
I hope you'll watch the past streams that we did.
Mary says War Measures Act hasn't been around since 1988. Did we get rid of it, I guess?
People were doing to support.
Your thoughts on involving young children at these protests? It's a tough one, US2. Like, it's pretty much a given that when you're a parent, your ideas, your political views and values are going to sort of like trickle down to your kids. And, usually parents who bring kids to a movement help to normalize it, help to keep it peaceful, help to keep it sane. And usually that's a good thing. On the other hand, kids don't really have a way to rationally defend themselves from, like, let's say, ideological puritanism, like really strong ideas, let's say. And so kids are kind of vulnerable to like brainwashing or whatever. So I kind of see it of two minds. You might be inculcating, like developing a activist spirit. And kids usually like rebel against their parents. So I'm not too worried about it. I don't think that's what we should be worried about. Usually protests are like usually a pretty good thing. It's like a cultural moment. Whose site is telling people to refund in a way to hit GFM? Good question, Mark. 5 meeting spots: Yorkdale, Vaumilis, Scar Town Center, all aiming to meet at Queen's Park for noon. Yeah, we're hoping to watch that. We must be at one of those meeting spots. Queen's Park is where they're landing, but he's not saying. Maybe he did during the live stream. Does he say? Oh man, look at this game, yo! This is like, look at that. That's some good friggin' tagging. Oh my god. Holy cow. That's like how. Who's got the time?
Giving each other props and hugging and dancing and singing and waving flags. We'll see more of that later, I'm sure. Much like we saw in Ottawa the last few days. Again, forgive me for not welcoming everybody individually into the chat. Obviously, we're very busy, but thank you for keeping it lighthearted and positive.
Yeah.
And thank you for the messages of support and positivity from around the world. Again, don't
Positivity.
be afraid to drop your flags or let us know where you're from, where you're watching from.
Let's see what the chat says.
I'm at Yorkdale Shopping Center.
Oh, there you go, Yorkdale.
Very close to the heart of Toronto.
Truckers saving our children from these satanic mandates. Here, we can even pop this out if you really care about it. I'll just go add it in to the stream.
Oh, I see. They're not. It doesn't look like they're locking the gate. They just got it shut so that more cars don't try to come in and hold up traffic in the rest of the mall.
Let's see here. Is it that? Nope.
Live on YouTube.
Nope. Sorry, I'm fucking about. Okay, I might not be able to figure it out. There's like a whole nother chat, and you see like a very different perspective when you watch this thing pass through. But it's gonna kind of
interesting outfit you've got. I'm
eat
live
up the
on
whole
YouTube.
space. What is that instrument?
Can
Is
I
that like
put
a
this in a pocket somewhere or something like that? Yeah,
like
there
an
you
air
go.
gun?
Thanks, buddy.
He's got a
In case
shield
you
with
wanna see it
vaccine.
after. My name's Kevin. I'm live on YouTube. Yeah. I'll leave this up after if I can. Yeah.
Freedom, man.
Absolutely.
Hell yeah, brother. Truck yeah.
I was very, very lucky in Ottawa to catch a lot of the speeches for.
The War Measures Act was only ever used once in peacetime. The group they used it against were terrorists that were bombing public spaces and kidnapping government officials. Totally different situation.
Orders as well. So we'll see what we can
Yeah,
do
pretty much.
about cutting highlight reels
much.
and things like that. But hopefully you'll go back and check out those past live streams.
Million adverse events, 20,000 most not even reported. Yes, very safe for those folks. What are you talking about, Daniel? Are you taking like adverse reactions to the vaccine maybe? And most not even reported? So how do you know about it if it wasn't reported?
Nice to see different provincial flags and flags of different types flying around as well. Like I said, you see, out of everything you see, whether it's signs, whether it's flags, whether it's messages, it's more Canadian flags than anything else. So it's wonderful to see this. I'm glad I can bring it to you.
Snowpow's last comment. My point, why are they not treated like facts?
Oh, I can't tell.
Who's they in the sentence? Who has more COVID resistance? Someone vaxxed or someone who caught COVID? And why aren't they treated like they've been vaccinated? Probably because there's no, like if you've caught COVID and you didn't go to the hospital, how does the hospital know you caught COVID? They'd have to test you, right? And if you have gotten vaccinated, then there's been a little checkbox around your name and it's entered into a database. And so the health system does know you've been vaccinated, you've been inoculated against the virus. When people show up and say things, they expect nurses to just take them at their word. Nurses don't do that, right? Like they're of all the disciplines, science, especially medical science, like you drill down, right? You find out what's actually happening with the body or whatever. And so people just showing up with no way to authenticate what they're saying, to actually prove their words, are probably why they're being treated differently. That's my best guess. I don't know. Human consciousness is expanding, and these selfish protesters will one day be shameful relics of the past. Time will tell on that now run, but even over this week, we haven't heard really good explanations for the crazy behavior around the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier and the Terry Fox statue. Just a lot of how dare you, accuse us of XYZ, or like a lot of defensiveness. And I've been listening to the speeches, and there hasn't been much of substance. Maybe things will change because this is like become a really popular movement. But at this point, this is the weekend that's going to prove which way this movement goes. How do I know those numbers? From VAERS, most unreported from congressional testimony under penalty of perjury. Cool. So if it was congressional testimony, then it was public, and you can post the link in the chat. Let's all find out together. And I don't know what that means, right? Like congressional testimony from what? Like a medical professional? Were they saying something representative? Or was it just someone saying something in Congress? People can be under penalty of perjury and say all sorts of shit, man. Yeah, time will tell, Benny boy. Like, generally what happens with these types of movements is that the in-group, the people going to protest, harden, and the out-group hardens as well, right? Like, you get polarization.
Yeah, it does. YouTube.
He's laughing at my
what's going on
comments.
with that
I don't know why you're laughing, Kevin K. I mean, I don't think it's that funny, but yeah, movements tend to harden. You know, like as we start talking past one another, we stop listening, and so people just start fighting. My grandparents can't fly, even though they have had COVID twice, but are unvaxxed. I'm vaxxed and I can fly, but I'm pretty sure they have higher immunity. You might be totally right, Snowpal, but again, I think I've made it pretty clear, like, especially if you're trying to fly, how are flight attendants supposed to verify that in any way, shape, or form? Like, most of them work like, what, 19 to 25 an hour, and they've got an app on their phone, and they scan it, and they listen to what the app says. VAERS is a site to report suspected adverse outcomes. They're not verified. Interesting. Suspected adverse. Oh, Mary is sort of qualifying and explaining that the source that Daniel is citing is just about suspicions and not about actual and verified. That's a very important. Yeah, no tracking system. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I think that sort of stuff happens when you build systems that are meant for like the vast majority of people. It creates a rule, and then you will find like these exceptions where the system stops making sense, and then people point at the exceptions and say, we got to get rid of the rule. And it's like, okay, but what are you reporting? Yes, this is live. We're behind by just a few seconds. Good morning, MacGyver. Welcome to the stream. We're in Toronto right now. There's like 4 meeting spots, and over this hour, these people are supposed to be moving towards Queen's Park. So we're just kind of tuning in, waiting for that to see if it actually goes somewhere. KPAC says mandates protect people, stop the protest. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree, except for like some of the curfews. Like in Quebec, the curfews have been really dumb. Like the one,
this section of the parking lot.
especially the ones where like the health officials are like, this curfew's dumb. What are you doing? We didn't ask for this. Makes it really easy to hate on a mandate when like the nurses are on your side. It's harder to hate on the mandate when the nurses are not on your side, I think is kind of the point I'm trying to get across. I posted it already. Oh, maybe it's not popping up on my thing. Let me check. I'm sorry. That might be a problem on my end. Sorry, Daniel. Give me a sec on that. You talked about you would believe earlier when fleshed out in court. So why would you believe frontline doctors and nurses? Because doctors and nurses are not known for lying. I don't know, man. I don't know. Just they're doctors and nurses. What are you talking about, man? Like police lie as part of their daily routine. And so I'm going to be more suspicious of what police say. Doctors and nurses save people's lives. And if they tell misinformation, even the smallest piece of miscommunication on a medical matter can hurt someone. So doctors and nurses live in an ecosystem that rewards truth compared to police, where they live in an ecosystem that rewards lying, right? Like if you're a really good liar as a policeman, you can get people to admit shit and actually catch criminals, and it can actually be pretty useful to society. But nurses and doctors going around lying benefits nobody. It makes their job harder. It makes it harder to understand what's going wrong with patients. And so the industry, especially with like the Hippocratic Oath, forces doctors and nurses to be like more honest and truthful. And then when it comes to like virologists and epidemiologists, they have peer review. That's kind of why I'm like pointing out like, yo, are you guys epidemiologists? Like go join the professionals. Go sit at the big boy table. We're all at the kiddie table here. We're all sitting at this is Thanksgiving dinner, and we're at the kiddie table when we talk about vaccines and viruses and epidemiology. The adult table is over there, and it's sitting in scientific circles, and you have to be friggin' bloody well smart, like way smarter than me. Mandates are bad when they affect you. Got it. I'm pretty sure all the mandates affect me, Benny boy. All of them have the mask mandates, the vaccine mandates. You know, it's affected me. What are you talking about? I just agree with it. I think it's for the better good. I think it protects people who are immunocompromised, who can't get the vaccine themselves. I'm going to go out of my way. I'm going to have a couple shitty days. I'm going to spend some of my time, but hopefully there's herd immunity and it protects people over the long run. You know. I don't know about that. You heard about the opioid crisis in the U.S.? Well, Snowpal, you got a really good fucking point there. You have an absolutely good point. And I think actually, really drill down on that though, Snowpal. The medical system in America does not behave like most healthcare systems around the world, right? You have this giant insurance agency sitting between patients and doctors, acting as a middleman. And it's sort of perverted this whole truthiness that I sort of described, this culture of truth. And now you've created a financial incentive for doctors to lie. And that's, as you said, like as you rightfully point out, the Sackler family helped poison a generation of people and might get away with it and look like they're getting away with it. And doctors are very much part of that sick beast. And to me, that just further proves that public health care should be a right and not a privilege, because it's an inelastic good. Everybody needs health care at some point. Everybody gets sick. So you put it behind like capitalism and you create these really fucked up like doctors who are lying and stuff. So that's kind of my read on that situation. But good point though. So how have these guys not left? All these people just hanging around.
Again, don't be afraid to drop your flags in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from.
11:15. Okay, so people should start moving out soon. What if the mandate stopped your ability to work and earn a living? Usually it's a risk reward, right? Like these truckers who lost their jobs, they lost their jobs because they didn't want to quarantine. Like nobody's forcing them to get the vaccine. They just have to quarantine. So they have even less of a foot to stand on. We know enough to know the so-called vaccines are no good for anyone for any reason. We got to stop them now. Okay, John Smith, you can live in your strange fantasy world. I, for one, enjoy modern medicine. And I know that people who don't have access to the vaccines are incredibly pissed at all of us who do have access to them, just sitting on it being like, maybe I don't need this magic medicine that will, give me information about a new species there's no way my body ever could have found out about. Yeah. I posted a link of 5 hearings. Oh, we're not going to go listen to a 5-hour hearing. Are you insane, Daniel? Like, talk about trying to, like, what a tangent. Oh my God. I'll go look for it and see if I can find it, but Jesus. All right, buddy. Like, yeah, okay, you found some people who said something. Whoop-de-doo.
Watching. I know a lot of people wish they could be here and aren't able, but I hope you enjoy what we're bringing you.
I'm looking for it through the chat, but yeah, I don't see links.
Oh, I missed something. Oh, yeah.
Whoa, K-Pax went hard in the chat. Holy cow. Yeah, sorry, Daniel. I'm struggling to find it in the chat. Beebs O'Reilly really agrees, and Loud Tyrant Youth really disagrees with John Smith. Yes, Beebs O'Reilly.
Hockey sticks, yes, everywhere. I'm seeing more of that here in Toronto, I think.
Okay, thanks, Lacey.
If you count the flags, I mean, who would? But I don't think you can. But if you look at,
I turned this guy down just because he's talking over me, right? Like we're probably here for what I'm trying to say rather than what he's saying. So the YouTube's loud, quiet, but my mic's almost at max.
Flags, people waving them, people wearing them.
Like I can put my mic a bit higher, but I'm starting to get into yellow. So it's your volume at this point. Pfizer never hurt anyone. They made the virus in a lab. I lost huge respect for media in Ottawa. They highlighted the rare extremism and missed the main message. I mean, Snowpal, what do you expect? What are you talking about? That's insane. No human sees a swastika and just carries on with their day and pretends they didn't see it. What are you talking about? Of course they highlighted the rare extremism. We live in outrage culture. Only the most
Forgive me for not welcoming everybody.
like humans like to look for the exceptions to the rule. And when we see like really strange stuff like swastikas flying around, like, yeah, we're going to start taking pictures and asking questions. What are you talking about? Better do some research, my liberal friend. Wake up, sheeple. What about owners of small businesses who took vax, but businesses lost to lockdown? I think, Daniel, that is the most sympathetic group. Like, you could not have picked a more sympathetic group. Like, small businesses are essentially getting reamed, and I don't know what to do about it. I really don't. Because if you open it up, people start getting sick, and then you don't have clientele anyways, right? So God bless the overlords and their blessed pharmaceutical companies. We live in Canada. One of the major policies that people are trying to put forth is free pharmacare. So that's where we are in our questions about healthcare. Where are you guys in America on your questions about healthcare? You guys going back to the whole, what was it? What is it? Pre-existing conditions? That whole debacle? That craziness? Sorry, I'm super behind on chat. People are chatting. Lacey says, as a business owner, I'm mad at the minority of Canadians that refuse to cooperate. That's an interesting take, considering how popular the vaccines and mandates are. The vaxxed are the ones getting sick, not the unvaxxed, says John Smith. Okay, all right, if you say so. If unvaxxed are getting sick, it is from the vaxxed people. Woo! We got, woo! All right, okay, all right. How did you do that? How did you get there? I don't even know. Okay, wait, things are happening.
I have to get an update on that. As of right now, it's a rolling convoy.
Yeah. Because the supporters are going to be all over this. So, you know what I mean? Which figure it out.
Obamacare was originally Romney Care. It was originally a conservative idea that liberals co-opted because then they removed the ability for conservatives to argue against it. And then conservatives argued against it anyways.
There's a black Pontiac Sunfire.
And yeah, Mary's right about the vax not getting hospitalized. That's the key difference. I think it's like, I've seen numbers as high as 30 times less likely to be hospitalized if you've been double vaccinated. So like you can, like, and I have a lot of anecdotal evidence. I wouldn't rely on it, but like from people around me, like the vaccination has had a major effect. Mary, you got a placebo. Mary, have you been a good sheeple? Ooh, got him, Beebsarelli. You really nailed Mary to the wall with that one.
Just follow me.
Just follow me. You hear that? So that was the convoy leader. That looks like this is the part we actually have to pay attention to and listen to in full.
All right, how are you? 401 West.
401 West.
427 South.
427 South.
Gardner Expressway.
Gardner Express.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a full circle.
I have to get an update on that. As of right now, it's a rolling convoy.
Because the supporters are going to be
How about now? Is my mic better?
You know what I mean? Figure it out.
There's a black
Sorry about that.
Sunfire.
I bet I'm too loud now.
One lane. Okay, because emergency vehicles gotta get by. You know what I mean?
So many things to control. Sorry, guys.
So we'll have,
I can always tell,
we'll
like,
have to
how I sound.
keep updated about that. There might be slight changes of plans.
Truck, yeah. Let's go, brother. I'm starting to believe this isn't as much a failure of our healthcare system to handle COVID as it is a failure of our education system. ¿Por qué no los dos? I don't know. I've been I've been watching the education system fail for quite a few years now. So I don't know, man. This seems like what's happening. My point, poor journalism. Someone could go to the Toronto Convoy and do something extreme and become the main story. Snowpal, there's just so much evidence. We're not talking about one piece of information. Like, what are you talking about? There's like been dozens of stories, like dozens. And those are only the ones that went viral. So how many stories do you think there are? And even still, even if we just pretend that what you're saying is true, we've watched live streams. We've watched people fly and say very rude things. And it's also been pretty tough to like actually hear it just because of the obnoxious noise of the horns. Mary Lake said, if I got a placebo, how is it that I haven't gotten sick? That just doesn't make sense. Much better. Yeah. Thanks, Jake. Thanks everybody for like correcting me. I appreciate it. Oh boy. All right, guys, try to keep it civil. Everybody, we're all friends here. Yeah. Lacey has COVID right now. Send the love to Lacey. She's not feeling so well, man. So, Beebsarelli, you want to go down a really interesting wormhole? Get this. And it blew my mind. And my mind's still blown by this. The 1918 flu spread across the world, right? And a lot of people got sick and quite a few died. Over the years, epidemiologists will tell you that the common flu that would go around was a direct descendant of the 1918 virus. And that's probably what's happening again. We're going to see this virus, the coronavirus, the novel coronavirus, kind of like hack our immune system. We're like responding as quickly as we can with modern medicine, which is like vaccines and stuff, instead of like trying to let natural selection do its job, which is much slower and much more costly. And next year and next year and next year, the same virus will have descendants, and our vaccines will become like just like your go get your flu shot, you know? And that's kind of what we're seeing repeated. Yeah. I'm double vaccinated and not in ICU or in my hospital because I do not require a ventilator, but I'm so sick. I wouldn't wish this upon anyone. Yeah, all the love, Lacey. What is it? Hearts. Put hearts in the chat. Why does this channel say only 14 when watching when the chat is so vibrant? Shadow ban much? No. I have both. We have about 30 people watching right now. It's half Twitch, half on YouTube, and yeah, generally like people who are really engaged by this issue, who are like tapped into it, are gonna just have more to say. I think. I'm waiting for these people to get gone.
Live stream that I've set on this channel is set very, very late. How are you? I can't be 100% sure. A couple of the guys wearing vests that said convoy leader were talking about a rolling convoy now because...
Well, I just got going, Biebsarelli. Like, this is like probably my first week covering politics. So maybe I'm just new to the space, and y'all gotta spread the word of what a lovely streamer I am and what a good addition to the space I am, and I'll get there. Freedom Convoy. Truck gas, sister.
So I'll keep updated with what's going on. The next stream that I've got set on this channel is for much later, but I set the times very, very late just because things are unpredictable. I will get back on as soon as I can, and we'll see what's happening.
Okay.
If it turns out that this is going to be a rolling convoy, we'll be with them and see what's happening. But I'm going to let you all watch them roll out now.
All right, here we go. Yeah. Canada's been really lucky in that we've had like so much access to vaccines compared to like African nations, in like India, for instance.
Thank you everybody for hanging out, and thank you for the time that you're spending. And yeah, the convoy leaders went over with everybody. You heard it there. They said, follow the rules, be safe, of course.
So just to be clear, when I said give love to Lacey, I didn't mean argue with her. So for those trying to argue with Lacey, when she said that she has a health matter, be polite, be nice. Someone's sick and they're feeling sick. Let's not try to like get them into an argument or whatever. Say nice words and argue with people who are not sick, okay? Aurora says, I'm double vaxxed, immune compromised, acquired Delta in September and Omicron in December. Jesus, Aurora. Oh my God. My vaccines kept me out of the hospital and saved my life. Yo, all the love to Aurora. Oh my God. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, man, people know people who've died. It's pas bon. And it's really callous. Like, if someone says, like, yeah, I know someone who died, and then you, like, go on saying, like, your weird ideas about vaccines, even if you're right, you're being rude. So do you want to be that person who's right and rude? Maybe not,
My understanding is that there's 7 different...
I will argue with people who are sick and aren't sick. Thank you. Well, if I find you rude, I'll mute you and kick you out of the chat. So how much power do you really have here, David? You can go be rude with sick people in other chats. If you're really going to fight that point, I'm just going to kapwing, pew, out you go. Go to Vol. See you later. Bye. You contribute nothing, Hundreds watching on Truther Convoy channels, lol. Okay. If you have a link, Biberelli, we can switch over to that.
Thank you for everybody keeping it positive and lighthearted.
14 here, go figure. Yeah, like I said, I mean, honestly, 14 is pretty good for me. I was running like 2 to 3 concurrent, 3 to 5 concurrent, you know, I just do this as a hobby. You know, I'm not like, it's not my day job or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, that's just probably a bit too much. Just kind of just doing this because it's fun and interesting, and I get to learn from people like you know? Are YouTube streams close to Twitch yet? What do you mean by close? So like the thing that I find interesting is that Twitch has a kingmaker system. So only like the top 1% gets seen essentially in their directory, but YouTube has an engagement algorithm. So like if I'm talking about something that is current, that is sort of like going viral, and other people are searching for it, then it will recommend my content to you. And that's probably how you found me, right? Like you probably searched Trucker Convoy or whatever, and you're like, oh, cool, this is live. I'll click on that. You know, I had like a template or whatever. And that's how YouTube kind of works. And I really see YouTube as like the future of live streaming. Devin Nash has a lot of comments on that. And Twitch is where the culture is now, but I don't think they're going to hang on to the space forever. So I'm kind of hedging my bets. I'm streaming to both just for funsies. Greg's asked, if the police move to close this protest down, what is their plan to remove millions of tons of steel and rubber off the streets? You remove the people and then you remove the steel. You see this guy, Portland Andy, in his streams? Dude is making a killing. Oh, shit. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to do school right now, and so I'm focused on that. These protesters don't like nice. They see it as weakness. Only show them mercy after we decimate them. Okay. Twitch chat engagement, banning, timing people out, etc. Yeah. I mean, it's just kind of part of it. There's a lot of weirdos in the world. Thank goodness they haven't blocked the downtown hospitals in Toronto. Yeah, true. Go to another stream, Fed boy. All right, Sergeant and Greenleaf. If police move... Yeah, I mean, maybe we can find a better stream that actually has action. Because right now, watching cars leave...
Afraid to drop your flags in the chat.
Yeah, all right. I'll look. I mean, this is the movement. This is where it's at. What do you want? I'll look for something more exciting, but... If the mandates continued for the next 5 years, oh God, what an awful question. I don't want to think that far ahead. I'm pretty close to a breaking point already, man. I'm streaming on Twitch.
They're wearing vests. They say convoy leaders right there, and now everybody's getting ready to roll out.
Okay, things are rolling out. We're gonna look for something a bit more fresh, though. Oh, here we go. Maybe over here. Did I grab it? Yes. Oh, I mean, meh. I don't know if this is much better. We'll put it up just for some eye candy for now. It's just kind of like an overview shot. Oh, this is Ottawa as well. While I look for another live one in Toronto, that's maybe a bit closer to the park. Yes, Loud Tyrant Youth, this is how I'm coping. That and music and food, of course. I'm conservative, but I'm enjoying the friendly discourse here. I find most Canadians to be kind. Oh, well, you're welcome, Daniel Case. I hope to keep it chill. Stinky, no, I mean, does Twitch have the same tools as YouTube? No, Twitch moderation tools are much better. YouTube, much worse, from what I understand. It's worse. It's harder to be a mod on YouTube, and their chat is like kind of dog shit. And Twitch has like all these awesome emotes and stuff. But if I want those emotes and those controls, I have to sign up over my brand, and they prevent me from restreaming. And I don't think that's acceptable. I want to keep talking to YouTubers. Y'all are fun. 5% is almost double the patriots it took for the American colonies to break free of England. Well, there's also a lot fewer people there back then. Very different situation. I realistically said a year ago I could be 30 before we stopped wearing masks, and I'm currently 25. It sucks, but it wouldn't surprise me. Loud Tyrant Youth, I mean, look at Asia. They've been wearing masks for decades. They're like so far ahead of us. How much money in extra police and security is this costing taxpaying Canadians? Yeah, that's a good question. It's like $800,000 a day for Ottawa alone. Like, not good. There's not even sound on this one. What the fuck? All right, I'll go look for something in the crowd in Toronto. Unless, who was it? Beebsarelli has a source for us. Huh? Beebsarelli, you said you had some good sources? Huh? Hundreds of viewers? I don't know. I think the parking lot was better than this because at least we had some like background noise. You know what I mean? And some movement and some walking. This is just kind of people milling about on a static shot. So I don't know. Toronto. I'll keep searching though. I am dedicated. Yeah, so far there's only 2 live streams I can see on YouTube. And when I check live streams on Rumble, I don't get anything. The globalists will have to give all they have stolen back to the people. Yeah, sure, why not? Yeah, I mean, sure. We're increasingly getting to a world where corporations have more power than nations. Snowplow, I support Freedom Convoy as I prefer people to be able to make their own choices versus government telling you what to do. Am I alone on this in this chat? No, I think there's a lot of people who would agree with you, Snowplow. I don't, but I think others would. The Corporation of the Commonwealth of Canada is bankrupt. Hey, yo, Beebsarelli, are you the Corporation of the Commonwealth? That's some interesting wording there, Beebsarelli. What's that about? Why are you calling our government a corporation? Yeah, I don't know, man. I think that other guy was a bit more interesting.
With me.
At least we get truck horns. And isn't that what we want?
Oh, they're letting a lot more.
So yeah, 5.6 million, Lacey says, for Ottawa. 5% of the population is what? Like, why do we care about 5%? I missed the thread on this one.
A lot more than I had even captured, actually. So it's nice that they're assisting to help with organizing the traffic a little bit.
Man, look at all that freedom, brother. They waving flags on hockey sticks. Ain't nothing more free than that.
As the convoy leader said, everybody's got to make sure to follow the rules of the road. So we got a traffic light there, and
you got to follow the rule. It's a protest. You guys are following the rules of the road?
Sticking with me. I bring a lot of outdoor live streaming, mostly.
Well, this guy's doing his promo. Okay, we got a different source. This has got way more action, so let's skip over to it. This might have been one of those ones that Beebsarelli was talking about. But look, there's no commentary. It's just a bunch of... It's just a bot.
Oh, thank you.
Just a bot feeding...
So much.
You know what I mean?
It's amazing.
It's just a bot. There's no human doing this.
That's it. 100%. Thank you. Thank you.
Big Pharma is a corporation. You think 1 million people are protesting right now, Beebsarelli? Whoa.
Yeah.
12 watching here, SMH my head. Here we have been free since the end of 2 weeks to flatten curve, and our cases have remained lower than lockdown states. It's cool. All governments are a corporation with a monopoly on violence. I'm pretty sure corporations are private and governments are public. That's usually how people talk about that kind of stuff. Hundreds watching on other channels. Yeah, I mean, I'm a newbie. Seems like you want to promote me? Huh? Social media director? You know, maybe I promote you a little bit. So go check out Beebsarelli and whatever Beebsarelli does on YouTube, I guess. Go promote me. You seem so concerned with the numbers. I mean, I'm the streamer here. I'm the one who's supposed to care about that stuff. I really don't. I care far more about the fun.
Good question.
Can you hear us yet, Mr. Trudeau?
Can you hear us?
Est-ce que vous pouvez nous entendre?
Hard not to, I'll tell you that. It's almost like you'd be doing it on purpose. The message is clear. We're done. We're done with this shit.
Who's talking right now? Does not
Message is very clear.
does not sound sympathetic. I only want sympathetic voices on my live streams.
And yes,
All governments have a corporate charter.
this is not just a ton of people
Um,
coming together. This is a ton of people coming.
I guess U.S. To Toronto to answer your question. I think Beebs Zarelli is hate watching. Maybe she's hate watching me. She's like, I found me a lip cuck. I can watch this one. Laugh at how silly this old boy is. He done love his Trudeau and his liberal government and their mask mandates. Like that's my guess right now at this point. She's just kind of hate watching, I guess. I guess that's how she gets off. I don't get it, but I mean, you do you, Beebs Zarelli, I suppose. Government keeps saying they are sticking with the advice of healthcare professionals. Meanwhile, you can save $2 by buying 2 packs of smokes instead of 1 at your corner store. Christopher, do you think that smoking cigarettes is contagious? Do you think that like lung cancer is contagious? Because I'm pretty sure viruses are different than cancer. Loud Tyrant News says, I like not watching my friends and family get very sick and possibly die. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Like less people getting sick is good. My point is, being on the wrong side of history can be a trip to Nuremberg too. Well, Beebs Zarelli, okay. All right then. You got quite the point there.
And yeah, I will be here for a while, and I will be live streaming as much.
Also, I'm pretty sure you're towing a dangerous line there, right? Just to be clear, because the people who did, like the Nazi scientists, they did that shit on prisoners of war, and like the whole concentration camps, like the whole Holocaust thing. Once you start making those comparisons, you're basically pissing off both historians and especially the Jewish community. Like they're not going to be very happy that you're just kind of throwing around Nuremberg 2.0 about like wearing masks and stuff. Everyone's going to look at you being like, wow, she's throwing the word genocide. So that's a timeout for you, my guy. I'm sorry, Beebs Zarelli, you're getting kind of a little unhinged there. Getting a little unhinged. So we're just going to give you about 5 minutes. Let's put you in a little timeout, okay? When was Canada called a federation? Isn't being called a federation bad? Yeah, you can come back in 5 minutes after you've cooled down from the corner. Okay.
Much as I can, and we've got a lot of cops here. So let's see what's going on here now.
Here we go. Stuff's happening. So it's Ottawa and Toronto. This must be the Toronto where people are sort of driving to. There's that parking lot scene from before.
Oh, there he is. My name is Justin. Yeah, there we go. What is going on here now? Like I showed you guys hours and hours.
Ooh, lots of popo.
Endless footage.
That's Ottawa, maybe.
Of absolute peace. No violence. No nothing at all. But we got a shit ton of cops here all of a sudden.
Are you guys walking this way? Is everything okay?
Is everything all right? Look, the cops all have oh my god, they all have earmuffs.
It's a lot of cops if it's
because it's so loud and annoying. And they probably can't hear orders. Oh my god. That's so telling.
Let me tell you, this is why I'm here right now. To show you guys live what is going on.
That's so fucking funny. Should we rob the youth of their lives? I don't want harm to happen to anyone's, but let the people who are at risk protect themselves. 2 years is enough. It's an infectious disease, right? Like it spreads. We shouldn't be robbing the youth of their lives, and they're basically in an awful situation. And a lot of our kids are totally suffering over this. But I'd rather the kids suffer from social isolation than having to attend or not attend their grandmother's funeral. I think that's kind of where I fall on it. Smoking is most definitely an epidemic. Secondhand smoke is dangerous. Smoking death rates make COVID look like the Little League. It also plagues our healthcare system monetarily and resource-wise. I agree with you on all those points. I'm still confused why you're comparing smoking and non-contagious, behavior with a virus. These are different things. I've seen people compare like car accidents to this stuff, and it's just like, do you know what we're talking about? We're talking about a virus. Like, are we talking the same language? Like, these words mean something.
But yeah, definitely a lot of cops here, so gotta just make sure everything is kosher.
There you go. A little bit of police presence is good to see on day 8 of a protest. Finally.
Yeah, everybody share this out.
Some amount of representation of the government. Jesus. I love that they all have earmuffs. What was that about it being all super chill? Boy, you sure have been brainwashed. Very sad. Yes, Rick. I actually got my brainwash, just this morning. Felt good. You just like a little bit of salt water, a little bit of brain. I have a really smooth brain, so the brainwashing helps give it some wrinkles. I wonder if the cops just showed up because the Antifa buses are coming in shortly. It's definitely that. The Antifa's doing this. You are a youth to my friend. You're missing out on your life. A guy like you should be allowed to meet people and express your opinions in person at you. I mean, I'm going back to class next week. So, I mean, things are softening. Things are lightening up. The mandates are ending. So, again, these people have less and less reason to be where they are. Someone who grew up in a tiny town that is socially isolated, you can overcome social isolation. You cannot overcome death. Yeah, Ferry. I agree with you on that. I also come from a small town. I wish they would treat the trucker convoy the same as the land defenders. Yeah, there's an interesting difference going on there. I didn't know the truckers don't need to be vaccinated and don't want to isolate. Makes me hate them even more. Yeah, let's try not to hate them. Usually what's going on now, Ron, is like some sort of misinformation or confusion or like some cultural bullshit, right? So like these truckers are 10% of the overall industry and they're getting super butthurt about having to like quarantine for 2 weeks, get fucked, first of all, and then like get tested. Ooh, you got to stick a thing up your nose for a little bit and put some drops on a vial. These are rudimentary things to ask of someone who is like crossing a border into another country. Like people subject themselves to the TSA and then are trying to be like, getting a COVID test is too far. Like, what is this argument? It's amazing. Aren't I hate watching the demonstration? No, I am not. I mean, I'm clearly trying to understand the perspective of the people here. I'm trying to like give and take with the people in the chat. I'm not personally angry right now. I'm feeling pretty chill. 90% of them are vaccinated. Yeah, Daniel, exactly. Like the vast majority of truckers are still doing their day job. So it sort of undercuts the movement as a populist labor rights movement. Good point, Christopher Marcel. Have they banned smoking? Have they shut down the economy to eradicate it? Nope. Double standard or no standard at all. This channel censors free speech. Beebsarelli, I'm literally reading your comments aloud to a whole nother streaming platform. I'm literally doubling up your speech. I'm doubling up on your speech so that people in another platform who are not on YouTube can hear you say you're being censored. Fucking amazing. I'd love it. This is great content in my mind. Like, I don't know how to create this. You have to just let them do it themselves, I guess. Like, Beebsarelli, you had a chance to be like, oh man, I got timed out. This is a bunch of bullshit. I'm leaving here. I'm going to go like hang out amongst my people. But no, you stuck in to say I'm being censored because I didn't want you to start, yeah, exactly, talking about like really serious subjects glibly and with very little like holding you down and keeping you sincere. So yeah, man, like, come on, let's be real.
There's too many people. There's too many people here now.
Man, too funny.
There's no way of ignoring this.
Too funny. Holy shit.
It's gone on for a week straight, and there's just more and more people showing up. It's amazing. It's amazing. The sidewalks are just full of people. Both directions.
Yo, it's almost noon.
Yeah, brother.
Canadians are coming together finally.
Yes, we are.
Truck,
brother.
yeah, brother.
Go Canada, go. Some free.
But wait, what about those Canadians over there with the earmuffs? Are they coming together? Yes, sir. I love that. Yes, sir, and truck, yeah. Like, these are awesome. The ICC is compelling a grand jury on Monday to hear evidence for crimes against humanity over COVID policy and enforcement, so it's not a wild, evil fantasy to discuss this. Greg's, that's an interesting citation. I'm going to go look it up because that, that's a legitimate forum, so let's go check in on that.
I mean, as you can see, it's clearly very unnecessary to have additional barricades like this, but
do I agree that toxic masculinity is a big part of these protests? I'm very much I mean, the audience has been pretty mixed. It's definitely male oriented, but it's conservative culture through and through, dyed in the wool. This is why you're seeing Gadsden flags, why you're seeing Trump flags. Like, there's no way to really read it sensibly except like using a political lens, and like having watched conservative populism down south. Like, this is like literally the Bizarelli, I will absolutely mute you for another 5 minutes if you keep going down this road. And then this third time I have to mute you, it's a ban. So come on. Kindergarten rules here. I think white privilege is a big part of the protest. Yeah, you want to expand on that, Lacey? I don't disagree. There's certainly a shock in the, at least from some people of color, like being like, whoa, what the fuck? Like, how are they getting away with that? Yo, thanks for the subscription, Dr. Bodog. Welcome to the stream. Happy to have you. Air muffs are to protect hearing isn't a message against protest. Yeah, that's exactly right, Snowpal. That's why I'm laughing. Like, it kind of demonstrates that there's a lot of noise, right? Like, it's all the police are wearing earmuffs. Like, it's amazing. It's like, okay, yeah, you probably want to protect your workers. History is being made. Yeah, Bizarelli, when Trump directed people to overthrow the U.S. government, history is being made then too. When people were burning books in Tennessee, specifically the Holy Bible, and Mouse, a book about explaining the Holocaust in a comic book form, when those types of books are being burned, you're also making history. It's just maybe not the kind of history you want. Most people don't like book burnings.
This area now from that street at all.
Not that these people are book burning. There's a gigantic gulf between Canadian truckers protesting mask and vaccine mandates and, like, you know, Tennessee. But we are definitely living in a special era in history. That's for sure. Oh, that's why people are saying Viva Free. Live free. Loud tyrant youth. I will say, as a female, having grown up around truckers and holding a truck license myself, overall I've had pretty good interactions with them, aside from the odd few. Yeah, same here. I mean, I grew up from a small town. Like, truckers are like 30% of our commerce. It's a real, like, it's a crossroads essentially. And I mean, there's a lot of toxic masculinity. Like, as a dude around truckers, there's a lot of like, aren't you male enough? You ain't like me, that means you ain't a man. But once you get past that, most people are just like, you know, what is it? Salt of the earth is the expression. Just like, you know, good, normal people. In the U.S., Gadsden flags, right wing. Molotov cocktails and bike locks, left wing. I believe Molotov cocktails come from like Norway or something, right? Isn't that like a joke making fun of Russians or something? I can't remember where that origin is. And you spelt it really wrong. It's Molotov, like Molotov, like a Russian word. How far would the government have to go for you to protest against mandates? That's a really good question. How far would the government have to go for you to protest against mandates? Oh, wow. Great question. Let me think about that, Snowpal.
Yeah, look at this, eh?
I think I gave a clear example earlier. I can't remember who asked, but it was like, you know, what's the mandate you agreed with the least, or that you're most upset? And it was when the medical establishment was disagreeing with the political establishment. Once that happens, I'm fucking pissed. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, what's the point of this? And that's why I was so harsh towards the CAC government. It was just like, y'all aren't even listening to the doctors, so what's this really about? Like, what are you doing with my time and patience? A large portion of the demonstrators are vaccinated. That seems to be true from what we've seen. Jay David, a lot of people are saying, like, I'm double vax, like, you know, fuck off kind of thing. Silence is violence. Silence is violence is less important than your words, not mine. So you intend to silence your critics? Good luck. This is what happens to Trudeau when he tried. Biebs-Arelli, you'll notice that I'm not silencing you for criticizing me. In fact, people have been criticizing me like all this stream. I'm silencing you for bringing up a totally unrelated topic in a very aggressive manner. It's called hijacking the stream. And I don't like it when people hijack the stream because they just like can't read the room. So just gotta, you know, try to be part of the conversation and trying to be the conversation. You know what I mean? Loud tyrant youth, me, I can't think of something that would make me protest. Interesting. 45 reserves still have boiling advisories on drinking water or no access at all. True. Khazarian mafia being removed from Ukraine this day. Okay. Also, very unrelated Beebs Rally, but at least it's a bit more toned down. Try to get it on this continent. Talking about what we see in protests, Trump flags on right versus fire bombs and bats on left. Well, Daniel, most studies would say that the BLM protests were overwhelmingly peaceful. Like 95% of BLM protests were without incident. Even like a small town where I'm from had a BLM protest. It was just like a bunch of kids like walking around, you know what I mean, with signs. Okay, seems pretty chill. This is looks like it's gathering in Toronto. We've got some live streams here. Ottawalks is up. There's Travel Fund 69. We're watching him.
Do the cops have body cams? Actually, I did not take note of that. I didn't notice.
Viva Frey's doing some, I guess he's just kind of walking around. Is that an interview? Big dance party over here. That's kind of fun.
Yeah, let's go find a little bit of vitamin D, eh? Just warm up a bit.
Audio's coming from this bottom left guy.
Yeah, I know there's lots of talks.
It's called bringing more information to the discussion. Well, Beebs O'Reilly, not all information is valid. Not all questions are created equal. You got to keep it relevant, you know? You start talking about Nuremberg 2.0, I'm going to think you're being pretty irrelevant right now, you know? Have they stated how long they want to occupy Toronto and Quebec City? Yeah, until their demands are met. So indefinitely, essentially. Loud, think of what you love, and then they take that away from you. Oh, I'm being loud, sorry. Maybe not allowing you to see a family member. Let me just fix that real quick. Freedom. Maybe not allowing you to see a family member in a hospital to visit. Do you have your third booster? If not, you're allowed in Hawaii at all. I need to go get my third booster as soon as possible. $6 billion damage done by BLM protesters. All those arrested were released by Democratic funders. Okay, at least you're on the continent. Beebs O'Reilly, we're getting closer. The selfishness of these occupiers bleeds into other parts of their lives. For example, they likely don't care about the welfare of animals. That's one thing I haven't heard any response from anyone on who agrees with these protests. Like, what about the pets? Like, don't you have any sympathy for like the pets in Ottawa, like having to listen to those horns? Like, that's traumatic. Daniel, I have no issue with BLM protests. Those are real systemic issues with our police. I disagree with riots. Okay, well, MLK Jr. said a lot of good things, but like riots are the language of the unheard. People have been living under racial subjugation for like centuries now, so people have a reason to be super pissed. Unlike these folk.
Stolen by the government.
Keep on rocking in the censored.
That's not a good look.
I mean, we're on YouTube. You know I can't play that. I'll get DMCA'd. I can't play Rockin' in This Free World. They're just going to, you know, mute it on my stream.
Everyone involved in this movement is terrible. Yes.
Got my booster yesterday. I wasn't saying there isn't a point that I wouldn't reach that point. I personally just cannot think about what it is off the top of my head. It's a really tough question, honestly. You have to, like, be pretty imaginative. And I think it's when the political establishment, like, isn't saying what the medical establishment is. Patriotism, the last refuge of scoundrels. Wow. Wow. Yo, rain falling on my shoes. Very good point. Absolutely. You always should be suspicious of people who wrap themselves in the flag. Well, you didn't make the country. The country came before you. Why are you taking credit for our nation? Patriotism, like, you gotta be skeptical about that shit. Why does the streamer seek to control the narrative? It's so that I can put out a brand that is consistent, so that people know what type of entertainment value to expect. So when they see my name, Be Weird, and they're like, oh yeah, I remember that guy. He had some chill streams, and you know, there's some weirdos in the chat, but he dealt with them pretty well. I think someone said I dealt with them with aplomb, which is like a French word for good. So yeah, that's why I seek to control the narrative. Every streamer does this. It's part of what makes entertainment is like someone curating what they think is like interesting and important. And right now, what's interesting and important is the convoy. This thing? That cool thing? That cool thing?
Freedom!
Freedom! Freedom!
My name is Bethany Nodwell, and I'm one of the event organizers for
Oh, nice. Speech.
Thank you for coming. I just want you guys to stay safe, okay?
It's basically fabric from Rex Beach, a new beach out in West. Am I still too loud?
Booze in your coffee mugs. Yes,
Keep it on the low.
That says it's doing okay. How many booster shots? As many as it takes to keep me safe.
Counter-protesters.
So like what happens over time is that my second vaccination was pretty long ago. And so my immune system is just like, oh, okay, I guess this isn't really a threat in the environment. I'm going to stop producing the necessary antibodies. And so my antibodies reduce. Again, not a doctor, not an epidemiologist, full of shit. And so I need a booster to kind of get up to date. As the saying goes, what doesn't kill you mutates and tries again. So every time this novel coronavirus has like descendants, has like children, the children would be sort of different. And you know, they might hack my system. So I got to kind of keep up to date with like new vaccines, because it's very much like an arms race. The virus gets one over our immune systems. We come up with a vaccine to get one over the vaccine, and vice versa, and vice versa. And it keeps going. I like your brand, fair-minded liberal. I'm the same on the left. Maybe we're bridge builders. Yeah, Daniel, we should collab. Let's do it. You're right, Beebsarelli. There is lots of activity. These people definitely are tapped into something. But my question to you is, are they tapped into culture, or are they tapped into a message? Are they just having a big party to pat each other on the back and say, yo, we agree with one another? Or do they have a message for the rest of Canada and to try to convince us to change our minds on something? I don't know. I think it's very much the former. I think they're just here having a party, saying, fuck you, our party. You ain't invited. I love this track. I love this track. They're playing the one note song again, everybody. Woo. Man, with the police sirens, crushing it. The band's so tight tonight. Rain Fallen says, the protesters cannot expect the government to bow to their demands. You don't run a democracy and implement policy based on blackmail and intimidation. Yeah. I don't think you could have said it better. If these protesters have an issue, vote. That's how it works. Yeah, exactly. They're very much trying to circumvent our normal democratic processes. And then whenever someone tries to question them, they just shout freedom in your face. And it's like, no, there's rules to this shit. Like, you don't just get to throw a tantrum and say, fuck your rules, fuck everything. I'm a win, you know? It's just, there's more of us than there are of you. Like, what do you think? We're just going to sit and watch you overthrow our government? Like, no, of course not. We're going to criticize. We're going to watch. We're going to have commentary. We're going to ask our police to enforce the law if laws are being broken. And that's what you're going to see. The horns on other channels are deafening. Yeah, I mean, Beebsarelli, it's not fun, right? Like, you can't think straight. I mean, this is why I have this stream so low. If I put it any higher, like, it's hard for me to talk about you, to talk with you. Read about your T cells. They remember how to fight things viruses have fought and build antibodies quickly to fight off previous sicknesses. Not healthy to keep getting boosted is my guess. Too much of anything always has consequences. Snowpal, this is the I think the saying is like, too much information is dangerous. Like, if you know a tiny amount about an incredibly deep and complex topic, and there is nothing more complex in the world right now than like quantum mechanics and immune systems. all these people pretending like they know jack shit about T cells have watched a couple videos online. Like, let's be real here. I just want to prove this point. I want to really drill down on this. I just want to really fucking drill down on this. Okay, everybody. I'm going to pull up a paper from I don't know how to say it, but like epidemiology. And we're going to try to read the abstract together. And I want everybody to say in the chat when they get lost by the language and the complexity of the jargon. Okay? So we're going to pull up an actual study, maybe something that's like some sort of meta-analysis or something. And then we'll try reading the abstract and we'll see how we all do. Okay? In the meantime, enjoy some horns. Perfect. Oh, this is perfect. Okay, let's see how we all do, everybody. This is going to be fun. Parliamentarians should not be exempt from the vaccination. That's strange. Good thing is you don't have to guess. Trudeau started this. Okay, so this is a paper, Immunopathogenesis. It was published last year. It's been cited a lot, 169 times. A lot of people have accessed it. It's just like one of the first search results. So let's just read it together and see what we think of this abstract. The recent novel coronavirus disease, COVID-19 outbreak, caused by severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus 2, SARS-CoV-2, is seeing a rapid increase in infected patients worldwide. The host immune response to SARS-CoV-2 appears to play a critical role in disease pathogenesis and clinical manifestations. SARS-CoV-2 not only activates antiviral immune responses, but can also cause uncontrolled inflammatory responses characterized by marked pro-inflammatory cytokine release in patients with severe COVID-19, leading to lymphopenia, lymphocyte dysfunction, and granulocyte and monocyte abnormalities. This is where I've fallen off. I'm raising my hand right now and saying I no longer understand what the fuck these people are talking about. I have no clue what the hell this says. Okay? I'm raising my hand and I am admitting ignorance. These SARS-CoV-2 induced immune abnormalities may lead to infections by microorganisms, septic shock, and severe multiple organ dysfunction. Therefore, mechanisms underlying immune abnormalities in patients with COVID-19 must be elucidated to guide clinical management of the disease. Moreover, rational management of the immune system responses to SARS-CoV-2, which includes enhancing antiviral immunity while inhibiting systemic inflammation, may be successful to successful treatment. Yada, 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 yada. Yeah, man. Like, I mean, this was actually one of the more easier ones, and it has less to do with like the real granular stuff. You get into like the granular stuff and you're like, oh god, this stuff's so complicated, it hurts. Borla? Who's Borla? Read about T cells. Snowplow, I just kind of did all that to make the point to you that someone who is not within the community who studies this stuff probably like does not have the ability to just read a paper about T cells, right? Like, when you say read about T cells, do you mean like an academic paper? Because I don't understand that shit. And I'm in school doing a master's. I don't understand that shit. It's not my discipline. And unless it's your discipline, I'm not going to believe you understand it either. Who's Klaus Schwab? Smoking and C-19 are both pandemics. Smoking is not infectious. They implement and refer to healthcare advice for C-19, but almost do nothing when it comes to smoking, probably because of the taxes they rake from tobacco sales. Okay, buddy. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's governments that have, like, the reason we have high taxes on smoking is to reduce people from smoking so that they don't go to the hospital at the end of their life. Listen, I could dig deep enough to learn about it, but unless you can tell me you're well-versed in vaccines, no. I mean, yeah. And smoking's not contagious. Yeah, Lacey's right. Like, I mean, I just don't know why we're bringing up smoking. It's, like, really, really odd to me. I don't know what you're talking about. It's like the car accident thing. It's like, people get into car accidents. People die, therefore viruses are okay and can spread. I don't know what the point is. It's a false equivalency or something. Some sort of logical whatever. A logical no-no, as they're called. Truck yeah, brother. Hey, yo. Yo, people are losing their shit.
Yeah, brother. Respect, man. Love you, brother. Love you guys.
Yeah, I actually read that Beeb Zarelli not too long ago. We can pull the full thing. That's the second coming, right? Although I don't think it means what you think it means. But let's read it together. I am a poet. This is The Second Coming by William Butler Yeats. Very famous poem. It's lovely. Turning and turning in the widening gyre, the falcon cannot hear the falconer. Things fall apart. The center cannot hold. Mere anarchy is loosed upon the world. The blood-timmed tide is loosed, and everywhere the ceremony of innocence is drowned. The best lack all convection, while the worst are full of passionate intensity. Surely some revelation is at hand. Surely the second coming is at hand. The second coming! Hardly are those words out when a vast image out of spiritus mundi troubles my sight. Somewhere in sands of the desert, a shape with lion body and the head of a man, a gaze blank and pitiless as the sun, is moving its slow thighs, while all about it real shadows of the indignant desert birds. The darkness drops again. But now I know that 20 centuries of stony sleep were vexed to nightmare by a rocking cradle. And what rough beast, its hour come round at last, slouches toward Bethlehem to be born. Cool. Thanks for mentioning that. Such a beautiful poem.
Yeah, like for real, right? Think what people had to give up for what you got. Don't let that slip.
Okay, I missed up on the chat though.
Never let that slip.
So just go back to it. Yeah, I know. I love that piece. I just read it a few weeks ago too. It's great. I equate vaccine requirements with no smoking regulations. The underlying logic is the same. Not so much, Rainfallen. Essentially, you're taking actions to look after the health and well-being of others. The key though is that you don't have the concept of herd immunity with smoking regulations. There's no like that's a really important point. Like herd immunity is not something you get in smoking, right? Like if a bunch of people don't smoke, they don't suddenly like become immune to smoking, right? So that's an important qualifier here. As a member of society, you would think that this would be self-evident. Clearly, there are people in our society that only think of themselves and don't give a crap about anyone else. Yeah, we're really kind of seeing like some selfish behavior going on. Little Wing says peaceful protest is a human right. Funds are being redirected from GoFundMe. Yeah, go get your money back, everybody. Enhancing viral immunity is not honking a horn downtown Toronto or Ottawa. Okay, Lacey, it's true. Daniel says, I worry about people like you who trust the NIH and CDC without knowing their history. Vaccine-enhanced disease is very likely, but you're like, la, it's too complicated. Daniel, that's called humility. What, do you want me to start giving medical advice on a public stream? What do you want me to say? You want me to lie to you? What? So what, I'm honest about how dumb I am, and you say that I'm just hand-waving the issue, but what's the alternative? I just start lying and talk about shit I don't know anything about? Come on, my guy. Like, what are you talking about? Keyword peaceful protest. This is noise abuse. There's multiple documentation of violence and aggression. Totally. It's less and less peaceful over time. Peaceful if you're in the in-group, not so much if you're out of it. Mary says, often when people say they have done their own research, what they're really saying is that they have read a bunch of conspiracy theory websites. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. Most of the smart people I've met have never said, I've done my own research. Like, they usually say, yeah, I came across this paper and it made me think these things. You know, like, finger snapping. Yeah, finger snapping. We'll be doing a slam, actually, in Montreal, a poetry slam at La Théâtre Sainte-Catherine. I will be running it. I do poetry. So the 20th of February, there's going to be a poetry slam where you can go and see people compete, and it's going to be really incredible and amazing. So if you're in Montreal, check out the Throw Poetry Collective. It's a lot of lovely people. We have a social responsibility. Little Wing says antibody dependent enhancement. The shots are not vaccines and do not provide immunity. They damage your immune system. Okay, Little Wing, you're kind of getting out there. I don't know how many people believe what you just said, but you've made a pretty extraordinary claim. So we expect quite a bit of evidence to back up that claim. People can get a refund. Only the unclaimed will go to charity. Yeah, Jake, I think everybody who believes in this movement should start asking questions about the leadership, like Litch and BJ Dichter, who took all that money and then like kind of are disappearing. And they should be asking for their money back. You know, go to the street, go be an activist, go serve coffee. That's all cool and based, but don't give your money to someone who's just kind of like stealing from you or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? Well, and also are dying of things like polio or... Yeah, man, people die of polio? What are you talking about? Wait, oh, maybe I'm misreading. I must be misreading. Still only 12 viewers. Clearly, you're on the wrong side of history. Bye, Sharknado Tomato. Okay, see you later, Sharknado. Everybody say bye. Bye, au revoir. Most of these occupiers... I love the people who say that because they can only see half the picture. They don't realize there's like a whole 50% of the audience on another platform. And so they're like really drilling in on the numbers like as if that... matters, not like the space and how welcoming the space is and how people are enjoying the space, you know what I mean? Most of these occupiers are climate change deniers. They are a threat to life on this planet and they vote accordingly. A case for their containment can be made. Woo, sheesh. I don't know about that, man. I don't know, man. That's pretty out there. I don't know. I'm gonna clap back on that one too. Climate change deniers are super annoying. They do drive me nuts, but I don't know about containing them. I don't know what you mean by that. Each may choose how to manage their own health decisions. Well, with viruses that are contagious, people who cannot get the vaccine are having to put their health decisions in the hands of the community. If we don't get to herd immunity, then those people don't have the choice over their health. They're extremely exposed. Yeah, I think I just misread you, Loud Tyrant Youth. As an immunologist, I concur with Little Wings, he just stated, and so do over 1,000 medical professionals on record. Yeah, Beeb Zarelli, are you about to show us your this 1,000 medical professionals on record? And is the record like a reputable journal that immunologists use to communicate and do peer review? Or is it just some journal? Is it just some email thread? And may each continue to not put our healthcare workers at more risk by following mandates in place. Yeah, a big picture of this is like the risk of nurses and stuff. High school bio, my point is simple. The immune system remembers infections. Don't need to continue shocking your system. Remember what vaccines are. They're like, usually they're the dead cells of the virus. We give our bodies the broken pieces of the virus because that's enough to induce a reaction and we're sick for a few days, but it largely protects our system because then we have the knowledge and information. So the mRNA works completely differently and it's kind of complicated, a bit above my pay grade. But yeah, for sure, it's not so straightforward. You definitely need boosters to kind of give your body information to fight off these novel developments in nature. No, I don't want you to give medical advice. I don't do that. I say, listen to the opposing scientists. Why would I do that? And exactly what science has actually been told to you. This is such a weird take. Only someone who has no understanding of science could say something like this. It's extremely dumb. Like saying, listen to the opposing scientists. What do you think science is? It's a bunch of people who know a shit ton on a topic arguing with one another. You get into any room with scientists and they all qualify every statement. You know, there's caveats to everything and they want to argue every bloody point. So talking about the opposing scientists and saying like, you only believe what science has told you, it's just like incoherent. It's just like radically like out of step with just how science operates and works. Like, I don't know what all these scientists around the world have come to a singular conclusion. And then like, there's like an offshoot who are not part of that conversation. Is that who you're talking about? Just like someone on an email thread?
All the kids out here.
A suit has been filed. ICC has it. Wake up. Okay, I'm going to see if I can find that. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, sure. I'll see if I can dig that up, Beebs Relly. Let's go check in on it. I see fact checks on it too. Interesting.
United for Canada and the world.
We won't go to the fact check first.
Many countries right now are following suit. Everyone's sick and
It's so much dumber than I thought it would be. Oh God, you guys, what are you doing?
It's more than just, you know, some lying and some crooked politicians. Like, there's people that have lost everything.
The Canadian Institute for International Law Expertise, CIFILI. Wow. Okay. Here we go. Here's the actual request. To investigate some world leaders and officials and Director General of the WHO over the COVID-19 breaks as crimes against humanity. Okay, so they submitted a complaint. Whoop-de-doo. Anyone can submit a complaint. What's the point? So? Open an investigation. Okay, you're independent, non-political, and private. Let's see. And these are lawyers. I thought you said doctors. What the fuck? Why am I reading about CIFILI? Make it make sense. Clearly, many have not read numerous peer-reviewed reports on ADE and the falling rates of your immune system the more shots you get. Yeah, Little Wing, I don't read peer-reviewed epidemiology studies. It's just not my wheelhouse. Yeah, this does not look like a non-political. Why is someone from Finland in it? I thought this was Canadian. France? What the fuck is this? Croatia? You just got like some random scientists who agree? The fuck is this? Yo, they don't even. This isn't. I don't know, man. No, this is not convincing me at all. Lawyer of India. India. Lawyer of Spain. Spain. He's just the lawyer of all of Spain. Lawyer of Turkey. I guess they're trying to represent each country. Like, oh boy. Okay, that's quite the rabbit hole. Let's get the fuck out. Now, what say you? Oh, I say fact check. Anyone can submit information about alleged crimes to the ICC's officer of the prosecutor, and the OTP is cautioned that acknowledgement of receipt is not the same as the decision on the merits of the information. It's almost like claims are, anyone can make them. Anyone can submit a claim. Who gives a shit what people say? Like, if like, imagine that. Like, it's just enough to just claim things, and then that's reality. Like, all right, okay. Oh, thanks, Lace. I hope to make it a brave space. Maybe not a safe space, but definitely a brave space. Okay, we had a better live stream up. Not this guy. It was this one. I'm going to go get some water. I'll be right back.
I do not care. I'm not here for ad revenue. I'll take a couple scraps if I can get them, but that is not the main point of this at all. Let's get it. Let's get it.
Oh no, that's DMCA. Oh, I finally leave and I get DMCA'd. Oh, jeez. How many athletes have died after the shot? All who are complicit will be investigated. Where do you stand, Biebs-Zarelli? Well, Biebs-Zarelli, what if the International Criminal Court doesn't consider the claims to be worthy of their time to investigate? What are you going to do then when the claims go nowhere and the ICC doesn't investigate? What are you going to do when that happens? It's not an if. It's going to, like, that's absolutely, it's going to happen. It's absolutely, it's going to happen. The ICC is going to look at it and be like, okay, all right. Yeah, there you go, Biebs-Zarelli. Aurora is calling you out. They can't. Their evidence is linked to more claims. Oh, boy. Played soccer for years. Never saw a heart attack on the pitch. Saw a lot of exhaustion, but no heart-related issues. Not sure what you mean by that. Can you guys stop playing DMC and music? Yeah, this shit's super funny, though. Yeah, protecting people's health is a crime against humanity. Let's see what else they said. The gravity of the alleged crimes and the interest of victims are substantial reasons to believe that investigation and prosecution of the prosecutor of the ICC. No, stop. This is amazing. Oh my God, please, what? The president of the Sifili group stated that some victims affected by coronavirus around the world believe that the investigation and prosecution of the prosecutor of the ICC would have an essential and vital role as a response to the alleged crimes that the victims have suffered. Have you ever heard of anyone saying that we got to put the prosecutor? What is happening? Are they saying we think a crime has been committed, but before you can investigate the crime, we want to investigate the investigator to figure out if he did a crime that we alleged to have happened. Amazing. Amazing. Thank you so much for bringing this up, Beebs. This is the funniest shit I've seen in so long. Holy fuck, that's funny. Oh my, I didn't read it. I was like, what? You really want to investigate and prosecute the prosecutor? But how do you prosecute a prosecutor? You can't. What's happening? Oh my God. I'm glad I fucking looked off screen. Holy shit. You can get taken down for that stuff. Are you serious now, Run? People just gave the Nazi salute? Do I go back? I'm going to watch it off stream. You guys can go confirm in the chat. I don't think I can show that live, but there's a stream if you want to go check it out yourselves. Yeah, I'm going to like start looking for it. Do you remember what corner you saw it in? No, you were talking COVID. Stay on topic. Stay on topic. Impossible difficulty. Impossible difficulty. There's no way that a streamer could stay on topic. That's literally not even doable. Okay, I might not be able to find it. Let's just... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. And allegations in legalese means that it is a charge. Beebs, we're reading the legal document. It's 3 pages long, which is hilariously thin. And some of it is nonsensical to a layman. I'm not a lawyer, and I'm like, this is ridiculously dumb. Like, I've honestly never seen such a dumb statement in my life. We're going to prosecute the prosecutor, like, but also investigate our claims. Like, amazing.
Love you, brother. Love you,
Okay,
man.
they got rid of the DMCA stuff. Yeah, Beebs, allegations are not charges. Anyone can make an allegation, only prosecutors can charge. It's incredible you don't know that. Oh yeah, and this whole myocarditis thing, like, can we have any sources on that? I've been hearing that brought up a lot, but I haven't really seen anybody cite anything or source anything. Like, what's up with that? Real citation needed moment for the myocarditis stuff. Although it might be true. Might be like some tiny minority of people who have complications.
Those suckers that run forever.
Technically 25 Beepsarelli. 13 on Twitch, and it looks like maybe a dozen over on... we see different things. I got like a very different setup than you do.
Oh,
yeah, maybe 13 on Twitch, yeah. I don't really care about that stuff anyways.
More good vibes than it's right here, right now. This place is crazy. It's like you're walking around like
in order for... Oh, boy. Oh, God. Daniel says, would you operate a boiler with all pressure relief valves plugged? That's what you're doing when you silence opposing views? Yeah, sure. I mean, that's part of the reason I'm doing the stream is so that, like, we can hear each other. People are in the chat. People are commenting publicly. I'm only really muting someone when you're, like, way outside the scope of conversation. You're just, like, you're not thematically on point, you know? In order for these vaccines to be pushed under emergency use, they suppressed known therapeutics that could have saved millions. Okay, Little Wing, maybe if you were in government, you could have stopped it and saved everyone and everything from this disaster that has clearly unfolded. Golly gee, unfortunately, you're commenting on the internet. Whoa! Thanks for... Oh, thanks. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Rodon. Welcome to the squad. we memeing, we dreaming. That's the thing. I've looked for them. I can't find them either, Little Wing. Defense love it when they play defense. I don't know who this Burla person is, Beebsarelli. We don't all follow the same conspiracy theories. Why do you keep saying loud? Am I loud, Snowpal? I mean, my things say I'm not too loud. I'm still in the green. You feel okay after booster? When I got my second, it affected my heart for a few weeks. When I climb stairs, I would get lightheaded. Pretty major impact. Yes, no, pal. The first one, no problem. Second one, I was like kind of tired for a few days, but it was really no big deal. I've heard really different reactions though. Some people like have had a bad time, but most people have just like, yeah, I was laid up for a few days. Sorry to hear about your reaction though. Dose 1 suckered you? Yeah, different reactions, eh? But again, imagine like you're being given like a baby version of the virus and it knocks you on your ass. Like, come on. Yes, Little Wing, it's all over the news. All right, go ahead, cite it. Unfortunately, usually when we talk about these things, we don't go to news sources. We go to academic papers. It's part of the reason that science exists. The thing that produced the vaccines. They have like this stuff called journals, peer review. They go talk over there. They don't do it on news cycles. So if you're learning about vaccines through news circles, you're very clearly in the wrong location. And it might be why you're a bit confused on certain subjects. You know?
We might be live right now, but I don't know. But yeah.
And apparently Albert Burla is vaccinated. Aurora is saying that Beebsarelli is full of shit. Apparently this person is vaccinated. I don't really care.
For 7-8 days now, something like
Interview.
that. Going non-stop. He's doing amazing work out here. Giving a lot of support back to the truckers, helping them out with everything they need. It's amazing. Check him out at Shots by Hill on Instagram.
Dr. Charles Hoff found 62% of patients who received COVID mRNA jab test positive for blood clots. Now, Tyrone, that's a specific claim that we can look into. So thanks. I'll go check into that in the background. One sec.
Guy's been throwing down for a while. Thanks, brother. Respect, respect. Yes. Love you guys. Respect, brother. We got these guys. We got these guys. So much support for these guys. You guys are fucking legends. Woo!
That's so fucking funny. Oh, Jesus. Reuters asked if Hoff had any printed evidence to support his claims, but he said the results were preliminary and currently unpublished. 0. You get a 0 from me. I have realized that I need to publish it, even though the numbers of subjects that I was planning to have in my study are far smaller than my original intention. He said his research has been prevented by a fire that destroyed his medical practice. Oh, which suffered from forest fires. Media reports say that Hoff has previously made false claims about the COVID-19 vaccine. Citation. Tom Wingfield, a senior clinical lecturer at the Liverpool School of Tropical Medicines, citation, told Reuters that he disagrees. He says, quote, if the D-dimer test is raised, this does not mean that that person has had a blood clot, but rather further investigations such as a scan of the chest or leg may be required depending on their symptoms. It sounds like he was using a test and just sort of made a conclusion based off of the results in that test, and another doctor saying like, no, wait, you got to do other tests. He said that a raised D-dimer can be caused by many factors and that the test is not routinely done after vaccination. Interesting. Sounds like this dude is absolutely full of shit. Absolutely full of shit. But let's find out. Scholar Charles Hoff? Dr. Charles Hoff? Oh, nothing published. Still, oh, maybe here. No, that's a book from 2005 and someone else. So yeah, no academic papers from this Mr. Hoff. D-dimer test. 1998. There's this one, but it's just a citation of what I think we came across. and it's not actually pulling up. Oh, maybe that's it. Yeah, there we go. Maybe he did publish a study. You can't actually pull it though. Looks like someone cited it. Oh, there you go. That's as close as I could get, everybody. That's as close as I could get. But I don't know. It sounded kind of sussy. Usually you can see the abstract and
As many eyes
cited and all these things.
On this.
Let's read some of the comments here. 34,000 watching Viva Frey. Yeah, we might go check that out later. People are getting real into the vaccine conversation. Holy shit. Inventor of mRNA, renowned cardiologists. Oh, probably not. We're not like getting too deep into the vaccine stuff. Again, we're not scientists. We are not medical professionals, everybody. We're on watching YouTube streams, okay? Let's all have a gut check about what's going on here. Now run, yeah, for sure. And yeah, we're trying to not use this word though. Anti-vaxxers is a bit combative, so I don't know, man. Let's try to keep it a bit more polite. Once again, doctors not associated with Joe Rogan, please. Little Wing, you're citing right-wing trash talking points. Nobody in their right mind listens to that garbage. It's also why it falls apart within like even 10 minutes of scrutiny from a dumbass like me. Like, come on. Tyrone has given an actual citation. Let's check that out. I read lots of negative stuff on vaccine. Who knows what is true? I hope it is safe long term. It honestly, from what I've read, it's like been an incredible success story. But I mean, different communities, you know. I don't like how we're getting little kids vaccinated when the risk to them is tiny. I don't know, man. Some kids, you know, can get seriously injured by it. Yeah, I'll check out the. Okay, I just want to be super fucking clear here, Gloria and whoever posted studies, like. We're not immunologists, you know, we're not doctors, we're not scientists. So like, I'm not sure what posting highly complex, I'll pull them up and we'll see how far we get. I'm kind of curious what you're posting. Peer-reviewed process by which something proposed as for research or publication is evaluated by a group of experts in the appropriate field. Lacey, you're right. None of us are fucking experts. We're all dumbasses here. I'm sorry, everybody, but this is a smooth brain stream you're on, okay? Is there no more music? Is there no more sound? That's a bit odd. Okay, we got some random studies. Let's check this out. Let's see if we can refresh the stream. We'll close out some of these because it's crushing my RAM. All right. Yeah, still no sound. Damn. Okay. Myocarditis and pericarditis. Okay, so it looks like some people might be getting myocarditis after. This is from cdc.gov. They're still recommending 5 or older to get it. Do we know like how often it's happening though? Inflammation, seek medical care. So it seems to be happening enough that CDC had to put a bulletin November 12th. So that was pretty recent. So yeah, thank you for that citation. That was a good one. Kids are 3 times more likely to become diabetic after having COVID. That's a really strange odd one. Oh my God, what? I might be a dumbest, but I stayed at Holiday Inn Express. Fusion, if only I could find a doctor who didn't have a conflict of interest between my health and his oath to not cause hesitancy towards vaccination. Yeah, that's a real rough problem. That's the frustrating part. Everyone wants answers, but there's a big issue at the heart of the problem. Yeah, a lot of people are just kind of like, ooh, now Yoko's getting in on it. Hey, man, I love the academic studies. I don't know what we're trying to prove here, though. Like, even if I'm trying to prove my own point, I think the point I was trying to prove is that I couldn't read studies. I think that was the fucking point I was trying to get across. It's like, I can barely understand this shit. Like, fuck. So even if it's like I don't even know if I'm pulling the right stuff. You know what I mean? Oh, this is old news. Moderna was approved by FDA. I don't know why you're looking at this. That's an old piece of information. Twitchology 101. Yeah. All right, everybody. We didn't need to go to school and pay tens of thousands of dollars and go to courses and attend class and submit assignments. No, we can just cut out the middleman, go straight to scholar.google and do some research. Data is being actively suppressed. Why has Albert Bourla refused to take the clot shot himself? Beebs Rally, apparently people are saying that Albert Bourla has gotten the vaccine. Aurora says type 1 diabetes can be diagnosed after a viral infection. My son was diagnosed. Does it end like the G7 protest? I doubt it. Police have been very, very gloves soft-handed about this. As an aside, check out potholers debunking every claim by climate change deniers. Again, don't use this term anti-vaxxers. It's inflammatory, according to some. But yeah, I kind of got out of the whole debunking thing. Debunking is incredibly hard. From everything I've learned, when you challenge people on beliefs, they tend to just entrench themselves. And we see it in this chat, right? Beebs O'Reilly is just going harder and harder and harder now that she's being challenged a little bit by people. And so you should retreat further and further into the ideas that give her some sort of confidence and security that she understands, the way the world works. And to maintain that confidence, to deal with the cognitive dissonance, I'm a, libcuck soy boy who suppresses and censors stuff, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Well, I'm sorry, Little Wing. I'm trying my best. If you have some tips on how to make it more conducive, let me know. I'll try my best. But I'm gonna have opinions, I'm gonna communicate them as respectfully as I can, but I'm definitely gonna have them. It's my stream. You know what I mean? Let's go check out Viva Frey. You saying shit's happening? I don't know, Fusion. It's what I'm being called. I think it comes from 10 years ago when conservatives were really focused on how there's forms of estrogen in soy, and so the reason that men are becoming effeminate is because they're eating too much tofu, I think was the full chain. It's amazing. Lol. Yeah, it's out there.
Tell everyone where Abitibi-Témiscamingue is. Go ahead. Donc, sud-est du Québec, sud-ouest.
No safe space. This is brave space only. Okay. Okay, Yoko. Thanks for the citation. I'm sure any epidemiologist, if you're looking for a citation about abnormal clotting of blood, go check that study out. I'm kind of burnt out on the science right now. I'm not here to kind of dig into how the coronavirus works or vaccines or stuff. I'm more interested in the trucker protest.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. No, either one is good.
But thanks for checking out the stream.
Oh, yeah. Awesome. Holy crap, 19. Guys, I just want to say that I live in downtown myself. I'm here every day supporting this man 24/7. I got laid off because I didn't get my vaccine for my job, and I'm okay with that, guys. I know today's the busiest day by far, man. And it's just amazing how so many people come and watch all this, guys. I'm also content. I'll keep this short so you guys can see what's going on. But I just want to quickly add, if it's okay, I have content of myself, man.
Ad. This is just an ad. Just another ad, everybody.
For example, snipers on center block. I don't know if anybody knew that. I use
the
my
snipers?
optical suit to see the things that most live streamers can't really, if that makes sense. So,
Okay.
guys, if you can go subscribe me, my name is
There's the ad. There's the ad.
ZOKV with the fire flame profile picture, guys. That's just if you want to see a new video coming up, man. I'm gonna refresh to see any
That's
of you guys
amazing.
get it. ZOKV.
He's gonna refresh. He's gonna refresh to make sure his ad worked. Everybody, Little Wing, I wish you all good health, open minds, and hearts, whether you're pro-vax or not. Yeah, that's a really nice sentiment, Little Wing. I'm hoping that we can try to maintain that, even if the disagreements become sharper and sharper and sharper. People who have very different sources of information will be coming at this very differently, and it's hard to be okay, your world is valid even though it's based on totally different sources of information. But yeah, we're gonna try to keep this calm and peaceful and all that jazz,
Hopefully things change fast. Soon. So, people, this is not an endorsement of Bitcoin or anything anybody has ever said on this thing.
Uh-oh.
I don't endorse things that I don't understand.
Okay.
or no, or feel comfortable endorsing. Look at this. Look at this.
Hell yeah, brother. Truck ya. Mainstream media is the virus. I mean, it's like it's a couple thousand people.
I'm one of your best subscribers.
I mean, anyone who went to the climate change protest knows what crowds are. Like, there was 500,000 people who showed up in Montreal. That was huge. And it took up blocks upon blocks upon blocks. That was crazy stuff. Wait, who do I want to mute? Canada has lit the fuse.
You mind being on camera? Sure. You hesitate. Okay.
That guy was a hoot. Yeah. Everybody's doing it, man. Everybody's like promoting their shit.
Thank you very much. Where are you in from?
I'm from Arn Pryor.
Arn Pryor? Yep. I know that because I've driven past it, but where
Arn
is that?
Pryor.
It's on Trans-Canada west of Ottawa here.
Oh,
Never
okay.
eat shredded west of Ottawa, which would be closer to Toronto. Are you a trucker? Are you part of the convoy?
I have my tractor here today.
Oh, farmer.
We saw tractors coming in over the Gatineau side or near the Gatineau side. How long have you been here for?
Beebs O'Reilly, I mean, the truckers are a fringe, but the cultural movement is not, right? I think that's the kind of the point. And Trudeau, of course, you know, like he wants to downplay it as a fringe so that it's easier for him to ignore it. Frey is a malignant narcissist. Oh boy, strong opinions.
Okay, and how long you staying? You drove
I don't know.
You drove it, but how fast does a tractor drive on the highway?
Well, 30 kilometers is plenty fast on some of the bumps on Richmond Road.
Amazing. Well,
amazing.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, there's a lot of people watching in real time. Just to stop you quickly. Yeah,
21 of us.
Oh, thank you so much. Okay, this will go this way for a second. I don't want to inundate my brother with legal work.
Wait, what's happening?
Thank you so much. Absolutely. Thanks so much. Oh, did you get it? Yeah. Thank you very much.
My friend's a follower of yours.
Which one?
My friend Rio, she's running away. I've yet to see it, but I'll have to tune in. But she's like, oh, this guy here.
End the mandates. She has something to tell the world.
Everyone on Russell loves you.
Hey, we love Canada.
Thank you for life.
Viva, viva!
What do you have? Yeah, have the world now. What do you want to say?
Okay, world, it's all about this. And the pancakes, that's it. That's what we're here for.
You look like one of those misogynists that Justin Trudeau's talking about.
Oh my
Nice to
God,
meet
that
you.
laugh, man.
Oh, my pleasure. Everyone's got to see this with their own eyes.
No one can do good without force. Wow.
Where are you in from, and what are you here for?
We're from Montreal. We're from Montreal, and we're here to support.
Lefties who claim ignorance of virology and immunology claim to be experts of climatology? No, most lefties say listen to the experts on climate. What are you talking about? Even Greta Thunberg, the foremost like climate, speaker on climate justice, always says, I don't know, just follow what the experts say. Our experts are saying this. Why aren't politicians doing that? That's been her whole thing. Like, what do you... I'm a little confused by that.
Our rights for freedom. My boyfriend is a huge fan of yours, and told me to tell you that onions rock.
I tell you one thing.
You hate onions?
Garlic, chives, radishes, Satan's food.
This guy, oh, wow, what? Oh my God, this man does not enjoy food. How can you not like onions, garlic? I mean, scallions, maybe, don't taste like much, but onions or garlic? Oh my God. Yeah, you really got me, Daniel. Since the efficiency is not as first promoted, requiring more and more boosters, and you can still get the virus and transmit to others, you should make your own choice, no mandates. Since the efficacy is not as first promoted. I don't know what you mean about that. I thought Omicron was a different virus than Delta. It behaves differently, and so the viruses, the vaccines have to catch up. And Omicron is just like less harmful, like fewer people like are hospitalized with it, but it spreads more easily. So I'm not really sure what you're talking about there about efficacy. We got different strains that we're trying to defend against right now.
I'm joking.
And there you go. In the chat, you got someone saying they want to keep the mandate. So how do we work this out, everybody? No one can do good with force. That's peaceful.
My brother. No one can do good. No one can do good with force.
Oh, I'm misreading it. No one. I thought he said no one can't do force. No one can do good with force. I mean, this is pretty forceful though. Y'all are being like, if the shots are working, tell me how many more do we need to take before this ends? Hopefully, we're at the last wave, but yeah, like as Lacey points out, like you have multiple vaccinations in your body right now. Anyone who travels internationally generally has to have a certain suite of vaccines, and the vaccines will continue to proliferate so long as the virus mutates. If you remember that like 1918 thing, the flu I was talking about, like the years immediately after a new virus, you're going to see lots of vaccines compared to the tail end of it when it's just like the common cold, and you can sort of ignore the virus or whatever, like we used to. We used to be ambivalent about getting the flu shot or whatever. At least I was when growing up. I think it was like a whatever thing, right? Occupiers are usually pushed out by force. There should be no exception. Yeah, I mean, we're going to find that the society, the polite society, the silent majority still has a monopoly on violence, and they're going to show the vocal minority what that violence looks like, and we're going to see it in the police forces starting to clear people out once it hits like curfew or whatever, like dark, when people start to throw shit and have parties and stuff. You know, for the violation of the young, those who are responsible will be sorely treated. You know, okay.
Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I know you're
Sounds like a threat.
Keep going. Keep producing videos. Keep making them.
Sounds like you're threatening people, Biebsarelli. Please don't threaten people. This is not forceful. This is a peaceful protest. Snowpal, they've been in this city. I've never heard of a protest going this long and making this much noise. They just got sued for $10 million in the class action lawsuit for damages. They're going to lose that suit. It's going to happen. Why mandate an experimental shot when it is not working? The more you vax, the more variants will appear as the virus wants to survive. Okay, Little Wing, I think you're showing to the audience just how much you understand about epidemiology and vaccination. Again, one of the more complicated subjects to have an opinion on. Strongly encourage people to use the words, I don't know. Oh my God, so much peace. I just don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm too pepeggy. I'm too smooth brain. Sometimes that happens, you know? You don't have to understand everything in this world.
In retrospect, my analysis of the Kavanaugh was too objective.
Of Kavanaugh?
I know what I thought about the Kavanaugh hearings. Yeah, but you got awake.
This guy's pro-Kavanaugh too?
I had no idea how corrupt the FBI was in the Kavanaugh hearings. I thought maybe there's, give the benefit of the doubt. I now know better.
What did you learn? What was so corrupt about the FBI? I'm curious.
You want an evolution in real time.
Plus, we ran out of oil and gas 20 years ago. Okay, Biebsarelli. I mean, all right, okay.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, awesome. What you do is great work. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I mean, I love the people who are like anti-corporation and yet aren't able to say that they hate oil and gas companies. Like, is it at all possible that these scientists in our civilization have been screaming for decades about the harms of climate change, but corporations have so much power in our society that they have effectively prevented those voices from being heard and from any like regulations to come down from government to tamp down on the industry we all rely upon to drive from our suburbs to the city to go work a job we could do at home? I'm pretty sure it's a simple reading to just be like anti-capitalist, anti-corporate, and be like, yo, the corporations have been fucking us over on climate change. It's pretty simple, straightforward.
Thank you. Have a good one. You too. Now, which way do we want to go? I want to go back to the War Monument. So have we seen enough coming down the street here? Everyone's happy, everyone's smiling.
If the Paris Accord didn't politicize climate science, it would be a lot less stressful to talk about that issue facing us all. You have to politicize climate science because politics is where we're going to get our ideas to flood up to the government, and government's pretty much the only thing that stands in the way of corporate power at this point. If we don't have strong governments that are capable to regulate the oil and gas industry, we will continue to experience the devastating effects of climate change as droughts expand, as temperatures increase, as floods increase, as people get more and more air conditioners that our cities aren't built for, specifically in France and even here in Montreal. People are already dying in Canadian cities during the summer, specifically in like like heat deserts, like these locations in the city full of concrete. There's no way for the heat to irradiate, and people just cook in their homes. They can't get out. They can't afford an air conditioner. So climate change is a very serious issue, and we are struggling to deal with it because corporations have an iron grip hold over our governments. Everyone needs oil and gas.
What a difference the sun makes.
Truckers need oil and gas. How do you think they all got here? Can't be a pro-labor movement and then spend a bunch of fuel that you bought at the capitalist gas station. That doesn't sound very pro-labor. Sounds like you're just sucking at the teat.
So cold.
None of these trucks are electric.
I don't actually think there can't be a person in there.
And it's not like they're spending that fuel to get us food. Jumping castles? What does that mean? I live 3 blocks from Queen's Park, and I'm hearing lots of helicopters, but no honking.
If there's a person in
Oh,
the
interesting.
sleeping bag. Absolutely. How you doing?
So it sounds merry like the police are kind of keeping an eye on it.
Look at this. More garbage bags filled with garbage. Clean sidewalks.
Wow, you guys aren't absolute animals. You can clean up after yourself. Whoop-de-fucking-do. Yeah, why do you say that? No.
Okay, hold on while we take a...
Now run. You've called him a malignant narcissist twice. I'm curious.
Good. Fight for freedom. Live free or die, brother. Live free or die, man. I'd rather live free, I gotta tell you, between the two. PPC all the way.
PPC? You mean PPC? Isn't that the party with no representatives in government right now?
Oh, yeah. That's... Come on, camera. This is a live stream, eh? I'm live streaming up there now. Here we go. Right on.
Global News, yeah, just might not have, in case you don't know, Beebs O'Reilly, a lot of local news agencies that we used to have journalists on the ground doing this sort of stuff. People don't pay for news. They usually get it from like people like me. And so you can't afford to pay a human to walk around the crowd and do interviews. You kind of just have to have a static shot because you could have the equipment, but you don't have the people. So that pretty much explains what's going on there.
Awesome, buddy.
Amazing.
I love you, man.
Thank
Keep
you very
up the
much.
Fight, man. Have a good one. Good day, guys. Thank you. I'm gonna go tell a police officer just to make sure.
Oh.
I don't want to push the sleeping bag.
I see.
I don't think there's a person in there, but if there is, the person hasn't moved since yesterday.
Oh my God. Yikes. Yo, absolutely check up on that person. They say these shots are harmful for many in the short term and long-term injury is unknown. They do not work as intended. Scientists and doctors are being suppressed. Little Wing, man, like, are you okay? Are you doing okay? Are you okay? Are you feeling all right? Are you doing okay? Okay, we'll see if he actually like checks up on this person.
What?
What long-term studies of mRNA vaccines are there? Fusion Phil asks. From what I understand, the mRNA started getting developed in the 90s. So we'd have to start looking for meta-analyses that cover from the 90s onwards to try to get an understanding of that. Those are the only long-term studies that could exist. And again, I'm not an epidemiologist, so I barely know how to search for this stuff.
Look at these people putting their garbage in the garbage can. The nerve.
Come on, man. That's expected of you like every day when you go around the city. So again, just want to really triple down on the point that none of us are smart enough to read this stuff. Comparative systematic review and meta-analysis of reactogenicity. I don't even know how to say this word. Immunogenicity and efficacy of vaccines against SARS. As SARS-CoV-2 vaccines are deployed worldwide, A comparative evaluation is important to underpin decision making. We here purport a systematic literature review and meta-analysis of phase 1, 2, 3 human trials and non-human primates studies, comparing reactogenicity, immunogenicity, and efficacy across different vaccine platforms for comparative evaluation. 23 NHP and 32 human studies are included. Vaccines result in mostly mild, self-limiting adverse events. Highest spike neutralizing antibody responses are identified for the mRNA 1273 SARS-CoV and adjuvanted NVX-CoV-2373 SARS-CoV-2 vaccines. Chad-Ox SARS-CoV-2 produces the highest T-cell ELI spot responses. Pre-existing NAB against vaccine viral vector are identified following ADH5 SARS-CoV-2 vaccination having immunogenicity. The mRNA vaccines depend on boosting to achieve optimal immunogenicity, especially in the elderly. Okay, I understood that sentence. BNT162b2 and mRNA 1273 achieve over 94%. Whatever the fuck that means. I don't even know. I can't do it anymore. I can't, everybody. I can't. I hope that gets the point across. This stuff is so complicated. It's so complicated. There's not even one SARS, apparently. There's multiple mRNA. I can't even understand it. This is why we should be careful.
My pleasure.
I don't work. I don't got all the time in the world to find those. It's fine. Natural immune supplements. Almost all food is genetically modified. Humans have been genetically modifying food since like early civilization. We choose certain crops over others.
Didn't see any police officers.
Yeah, the Chad variant. That's what I picked up on. The Chad variant. I wish I could get the Chad variant.
To ask to do it.
There are reports of Viva Frey offering drugs to minor. Do you have anything to substantiate that? Narun, can you send us anything about that? That's quite the claim.
Okay, so hold on a second.
Beebsarelli, the fact that you're holding on to something you learned in 1979 about immunology and serology says that you have stopped learning. Why would you be relying on 50-year-old information? That is fucking wild to me. That is like saying, I mean, like, oh yeah, just went back 50 years to check up on social sciences. Just went back 50 years to look into quantum mechanics. Oh, it didn't exist.
Sorry, guys.
No, not the form to bring up the benefits of NaClO2, whatever the fuck that is.
Okay, there is nobody in there.
Oh, we are Ottawa. Oh, okay, so he was just kind of worried.
There's nobody in there. That's fine. Now I can.
Fake news. Fake news. Fake news.
Okay, there's nobody in there, people. I can go on and now not worry about that for the rest of the day. Okay.
Gatsy no side.
Now that my thoughts are out of my head, those particular bad thoughts.
Okay, at least he's being
We're gonna go
kind.
back up to the main section.
Kind and good. Okay. Fast forward.
Those who are worried, have you been getting support from the money?
Oh wow, it's 1 o'clock.
How have you been living for the last?
It's through the people. It's through these people that are walking these streets in the freezing cold. They're literally like going crazy with food, supplies, offering their homes, offering to come and do your dirty laundry. It's crazy, the support that is out there. It's overwhelming. I'm telling you, people aren't afraid to do anything for you now.
Aw.
It's brought people together.
Solidarity.
This nation has never seen this kind of unity before.
I'm going to ask you the question that's probably going to piss you off. You see the way the media is depicting this. Have you seen the way?
Can you believe it, guys? Can you believe the way I've been depicting all these freedom truckers? Well, it's that time. I gotta get on with my day. I gotta eat lunch and then figure out what I'm doing for the stream tonight. If you want to come back later for a non-political space, it's Rich Food for Poor Folk. We'll be making a dal tadka. This is a really cheap meal that a lot of Indians eat around the world. It's extremely delicious, easy to make, and it's vegan, everybody. So vegans in the chat, rejoice. We're going to make Rich Food for Poor Folk. The main meal will be a nice dal. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting vibe. Can't thank you enough for for hanging out and putting your voice in and, you know, engaging in the chat. Sorry if it's not always what you expected. And we'll get better, man. We'll all get better together, you know. I hope that, you know, we can see each other even if this isn't the main story. I'm hoping to cover like politics and news, following like a lot of the viral stories that come out of America and around the world. But yeah, thanks so much. I'll see you later, everybody. Preach was here earlier, and I'm actually gonna go raid him. Preach because he's pretty based, he's pretty awesome, and he was here in the chat earlier. So on the Twitch side of things, we're gonna go check out Forever Preach, see if he is live. He is. So yeah, we're gonna go check him out, brighten up his day, give him all the fan love. Really lovely Montreal streamer. He does music and like motivation, reggaeton. So go check him out. He's brilliant and lovely. And otherwise, you all have a lovely day. Thanks so much. Yeah, thanks for coming. Appreciate it now, Run. All's fair in love and war. Yeah, vegan for life. Oh, we got vegans in the chat. Oh shit. Okay, we're starting to read. Bye, Twitch. Bye, Twitch. We'll end the YouTube one right after. All right. I'll see the rest of you later.